Hello, everyone. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Oop, let me shut that off. Hope everyone's doing well. On this fine 4:20 Monday night, Monday evening here anyway. Just gotta set up here. How you doing, Giggles? First one here. And we got Toby, Tyler. Hello and welcome. Darlene McGee. It's good to see you here. Mike Trinseri, New York City skies. It's 4:20 and your eyes are open. That's right. You gotta wait. Give me a little while, then I'll turn the camera off and take a break. How's everybody doing tonight? You got Tango Liberty coming in. Hello, happy 4:20. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. I didn't get to send out any notifications, just a few. So hopefully people will start coming in. How come I don't see, you don't see Giggles? I don't know. Yeah, GJ White. Hello, how you doing? She was the first message, Mike, very first, but she retracted it, so I don't know. Maybe that's why. Yeah, Geronimo Bones coming in. Hello, Geronimo. Starboy Hustle. Happy for Twinkie Fall of Cabal. 10 YouTube. It's after this. Got Sarah normally 420 2020. How you doing, Sarah? Good to see you. Reality Dose, just saying hi, can't stay. I'm happy to see that you are well, Bob. God bless everyone. Thank you, Reality Dose. Keys for Truth. Good evening, and everyone. Blue Keyboard Warrior, 911 News. Hello. How you doing, Darlene? Darlene McGee. Toby, Tyler, Geronimo. What's up, brother? So how's everybody doing? And it's 4:20. Let me drop the link if anyone wants to come up already. Ooh, yeah, Keys. I actually got a lot done, and boy, that first night I was actually just so wiped out I couldn't even keep my eyes open. I fell asleep before I even set up the live. I woke up probably like 11 o'clock, so I just didn't even bother. Then the second day, same thing. I was just wiped out. Then I tried making a short video, tell everybody that I'm okay. But of course, it didn't work out. Thanks, Geronimo. I'm glad you're okay there too. Yeah, I got some much needed rest. Absolutely. Keys, I know you put up a couple videos. Drop the links because I can't go right to your channel. It sucks. I can't just click on a name anymore and go to the channel. I can report you or remove you though. That's YouTube. How you doing, Diane Blue? Daniel Mock. I'm new, so I have a question. What do you stand for and what do you usually talk about? Well, we're a large family of truthers here, and we all bring our all truths to the table. We talk about them, we hash them out, we come up with some kind of agreements, or we keep each other up on the current events as what's happening. What a great idea. How you doing, Stephanie Martin? Yeah, you removed a lot of people. So how about you, Danielle Mock? What do you got? What do you do there? Does anyone want to come up before I start? I also have open panel here, so anyone in the chat can join, talk about anything. Tennessee, Georgia open up some restaurants and some business tomorrow. Wow. Heard some places are going to start opening up some things. But meanwhile here, you can't go shopping in a store without a mask. Hey, Trevor Dunst, how you doing? Exactly. Or agree to disagree respectfully. Exactly. It's okay to disagree. We all have our own beliefs and different visions. Might not be 100% exact. Good and yourself? I'm all right. How you doing? Thank you. Causing riots everywhere after tomorrow? We'll see. I hear that, Tango. They'll run social distancing to the hilt. Wait until you see the robots in the grocery stores in Pennsylvania. Yep. Hodgepodge. Hello. $14 or minus 14 a barrel for oil. I sense a big false flag coming and then World War III. Yeah. Told you B-52s came home from Guam. Howdy, Bob and chat. Just eating, but blessings. Thanks, Hodge. That is crazy. How can he be negative anything for a barrel of oil? That's just insane. Calm before the storm. That's right, Darlene. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be down in New York City, like at this time. Crazy if you go down there. Drop your link keys. I'll grab them up now. I got a line of them here. I know you made one. You going tomorrow? Crazy. You going to stay or you just going down to get your check and then come back? I definitely think this might lead to a world war. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea would definitely have an easy attack during this virus. I agree. That's what I mean. Militaries being deployed everywhere. Here we got National Guard, nationwide, Army. Armed American Patriot in the house. What's up? How you doing, Luke? Hope everything's going all right. I'll drop the link one more time. If no one wants to come up, then I'll just start. Bam! Good to see you, Luke. Yep. Okay. Just make sure all the mics are off. We're good to go. Happy Mars. Happy 420. What's up? Okay, some of you might have seen this one already, but here we go. It's only a few minutes. Guess we'll start out with this one. Don't fall for stage 2 propaganda.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Richie from Boston. It is 4/20/2020. So for all those people that happen to use medicinal marijuana, if that's still a thing, smoke them if you got them.
Yep.
Check this out. I've been MIA a couple of days because I had to take a break. This is just so utterly amazing that this is still going on. It freaks me out. I've seen the protests. I've heard the stories about Fauci.
Hey, Tracy
I've
Joe.
seen Dr. Buttar and Dr. Shiva, but I haven't reached out to either one of them. Do you know why? Because they're still acting as though this is some sort of a bioweapon that was made in China. Because 3.7 million or billion went to China. Listen, COVID-19 is not a bioweapon. China didn't develop it. It didn't get loose. This is all misdirection people need to pay attention to. Because while everybody's under the impression that Fauci is going to get arrested, dude, he's friends with Ted Turner, George Soros, the Rothschilds. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going anywhere. The mainstream media didn't suddenly become independent and not owned by the same corporations that are pulling this off. The mainstream is simply doing their job. They're keeping everybody looking over here while things like, well, gee, I don't know, oil drops 300%. So all the oil fields, all the roughnecks, they're out of business. People are literally selling off the oil that they speculated on. They're selling it off. And when I say selling it off, they're giving it away and paying people to take it. Who do you think's buying it? The same corporations that have pulled this off on everyone. Do not be fooled by this. It amazes me. I get it. People want hope. I get it. But this grand chessboard that we find ourselves in right now has been laid out and played out a million ways to Sunday by artificial intelligence. And it didn't mess up. The mainstream didn't suddenly decide to start printing the truth. The mainstream is simply doing their job. Fauci looks like the bad guy. Trump suddenly looks like the president again. Trump is in on this and has been since day one. Remember when he first got elected and they said, he's here to oversee the collapse of the dollar? He is. Remember when I said he'll be the last president the United States ever has? He is. He's in on this. The mainstream's in on this. Fauci's in on this. They are literally buying up every single solitary everything. When this is all said and done, and you line up to get your vaccine, even though you said you wouldn't, and they put the biometric, understand what biometrics are. It isn't a microchip that goes under your skin, because that could be cut out with a razor knife. It's biometric. It goes into your bloodstream. ID 2020. Bill Gates owns it. It amazes me how many people are completely going off track. They're protesting. Well, yeah, they're protesting. Let us out. Where are the people protesting going, what the, you know what I'm saying? They made us all stay in our house over a made up disease. It isn't a bioweapon China released, all right? Let's act like critical thinking grown people here for a minute, okay? Why would China release anything on the United States? Because without the United States, they have nothing. Their entire fortune has been amassed off selling Americans crap. Period. China holds $8 trillion of our national debt. Think about it. This whole disease is made up, which is why you're seeing the CDC, a privately owned corporation. The Center for Disease Control is a privately owned for-profit corporation. Why would the CDC tell everybody to mark anyone that died down with as dying from COVID-19? Why is it all these astronomical numbers are suddenly falling apart, just like we told you in the beginning? Don't fall for the bullshit. This is stage 2 right now, okay? And military trucks are still rolling. And as a matter of fact, it's very disconcerting to see all the strike fortresses or our big bombers all coming home. What could possibly go wrong? Don't fall for the 5D chess. Trump, Fauci's in trouble. Fauci's going to get it's all part of it. It's all misdirection while they completely destroy anything that even slightly resembled America before this whole thing happened. It's complete and utter bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. Don't fall for it. Dr. Shiva, Dr. Buttar, they're getting unbelievable views, which is weird because if they were telling you the truth and not telling you the party line, like it's China, it's a bioweapon, and they got all this money, and it was in a book, it was Wuhan, and it's not even real, people, and you should be able to understand that by now. But mainstream has a huge lock on people, and Event 201 straight up told you we were going to control social media, and they absolutely are, without a doubt. And for everyone that thinks there's an alien spaceship coming tomorrow, I heard it too. I actually contacted Christopher Green and asked him a couple of things about it, but yeah, I don't know. A lot of wacky things going on in the sky. I don't know. There ain't a comet coming. Nibiru's not coming. It doesn't work like that. At any rate, Richie from Boston, make sure you hit that thumbs up. I'm just kidding. It doesn't make any difference right now. I'm out.
That's right. Just make any difference. And let me get actually, I gotta go grab the link from Keys and. Hey Marcia, how you doing? Much love. Vernon Daniels, Armed American Patriot, Luke Keyboard Warrior, Tango Liberty, Stephanie Martin, Mike Trinseri, Toby Tyler, Vernon Daniels, did I say Darlene McGee? Oh, let me get that link. Luke Keyboard Warrior. I got one more to grab. You got Richard Borba and Happy Mars, Lewis Stephen, Tracy Joe, AB. Trying to find. Oh, there it is. All right. And I'll drop the link to that video into the chat, like I always do. You need a VPN. Yeah, I think a VPN probably would not help either, but who knows? Just my opinion. I have a VPN also, but I believe they can still get in. Let's see.
Hey, you Bob.
How you doing, Vernon?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Had a good
Oh,
time in the old town last night. Well, I didn't have
why?
nothing
What's
to
that?
do. Well, I didn't have
Oh,
anything to do. You weren't here.
oh, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I mean, it happens. I actually went to sleep early last night, but before I did that, went and had a good time.
And what do you do to have a good time?
Oh, I dropped in on a wake.
Oh no, no!
Oh my
Don't even
God!
bring it here. I
No,
don't
no,
want.
no.
I don't want
I
to
had a good
start any
time.
fires.
No. I had a good time. I had a good time.
Okay, good.
I tried to get banned and couldn't happen. I don't know why. But anyway, I tried really hard too. But anyway, I got cussed out real good, but that's all right.
Yep.
It's all good. I got to get a haircut just like yours, though. That way I can be a government shill too.
Yep.
Yeah.
People like
Huh?
people like my government haircut.
Oh, I know it. It's
That's
something else, I tell you.
this is $12 haircut, but I threw 20. So I do every time, just 20, 20,
Right.
20.
Yeah, 2020, 2020. True Seeker 2020.
Good. Hey, Crowborn. Kip, how you doing? Hope you're having a
But
good evening
oh
too.
yeah, I had a good time because I dropped in with a whole gob of wrenches and I thought, oh, let me see if I can get my ass kicked out, and I couldn't. No matter what I did, I couldn't get kicked out.
That's all right.
So
We
it was fun. I tried. Oh, I
well,
really did have a good time though. I mean, it was kind of funny. I mean, well,
well, it's
I got to
good.
do, I got to do something to.
I just don't want to be involved in anything like that.
Oh no,
All I
I
want is
get it.
peace
I
and
get it.
quiet.
It was
Leave me
yeah, I know.
alone. You know what I mean? I don't
I
want
get
to.
it. I know.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things where I thought, well, let me see what's going on over here, and I dropped in and I said hello, and wow, what a welcome I got. It was amazing. Anyway,
Yeah.
so did you have a nice night off last night?
Yeah. I actually caught up on a lot of sleep I've been missing. It was
Yeah,
awesome.
I would imagine. I did.
Yeah.
You know what? I slept in today. Like wow. I think I went to sleep about 11 o'clock. Well, and we're both on Eastern time, So I think about 10:30, 11 o'clock. And the next thing I know, it was 5. And I looked around. And I'm like, what? Really? And then I dozed off again, and I woke up, and I thought, oh, must have been an hour or so go by, right? I looked at my wristwatch and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, I slept 12 hours. My gosh.
What?
Yeah, I know. Well, a little, actually, almost 13 hours. So, yeah, it was crazy. Hey, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? Yeah, baby.
Don't need the devil horns, Vernon.
Uh-oh. Well,
What, Blondie? How you doing there, AB? Looks like you're doing all right.
Let's make sure. Let's make sure.
he's,
No, your microphone's messed up.
he's looking mighty hot. Woo, woo, woo.
Bringing the truth. My microphone's messing up.
Yeah, a
Yes.
little bit.
Well,
Sound like your head's in a bucket.
bringing the truth.
Yeah.
We're bringing truth, baby.
Yeah.
We're bringing truth.
Yeah,
We're gonna go.
looks like what
We're
Hey,
did you?
how you doing, Lou? It's good to see everybody. It's been 2 days. I had 2 days
Lou.
off.
Lou's going.
Right.
What the fuck have you done, Bob?
Look at her.
Woo!
How is
You
everybody?
okay, Lou?
I think she's pissed off.
I'm doing all right, darling.
Good,
Lou,
Lou. How you doing?
Good.
Lou, what do you think about this?
Good.
Krellborn says sexy,
I
but
think
lose the
he or
beard.
I think he
Sugar.
or she's something's wrong. Yeah. Shave the beard
Yeah,
off, baby.
Breaker 19. You looking sexy now, big girl.
I told him he should wear that when he's out trucking.
Oh
That
my
might be
god.
dangerous.
Oh my god.
Illinois country boy, hello.
How many of y'all want to take a ride? How many of y'all want to take a ride? Ride on reality.
We
We're
like,
trucking.
Let's
we
go.
like a pig, boy.
Look, 3
What's up,
o'clock in the
William?
morning. 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna pull all strings. We're gonna be back on. The hair's gonna be blazing. I'm gonna be doing what I need to do. That's look. She's doing her hair. I'm gonna do
Oh my
mine.
gosh.
I'm gonna try
There
to
you
get
go.
it out of my face.
Can you do ponytails? Let's see you do
That's
some
how I do my
pigtails.
hair, Lou. Yeah, ponytail. There you go. I am Pippi Longstocking, if you know my name. Well.
I hope everybody's well. Hello,
Put them
chat.
down
Oh
in
my
the air
gosh.
for you, love.
We're here to make people laugh, but we're here to talk the real shit. And then the real shit is old tank today. You better get your guns. You better get your food. You better get your shit together.
It's gonna be a war. It's gonna be a war.
Yes, ma'am.
I was
About that time.
cleaning something earlier, and I need to go over to see the range. But they're closed, so I'm gonna have to do something else.
Shoot out your backyard, honey. I don't give a damn. Shoot.
That's right. Ain't nobody going to give a shit. And you know what? Maybe they'll just stay away if you're shooting in your backyard, by God.
I wish I had my
It's
backyard.
your yard. They got that as well shoot out there. Hey, why not?
Bob's already receiving nasty text messages.
That just goes to prove to them you'll shoot them if they come in too.
Here's the truth, folks. Here's what's going down. They're gonna cut gas prices, or they're gonna cut gas and oil. They're gonna cut that. They're gonna cut your food.
300%.
They've already cut food, and worse shit's coming. But it's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. pretty soon they're going to cut throats.
Oh, there already are. They're paying our hospitals to do that.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, she just went deep.
Oh well.
What's going on in
No, I'm
hospitals?
talking about real. I'm talking about chopping heads.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I'm talking about head chopping,
they're
Yeah,
chopping them.
the UN's
like we used
UN.
like we used to do in the Battle of the Bands. Get two guitarists up there, and we take our axes and do a little head cutting. And somebody
Yeah, they're
walks
cut.
out without a head.
Let's see. Lou Keyboard Warrior. Lou Keyboard. I'd pull back because I'm getting a little older. I can't see. Lou, you're right. They're cutting nurses back. They're cutting everybody back because the surge isn't showing up at the hospitals. They run out of money. And the big picture is
Mhm.
they've killed us economically. They've killed her. They've killed me. And I don't know how many damn people's on the chat. Let's pick somebody on the chat. Hodge. Oh, they've killed Hodge. Hodge, your
Well,
balls.
they've killed every small business there is.
They're calling in their boys. They're bringing back the draft. I already talked to somebody today that I know that used to be military, and yeah, it's coming. They're going to have our own men do it against us, our own men and women.
Get your shit together.
Well, remember, all power is handed over to FEMA. FEMA is now in charge of everything. FEMA has more power than the president.
Right.
Well,
the president is no longer in power. He gave his power over to the beast, and the beast is FEMA.
And we've researched FEMA for years, right? We know what FEMA is all about.
Yep.
They're all in on.
Well,
it's coming.
Well, look, look at everybody pretty much worshiping in the.
I'm gonna be back. I got to go to bed because I do have to truck. As sexy as I am, I do have to truck at 3:00 in the morning. Even the sexiest, the baddest, the best, I've got to get some sleep because I don't use chemicals to stay awake. So we'll be back here at 3:00 in the morning. Bob, have your shit together.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. You and her over here.
Well, at least have a good cup of coffee.
Keep eyes open. Let us know what's
going on. At least have a good cup of coffee.
Oh, I'm going to drink more coffee.
Stay safe out there, too.
Y'all have a good night. Look, y'all don't stir up too much shit. I'll be back on here about 3:00 in the morning.
Okay, darling. Be careful.
Okay.
Get some rest.
Alrighty, peace out.
Take care, baby. Something.
Yeah, it is. Anyhow.
It's called keep a positive attitude with a little bit of smiles, along with all this stuff that's going on around us. You have to.
Yeah, you do. So you keep your sanity.
Might as well. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Keep your peace inside you.
U.S. military working for NATO.
Yes, sirree. Oh, well, you know what I say? Screw them all. Come and get me.
I've been using.
You can't break my neck. You can't break my neck. You can't break my back, and you can't make me do it. So, kiss my ass and come on with it.
But
that's all I gotta say.
About that chipping, they want to put that stuff in you that they can track you anywhere. That it's not a chip you can take out. You can't take it out once it gets in. That's it.
And once you get it, you'll never go to heaven either.
That's right. That's right.
Hell will be the next stop.
That they're saying it's for tracking and payment and control. So you can
get in your apartment and
it's for mass.
So you can get in your apartment and it's so you can get in your apartment and so you can get your paycheck and so you can get in the building where you work and for security reasons and so we can better help you and serve you when you get to the hospital and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Hey, Keith.
How you doing, Bob? How you doing,
What's up,
Vernon?
keys?
Lou, what's going on?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Doing absolutely fabulous.
Nice.
Somebody's fabulous.
Fabulous is good.
I don't know. The ringing so loud in my head.
What?
It's bad today.
Did you
Right.
answer it? Just kidding. Just kidding, Lou.
I ain't.
The telephone
Yep.
is ringing. You got me on the run.
Lou, I know what that's like because I deal with it 24/7.
I can hear
Me
it.
too. Me too. 24/7.
It's real bad.
24/7. It never goes away. Armed American Patriot. Mike, last chance. I just want to say hi to everybody real quick. Hodge, Trevor.
My
Toby.
ears started ringing about my ears started ringing about 15 years ago, and they never stopped ever.
William.
Never.
Kibo.
When they brought out the smart meters, that's
Richard.
when mine started.
Yep.
Marsha.
When they got the one at my mother-in-law's house, and I went on her back porch, I threw up.
Hello to
I was out
everybody.
there for half an hour smoking a cigarette, and I literally puked off the side of her porch. She said, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "I haven't got a clue, but I'm
What's up, last
sick
chance? How you
like
doing?
crazy, and my head is hurting like somebody busted me in the head with a ball bat."
Yeah.
And when we left the house, I felt better. As soon as we came back, I got sick again. But I never put it together until after all this stuff happened, and I figured it all out. But that
Yeah.
took me a long time. Yeah,
Yeah. I didn't figure it
that
out.
was in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was living in Windsor. She was in Windsor, and they had brought the smart meters out in Canada. Oh gosh, I don't even know when. It was 20 years ago, nearly. And yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. She said they brought it out there and put it on, and well, the first time I went there, she had one of the regular old meters, and where you could see the thing spinning around and all that junk.
Yeah.
And then the next time I went there like 18 years ago. She had this little digital thing, and I walked out there, lit a cigarette, and my ears started ringing. That was literally the time when my ears started ringing. I got a headache and started seeing like double vision, and I started throwing up right off the edge of the porch. And my ears have not quit ringing since.
Mine either. Sometimes it's lower if I'm very far away from the meters. But yeah, I know when we're getting hit. Yeah. A lot of people I'm around feel it. They don't hear it.
Yeah, well, where I'm at, I'm getting it 24/7, 365. It never goes away, and I haven't had peace since I got here hardly.
Yeah.
And like I was telling Bob, I slept 13 hours. I couldn't believe it because I literally hooked up and put earbuds in and was listening to rain and thunderstorms. That's the first time I've slept that much for I don't know how long.
Good.
But it took me listening to that all the time, the whole night, to get that kind of sleep.
Yeah. The only peace I
Thanks,
get
Alex.
Yeah, it's crazy.
is when I'm playing the shooter games because I'm concentrating on shooting the bad guys or the other guys. And that's the only peace I get. If I'm not playing that game, it's like I hear it 24/7. And if the TV's very loud, and it. But if I'm concentrating on doing something physically, it's not so bad. But
Right.
yeah, it never stops. It's so bad.
Well, the worst thing is right now is my roommate listens to TV 24/7, and it makes my ears hurt all the time. I can't hardly stand it.
Yeah, I turn mine off. Mine's off.
But he has the right to listen to it. They say all night.
He should have those things. What are those things? Some they should provide that for him so you don't disturb your sleep?
Well, you know what? They don't. They don't provide much of anything here, except a pain in my ass.
Hey, Bob, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
This tyrant that was standing up there speaking today at the coronavirus COVID-19 task force meeting, Lieutenant General Todd T. Semonite, however you pronounce his name, I'm not sure, is the 54th Chief of Engineers of the United States Army and the Commanding General of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And what a coincidence, yet again, with this character. And probably Hodge will understand this, maybe some others will. His name, Todd T. Semonite, 56 and 155. Bad news. That's what he is. So, hi, Marcia. Everything is scripted. All these people that come in here, there is no coincidence in what they do. None. Anyways, Bob, I'm gonna drop down and eat some dinner, and then I'll come back. Okay.
Okay.
Make some room
I'm gonna
for.
play your vid right here.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, Bob. Thank you.
well, Keys, I was
Okay.
going to say something, man. Keys, I was going to tell you something, man. I haven't believed in coinky dinks for a long time.
Yeah, there's no such thing in a coincidence. Things happen for a reason. Not with the government,
Not anymore.
anyways.
I figured that out about 20 years ago. There ain't no such thing as coinky dinks.
Nope, sure isn't.
No, not a chance. No, you're right.
Everything I heard
Peace
them
out, buddy.
talking about today was, it isn't good. It is not good. I can see right through what they're doing. Anyways, Bob, I'll be back. I'm gonna make some room. Okay.
And you know what?
All right. Enjoy.
You know what the worst thing is, bud? Everybody keeps thinking, oh, well, it's going to go back and it's going to be like it was again, and things are going to go back to normal.
No.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, there's no way
Bill
possible.
Gates said it really well. This is the new normal.
It's gonna get worse.
It ain't going to be.
Worse.
It's going to get worse. And like I said, like I told Lou, pretty soon they're going to cut heads. It's going to get real.
His job is
fast.
to destroy this
And
country.
people need
Yeah.
a grip. Have a good time now, because you know what? Good times are getting ready to be over, baby. And the only time you got is now. Enjoy it. Be free. Love your family. Love your kids. Love everything you got going on, because pretty soon that's all going to change.
Sure is.
And don't be surprised when I say I told you so happens.
I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Because you know what? I told you 4 weeks ago you needed to rise up and fight these bastards. Well, nobody did it. Now we're going to suffer the consequences, and that's just all there is to it. Unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, have a good one, Keys.
Thank you, Bob.
Go enjoy, Keys. Yep.
I'm gonna make some room.
All right. Hodge says FEMA exercises 514, 515 were supposedly canceled for maybe the real thing. It's a thought.
Bob, did you
I'm gonna
get
play this video of Keys. Yours? I got yours.
Absolutely.
not mine? There's another one I want you to take a look at. It was a large one, but you have to add an HT on the very top of it because it's too large. I had to take 2 off. The HT on the address bar at the very beginning. You know what I'm saying? I want you to
Yeah,
take.
yep.
Yeah, it's important. I think we found our new world leader.
All right, what did you do? You dropped the link in the chat?
Yeah, you want me to try to drop it again? This is big. I believe this is
Wait
it.
till wait till wait till after this video, then drop it, and I'll grab it.
No worries.
All right, we'll play this one now.
Or in the media?
The governors are getting death threats. Governors of Kentucky, Michigan, Virginia, they're getting increased levels of death threats. And are you concerned that you're talking about liberation and the Second Amendment? Are you inciting violence among a few people?
I've seen the people. I've seen interviews of the people. These are great people. Look, they want to get, they call cabin fever. You've heard the term? They've got cabin fever.
Cabin fever.
They want their life back. Their life was taken away from them. I hope we're going to be sitting next to each other in baseball games, football games, basketball games, ice hockey games. I hope we're going to be sitting next to each other. I hope you have golf. The Masters is going to have 100,000 people, not 25 people watching at the course. I am not. No, I'm not. I think these people are. I've never seen so many American flags. I mean, I'm seeing the same thing that you're seeing. I don't see it any differently. They're who?
Nazi.
Well, that I totally would say no way. But I didn't see that. I see all, of course, the news plays that up. I've seen American flags all over the place. I have never seen so many American flags at a rally as I have at these rallies. These people love our country. They want to get back to work. Please go ahead. Well, I just tell you this, Roger Stone was treated very unfairly. Paul Manafort, the Black Book, turned out to be a fraud. We learned that out during the various last number of weeks and months. They had a Black Book that came out of Ukraine, turned out to be a fraud. Turned out to be a fraud. They convicted a man, turned out to be a fraud. General Flynn was a highly respected person, and it turned out to be a scam on him. The FBI said he didn't lie. And Mueller's people wanted him to go to jail. Okay? So what am I going to do? You'll find out what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say what I'm going to do, but I will tell you the whole thing turned out to be a scam, and it turned out to be a disgrace to our country. And it was a takedown of a duly elected president, and these people suffered greatly.
And the coat of arms flag is missing.
I mean, what they did to him
behind Trump.
And even the FBI.
And the presidential seal is missing on the podium.
Fan of the FBI than me at the level of the people that really matter. But the top of the FBI was scum. And what they did to General Flynn, and you know it, and everybody knows it, was a disgrace. He was in the service for over 30 years.
Wake up, America.
He ends up being a general and respected. Respected. And almost his first day in office, they come in with papers they want to investigate.
I'll be dropping a link. Thank you, Keys for Truth. This is Keys for Truth video. If you want to go over, show him some love, smash his like button for him, and share it. Okay. I just got your link here. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Did you add HT at the very beginning?
Yep. Okay, what we got here? Emmanuel Macron in France positions himself to become the leader of the New World Order. Has near unanimous backing from UN Security Council. The 42-year-old President Emmanuel Macron, who has faced many challenges governing his country, is now positioning himself to take over the mantle of global New World Order leader. And right now, he has no real challengers. That's crazy, Lou.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
As people who study the end time scripture of truth from the Bible, we have long known and that when Antichrist arises, he arises at a time when there is a global chaos and uncertainty, with a plan to bring in global peace and safety. So it's wanting to bring in an era of global peace. And guess what? He is the backing and support of nearly all of the United Nations Security Council. Pass me the popcorn, please. This is getting good. That is so crazy.
I don't know this guy. Who is he, Bob? Do you know him? Isn't he the leader of Paris, France? Or France?
Well, yeah, it says Emmanuel Macron in France, positioning himself as fresh-faced leader of the New World Order, and it's working.
Wonder who else wants to be the leader of the New World Order.
Hmm.
They're going to fight over it. Know that, don't you? Somebody else wants to be king too. I'm sure of it.
Wow.
Like the leader of China.
Hodge said, well, until 2018, he did form a 10-nation army. 10 Nations Army.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that.
Darlene says the French people swear up and down he's Lucifer himself.
He might be. He might be the Antichrist.
That is very crazy.
I wonder if they eat babies too. Eat children too. I wouldn't doubt it. They're probably all Luciferian.
Oh, yours is still there. But anyway, grab that link, everybody in chat. You just have to put a
HT.
yeah, HT in front of that link there. That is crazy.
Yeah. I thought so myself. I was wondering when somebody was going to raise their ugly head for this this WHO or this New World Order.
I guess better get used to that face.
Will that play? Can you play that? What is that? Is that a button? Can you play it?
of this disease, and they're wondering how to restart economies that have been plunged into deep recession, as well as how to rebuild relationships shaken by the crisis. Rula Khalaf, the Financial Times editor, will be on a video link from London, and I'm Victor Mallet, the Paris bureau chief, here at the Élysée Palace in Paris.
Est-ce que vous ne pensez pas que le multilatéralisme et la mondialisation ont été très affaiblis par cette crise?
Moi, je ne suis pas aussi sceptique. Je pense que c'est une chance pour le multilatéralisme. Parce que le multilatéralisme a peut-être besoin d'une transformation de la mondialisation et elle est peut-être en train de s'opérer. Quand je regarde ce qu'on vit depuis quelques années, tous ensemble, on vit une très grande crise d'abord du terrorisme. Il y a eu des menaces à travers le monde qui ont touché du continent, tous les continents. Il y a ensuite eu une transformation du phénomène migratoire qui a beaucoup déstabilisé les équilibres. Il y a eu ensuite un phénomène profondément nouveau qui a été, en tout cas dans cette expérience, le phénomène climatique. On a le phénomène technologique. Et là, on a le phénomène sanitaire. Et on a vécu il y a 10 ans une crise sans précédent avant de connaître celle-ci. Et tout ça montre qu'à chaque fois, nous sommes au fond très interdépendants. Simplement, la crise qu'on est en train de vivre, et c'est ce qui la rapproche de la crise écologique, c'est qu'elle remet l'humain.
I'll just share this link. Actually, we just did it already.
Play my last video, that new one I just did today. This is from the, what's it called? This is a link that I had not a link. I had this information a couple weeks ago and forgot all about it. And I was looking through my phone, cleaning my phone out today, and I stumbled upon it, and I realized I was going to do a video and forgot. So I did a video on that today. But it's about the Rothschilds and Bill Gates. This happened 10 years ago. So they've been planning this for a long time. This guy that knows them was an old friend. And yeah, but there's 5 different things that they're doing right now.
Deep State Rockefeller family. Aaron Russo exposes Rockefellers. Bill Gates' plans for world dominance.
Did I spell it wrong? Plans.
No.
Plans.
Oh. Gage's planes.
I will go back and fix it.
Yep. There we go.
Hi, everyone. I want to read you this article. It got by me. I'm sorry about that. I probably got it a few weeks ago. The article below discussed the certificate of movement now required in France. C virus. Containment. The certificate of movement on a smartphone. Due to the corona pandemic, France is placed in the most total containment in the population and now needs a certificate to move around, but not necessarily need a printed. The smartphone is enough. To understand broader context of the digital certificate of movement, it's useful to go back over 10 years to an interview with former friend of the Deep State Rockefeller family, Aaron Russo. Russo. In the interview, he exposed the plan. Bill Gates let slip the reason for the pandemic, i.e. digital certificate of movement. initially on your smartphone, reading between the lines. This will be so as you are tracked on the 5G control grid and require uh, compulsory vaccinations to keep your certificate valid. The pandemic is initially to restrict our movement, remove our freedom. To regain movement, we will require a digital certificate of movement on a smartphone, eventually on a microchip under the skin. The microchip will be for buying and selling, and it will be switched on and off if you protest the TPTB in cashless. You protect the TPTB in a cashless society, you won't be able to function. Let me read that again. That didn't sound right. The microchip will be for buying and selling, and it will be switched off if you protest. Sorry, my dyslexia. If you protest TPTB in cashless society, you protest TPTB in cashless society, you won't be able to function. Okay, that makes sense. The 5G network is to track you initially by your phone, which you have to bring everywhere. The 5G network is to track you initially to by your phone, your smartphone, which you have to bring everywhere due to digital certificates of movement, and eventually you on your microchip. The goal, totally enslave the deep total enslavement. The deep state wants to own us like cattle on 5G control grids. They can switch us on and off as they wish. Here is what Gates said today. Eventually, we will have some digital certificates to show who has recovered or been tested recently. When we have a vaccine, who has to receive it? Let me read that last part again. What Bill Gates said. Eventually, we will have some digital certificates to show who has recovered or been tested recently, or when we when we have a vaccine, who has received it. So this digital thing is to buy, sell, track us, and to know that we've been shot up with their vaccines and if we're still sick. Yeah, it's just the beginning of it. They're going to have so many more diseases that come out and try to scare the public with this garbage, this fake disease that it's just unbelievable to me. Let me read this. This is from Nicole, one of my friends on Facebook. Bill Gates wants to force vaccinate everyone on the planet. And take away your without your vaccine papers, take away your freedom to move about freely, travel, gather in groups. That is what this entire thing is about, folks. Uh, she knows I believe it's for depopulation. That's what I believe. Bill Gates paid for the pandemic so people would be easier to manipulate. Fear makes you easier to manipulate. Please start paying attention. Yeah, this fear stuff, this fear they've got going on, everybody's scared to death they're going to run in their house. More people are going to die from being in their homes and not socializing than people are going to die from the real virus. And there's no real virus from COVID. COVID-19 is a fake. It it can't even, unless it's shot into the body, you don't have it unless you've shot it in your body or you've had sex with somebody that has it, or that's the way viruses work. Like you don't get a virus unless it's shot into your body or you're having sex from it, like HIV or something, or herpes or something like that. These things have to be shot into the body, or you have to be with somebody that's had them. They have people brainwashed, stay 6 feet apart. You can't. A virus don't jump that far. They have to be shot into the body. And all these vaccines that they've been giving our children and our elderly, it's in it. They've already proven that a lot of the shots already have the virus inside them. And these mad scientists, and if you watch Bill Gates, he does this thing with his hands. He's like hypnotizing you while you watch him. It's no lie. Watch his hands. That's what he does. He's some kind of warlock. I truly believe that. Maybe he's the Antichrist. But anyway, I wanted to read that to you, but I'm also going to drop a video today of a doctor, very smart, and I'm going to try to drop that too. But many blessings to you and your family. Don't take the shot. Don't take the chip. Don't take this baloney move around crap. They're trying to take our freedoms from us, and we're not going to stand for that. Don't give up your guns. Go buy more guns, buy more bullets. I don't care if you got to spend your stimulus check, because hell is coming. They're taking our food next. But anyway, many blessings to you all. This is not fear-mongering. We're in a war. And this war is to fight the devil and his minions. I love you very much, and many blessings to you all. Stay in the Word.
Nice one.
I was all messed
Thanks,
up.
Lou. No, it's good.
I still ain't done that video, but I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. I'm not going to do it tonight because it takes so much time for the internet. It takes like 3 or 4 hours to download 10 minutes. It's like, I'd like to shoot my internet.
That's crazy.
I know it. It's been like that for like 2 months now. It just, even my was like, they've slowed it down. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you showing up.
I'm dropping the link to your video into the chat right now.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to come up and join us on the panel.
They had the tent out yesterday doing tests, and they had cars lined up for people to take these tests voluntarily. I know. They're giving them the virus, I believe, because it's on the end of that thing they stick all the way up into your nose. Stick it all the way up.
They have 2 different tests, so one's probably is and one probably isn't, depending on who you are. I'm just saying.
I don't know. I'm not. No test. They're not sticking nothing on my nose. Nothing. I don't trust them. These same people that are depopulating own these tests. I'm like, try to tell my kids and everybody else, and they won't listen. Nobody listens. Now my son knows, but my daughter, she totally believes in vaccines. I'm like, have you ever read an insert? She got mad at me and hung up. Never.
That's crazy.
Never. See, I used to vaccinate the kids when they were younger. When it was time for their shot, I didn't know what was going on. I was dumb too. But I woke her up, and she flats to refuse to wake up. She won't wake up.
Murphy's Law. Hello, and how you doing?
Just gotta let people know I'm hearing impaired. My headset broke a while ago. And this is so old fashioned because I got a external speaker I hold to my ear and a mic on the phone. So if I happen to talk over anybody, forgive me. I can't hear good.
Hi, Murphy.
You're all good.
Hi, Lou. Girlfriend, I love your stuff. I'm always checking it out. Sometimes I just leave a hoot, to let you know I'm there, but sometimes like I'm way behind but I watch. I watch. Good job, girlfriend.
Thank you. It's really tough to go and see all your friends' stuff because you're busy doing everything else in your day, and there's so
Well,
many of them.
you're not
I'm
telling
sorry if
me
I
tomorrow.
haven't been to visit anybody lately, but I'm sorry. I'll try to.
Well,
That's the
I'm
way it
gonna like
goes.
bamp my channel because well, I always said for Marfugal, like I was the sleeper channel. If anything happened to Marf, because like he basically he put into limelight. We do our own channel. He didn't create us. He showcased us. So stuff happened, and I kind of laid low, and I came back like I said I would, and he lost his live stream ability. So then I was doing like 4-hour streams once a week. Everybody's got 4 hours to listen to me chit chat, no matter what kind of news I bring. You know what I mean? So sometimes, like even Marf's 2-hour show, I love the sound of his voice, and not to be rude, but I can fall asleep to his voice any
Mhm.
night of the week. I go back and dig for his old stuff just so like he just like tells me bedtime stories. He's got that kind of voice.
Sometimes I'll
So
go to sleep, listen to Bob and everybody
yeah,
talk.
yeah, right. There's like our certain favorite people, and we'll just hook on to something. And because my laptop always goes, and I could sleep an hour or 2 hours and wake up, and then something's got to be playing. And then, I'll stay awake for an hour and then fall back to sleep for an hour or two. So I do. I have my favorite, and Bob, you're going to hate me. But I've even like got into this show, never said a word, and I just listen to everybody and fall asleep. I feel so safe. I'm warm and safe.
I do that sometimes too when I go into some chats. I don't always get involved. I'll just actually a lot of times if I'm busy, I'll just turn it on, turn it up, and do my thing while I'm listening. You know what I mean?
So cool. It's not just me, right? So we all do it, but I'm sure we all have our
Yeah.
favorite voices. Like I could never fall asleep to my voice. I think I got one of them screechy voices like over a chalkboard. I'm like out.
Yeah, me
No,
too.
really, really. I mean, unless I got the volume
I don't play
controlled
anything when
right.
I go.
I
Usually
know.
30 seconds, I'm out. So,
Right.
yep.
But if I control all the sound here, like, I can put the mic like 5 feet away. I don't sound so bad. And as far as the speaker, well, I just hold that up on my ear. So, but my own voice beats my ears up. I get it.
Nice.
Hey, I'll admit it. I don't care.
Well, I got this video here. County order threatens. They'll call the cops if you try shopping without a wristband.
What?
Oh, you know what my wristband is? My fist in your eye. See that? Hope so.
That's what I say.
Yeah, right.
We'll check this one out. Then I'll close it and we talk for a while. Okay? It's a short one.
Video to highlight the fact that if somebody thinks they might possibly be able to exercise control over you, well, dadgummit, they're just going to give it a try. And I'm going to read this straight from the Montana Daily Gazette, just so there's no confusion about where this is coming from. They write, in what might be one of the most over-the-top and draconian responses to CV-19 yet seen in Montana, Valley County is mandating that people wear government-issued pink armbands in order to purchase products inside of their stores. The measure, enforced by the Valley County Health Department, insists that store owners keep customers out unless they have the pink armbands, which denote the customer has been in the area more than 14 days and submitted to quarantine protocol. Because we know over there in Valley County, they believe everything mainstream media and government sources tell them. According to the flyer,
Unreal.
Valley County Health Department, and that's going to become very important here in a second, out-of-towners who lack the government-issued armbands will be prohibited from stores, and residents are notified to call law enforcement if they do not comply. The health department even issued a script to warn customers to flee, saying, quote, "You are violating our governor's and Valley County's health officers' orders. I am happy to shop for you with curbside delivery. I will get the items for you and bring them to your car. If you don't cooperate, you will force me to call law enforcement." I'm going to read this whole flyer, guys. It's very important here in a second because the Valley County Health Department actually responds to the circulation of this flyer. They say, "Do you see a pink wristband in Valley County? What does it mean?" Listen to this language. It's very clear. Anyone who is from out of town or out of Valley County who has a pink wristband has been here 14 days or more and no longer needs to do the strict self-quarantine. They may enter your business. Anyone who is from out of town or out of Valley County staying here / working here and has not completed the 14-day quarantine is required by Valley County Health Officer order. Very clear. To use curbside delivery only. They are not to enter your business to shop. Now, guys, it's very important. And the reason that I'm focusing on this exact wording is because they're going to backtrack on this, saying they didn't mean exactly what they said. But I have a question here real quick. How is a shop owner going to be able to tell if the person is from out of the Valley County area? That would require that they know every resident in Valley County. What if somebody decided to visit your shop and has been there in Valley County as a resident for 20 years, but they never entered your shop and you never saw them? How would you know if they're in-towners or out-of-towners? Someone working on each shift must talk to the people and insist that they follow the orders. If after explaining the requirement, the person doesn't comply, you are to call law enforcement. Option 2, this is an example of what to say if the person refuses to cooperate. And we already read this, but I'm going to read it again because it's classic that they rescinded this. "You are violating our governor's and Valley County's health officers' orders. And because we're order followers, we need you to comply because we're part of the people mass. I am happy to shop for you with curbside delivery. I will get the items for you and bring them to your car. If you don't cooperate, you will force me. You force me to call law enforcement. And then enforcers with guns will come and make sure they set everything right." But watch this. Valley County released this statement right here regarding the flyer we just read. Listen to what they say. "Wednesday, April 15th, 2020, the Valley County Commissioners would like to apologize and issue clarification regarding the current health orders and obligations that apply to visitors from outside Valley County." Oh, do they still apply? "In response to significant public concern regarding out-of-county contractors," significant public concern? Translation, you got caught trying to foist tyranny on your own people, "who are present in our communities for essential work purposes, one company partnered with the county health officer to wear pink wristbands following their 14-day quarantine. Then it says this was implemented to help alleviate community concerns about the potential spread of CV-19. These bans are not government issued and are not part of any of the current health orders in place. Rather, they are a good faith effort by these contractors to try to put the community at ease. That would have been nice to put in that initial flyer. And then they say this. In a breakdown of our internal processes, a flyer went out to local business owners, seemingly indicating such wristbands are required for out-of-county individuals. No, not seemingly. It actually said that. And that local business owners were obligated to report violations of the health orders. That is not the intent of Valley County. In other words, we didn't mean what we actually put in that flyer. And that flyer has been rescinded. We apologize again for any confusion this has caused. Well, the only reason this caused confusion is because you wrote in that letter that this applied to anyone who is from out of town. We are addressing our internal processes and want to thank all community members for continuing to work with us during this unprecedented time of tyranny. That's how they should have ended it. Guys, leave your thoughts about this for the world and the Google Thought Police in the comment section below. I just wanted to cover this because
You know, it starts one place, the one trying.
It's
Crazy.
gonna get worse. Yeah. It's what it's headed towards, totalitarian.
That is so much bull. And here's the thing. It's gonna be people, Lou, like you and Bob, me, and we're not gonna consent, and we're gonna have like a gypsy market, right? Your lady's gonna be able to sew me a thong, and I'm gonna be able to give you some dragon fruit. And
Yeah,
that's a whole
you're
new
going to have to
market.
keep. They're going to not let you have farmers markets, so you got to do it privately.
Right. But there's going to be, see, like the digital currency, no cash, and this is going to try to stomp out like the flea markets, the yard sales, the people saying, hey, can I do a job on the side, $50, and they're thinking taxes, more taxes. But by doing this and forcing a vaccine that many are saying, no, I'm not doing it, they're going to create half of a civilization that is not going to do it. And what are we going to do? Well, I'm getting ready to make me some homemade wine. Anybody out there want
you're going to have to
wine?
learn to trade.
Right. So, it's going to be barter and trade.
But if you think about it, if you even to get the things you need to make these things, you'll have to have some kind of currency. Otherwise, you're getting the B system, which is the chip, and you don't want that, because then when you die, you can't go home.
If anyone's paid attention, they got seeds for blueberries. I got probably 50 things of champagne yeast. Got about 50 pounds of sugar. I've got distilled water. I got a pressure cooker coming to make moonshine. So somebody's gonna want what I have, whether I grow dragon fruit or I have a strawberry patch. I might trade strawberries for some green peppers, or I got seeds from my crops. All my crops are heirloom, right? So there's always going to be that market. I need, you're not going to chip me to force me into buying my necessities. I have enough right here, right now, for a really good start. And I'm not going to comply. I would rather die on my feet of lead poisoning than die on my
Don't
knees.
put this stuff in you. It will kill you. It'll kill your children. It'll kill your body. And maybe not right away, but yeah, it ain't good.
I'm gonna order some grow lights. So I got 3 bedrooms. I can grow inside, and I don't have children. I got 3 cats and a parrot. That's all I got, man. So the cats are 14 and 12, and the parrot's 20. I really have nobody to leave my empire of crap to. You know what I mean? But for me to get by till the end of my life, I got enough stuff stocked, and I'm gonna keep stocking up while the getting's good. You know, cans of chicken and this and that. I don't have chickens yet, but it's on the want list.
Good, good. Get them. Get them. You don't need many to feed yourself and your kitty cats. Not many
No,
at all.
nope, not at all. So I'm one of those people, I don't have to comply. What are you gonna do? Take my money away? That's okay. I bought $100 tent 2 years ago. I have two
Hmm.
different sleeping bags. I'll get a cot. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to comply. And if they say, oh, well, you can't buy or trade without a vaccine or a tattoo, well, okay. I don't want to play by your silly games anyway. I'm going to take all my toys and I'm going to go home. There's going to be a
Yeah,
lot of people like me. And the
yeah.
thing is in every state, in every town, there's going to be people that resist. They
Oh,
can't
yeah.
stomp us all out because even at that,
But,
there will still be more of us than there is them.
well, I don't know. I don't know. These people that are going along with, they don't understand what's going on. They think everything's going to go back to normal. So they're going to end up
And look,
getting the shot, and then nothing goes back to normal. They may change then, but they might be sick.
well, I think after they see the death rate, if it's actually publicized, but you know, there are still a lot of people asleep. I mean, even the common flu vaccine is only 30% effective. They're doing trials on humans on other countries, which is crimes against humanity
Oh,
on
honey,
these vaccines right now, and it's
that flu
it
shot
killed
ain't
what,
never
like
been
7 children.
effective. It's never been effective. They switch the numbers around and they make you believe it's effective. It's not. Your
Right,
body heals itself.
right. So I live with a man. He's much older than me, not by my choice, but we're not even going to go there. But they have this man so afraid. He had one issue, and from that one issue, now he's got 5 issues, and they got him on 16 different medications.
Ugh.
If I had any say within his community of doctors, I'd be like, take him off of everything except breathing meds and his blood pressure meds. That's it. That would be like 3 to 4 medications. So he fell, he messed up his side, which was his ribs. Now, okay, so he was supposed to die like 2 years ago. He's still a living wonder. So now they want to throw him through a bone scan. And, you know, I'm trying to tell him medically they're killing you. Babe, don't do the tests. It's all
They
about
are.
money. So
It,
he fell
every test.
twice within like 8 weeks. And now they want to put him through a bone scan. And I said, did you ask your doctors what benefit does this give you, this bone scan? What could they possibly find out? Worst case scenario, what can they do for you? Well, he couldn't answer it. I said, you're 67, you're dying, and you fell down because of your puppy, not once, but twice. And they're going to tell you, I don't know, you're vitamin D deficient. I bought you vitamins, you got gummy bears, right? And then I bought him another thing with zinc and calcium. I said, why are you going to make Medicaid pay for that test? There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, it's just a
You can
waste of
change
time.
your diet, but you still have a death sentence and you're still 67. Nothing is going to change, right?
Murphy,
Because it
can
just
I ask you a question? Does he use fluoride water? Because
right
it'll make
now,
your
well,
bones brittle.
he was a sergeant in the army. He went through
How you doing, Navy dog?
platoon. Right now we have well water, and but we also had toxic mold.
Ew.
I had the house tested because I knew something was making us sick, and then I found some areas, and of course, you know, he didn't believe it. And out of nowhere, although he did smoke, but he was diagnosed with oh God, what do you call it? COPD end stage 4. He never had stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, but the house almost killed both of us within a matter of 4 or 5 days.
It
And I
will.
kept saying, something in the house is making us sick. So a year later, I had the house tested. I found mold. And we have Stechioboccus and some other tea named mold, but they're the two top molds. They put this stuff in bioweapons. It's not just for filler. It's it kills you. It
And
has
they're
an
spraying it from
immune.
the skies. They're spraying
So
all
any
this stuff
event,
from the skies. It's
like
just
we went
unbelievable.
back and forth with doctors and but the doctors take this stand of like, oh yeah, we can't send you to an environmental doctor. You can't have these tests unless you pay for them.
Yeah, insurance
So,
won't pay for the good doctors. It won't pay for the good stuff that's healthy for you. They want to pay for
well,
the bad stuff.
and not only that, like I'm growing really good herbs for blood pressure, and but these doctors have him in so much fear. They're like, if you don't take it, you're gonna die. So he won't give natural stuff any shot. So I'm growing buckwheat, which is really good for high blood pressure. Now I don't know if I gotta chop it in our salad or make a tea out of it. I don't know all that. I have that little encyclopedia of medical herbs, and I'm trying to grow, wild lettuce, great for pain. Wild lettuce is a milky weed, and they actually
Mhm.
call it nature's opiate.
Let me,
You can buy it online or at a
yeah.
GNC, and it's organic wild lettuce, and
Uh,
it's a tea. I'm telling you, 1 cup of this tea, your
mhm.
pain's
It's very
gone.
good.
You you
I
don't
used it.
need all those opiates and the crap that you get hooked on. You don't get hooked on this tea. 1 cup of tea, your pain's gone. The other stuff, I've been on it. Been on oxycontins, oxycodons, Loracet, tablet, whatever. I've taken it all, and I was still in pain. This cup of tea, 1 cup of tea, my pain's gone, and I suffer with MS. I just happened to have been frustrated and dumped all the medications. I was like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, no.
Thank God for that, honey. This is what I take for pain, and I take it every day. Not a day goes by
Right,
I don't take it.
right. The
It's
wild
turmeric.
lettuce, the amazing drop sent me, and it was a godsend. But they have this man, okay, he's never been sick in his life. The man was a master electrician. He never had issues. And then we had the issue, and I believe it's from mold. You know,
Yeah, probably is.
two people don't go to the hospital for breathing issues at the same time unless there's something in common. I don't have COPD in stage 4. I had a different issue. I had burns down my throat. So when we walked in the door, I said, "Oh my God, the air's so thick." Within an hour, I was in the emergency room. 4 times, 3 days, I come home. Then he went with a breathing issue. That's besides the point. These doctors, what they do to our elders, and I can't get through to him. I'm not a doctor. He looks at me like, "Oh, you're just a woman that wants to complain, right?" But I'm not. I'm like, "Babe, I've been there." They were treating me for Parkinson's disease, right? Once I dumped all the meds and stopped taking them, every little freaking tick and everything went away. So
The drugs are there to kill you. They're there
I'm
to
not
kill you.
showing any signs of Parkinson's. And he just thinks I want to be mean, but they have this man so afraid, and they're medically going to kill him. Medically. And I've stood on the rooftop, I've yelled at his children. I'm like, "I need help, I need help." Y'all don't understand. He's not the same person. that man just floats on his own little cloud, and there's nothing I can do, nothing I can say to make him realize
Well, some of his
it's a
medications,
game.
some of the
He
medications that
has,
he's on, look up the
right,
ingredient and print out the section that he needs to see. Say, look, this is what they're giving you. This is what they're giving you. This is what you're giving you. Now, this magic, put them all together, what it's doing to you. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
And literally, I could predict and I could say, okay, yeah, they're gonna give you two new medications. And sure enough, when he would come home from the doctors, he'd have two new medications. He has Medicare, right? So they don't mind charging our state or our federal government $20,000 for this stinking bone density test. What? Who cares? The man is 67. He should have been dead. And I don't mean to be an ass about it, but honestly, they told him he had 6 months to live. 2 Christmases ago, they said you would be lucky if you made it to Christmas. Why all of a sudden are they concerned about a bone density? The
Money.
man is dying. Why except to, I don't know, charge the state or the federal government $20,000 for this test? It's fraud, plain and
Just
simple.
imagine over a lifetime. How many millions do they make
Imagine
off a
many
person?
lifetimes. Imagine many elders. And see, they get in this mindset because they have them totally MK Ultra, right?
Yeah,
Oh
they're
my
all
God, they're so
brainwashed to
sick.
believe it's good for them. They think
Oh
their
my,
government's good for them. It's not. They're there to kill you. Not
exactly,
fast, but slowly.
exactly. But
It's
when you have a
most
person that's
most
he's
of
never
the
been sick, he
yeah.
goes into these
Listen,
doctors.
listen. Most of the medication that they have people on, they have no idea it's a byproduct, a leftover from some stuff they're making like fertilizer. That byproduct
Right.
is fluoride. They put that in our water. Same with all the other medications. The same with the toothpaste. It's a byproduct, fluoride. Prozac, it's a byproduct. It's fluoride.
But Lou, here's the thing. The man has never
How you
been
doing,
sick in his
Ann?
life. He goes into the doctor's office and there's some cute little nurse in some little teddy bear outfit that says, "Oh, how are you? Would you like to step on the scale? Hold on, let me plug this into your ear and take, oh my, you lost a pound there, Kev," right? I said, "Do you really think they care about you? They're paid to be nice to you. I'm the
Well,
one that cares. I make sure that you get fresh chicken breast and rice, and these people want to load you up with drugs. Meanwhile, your
you
doctor
kill him.
has a 2 week paid vacation from Big Pharma. He
Yeah,
don't
it'll
get it.
kill him.
And many elder people don't get it. They're like, oh my God, I'm that sick. And they play into it. It's a sick game.
They're brainwashed just like everybody else. All these people that get these shots for their kids, they're brainwashed, believe that the government's good for them. It's not. The government works for the pharmaceutical, and they're all brainwashed. That's why
I get
everybody
the
come along with these masks and stuff. They're brainwashed. They don't think for themselves. They can't. They don't got the ability. Half their brain ain't working.
no. And like I said, besides dumping all the meds, we have well water here. So, I'm the one that got away, you know what I mean? Because I was on many
Honey,
drugs.
I was dying. They had me on a bunch of stuff. I didn't know what was going on, and I was taking the drug, going back and forth, doctor. Why am I so sick? Why am I so sick? And
It was the meds.
it was the meds and the
Yeah.
fluoride and the GMOs and the everything else.
Yeah, I mean, he's always had a great heart. Now all of a sudden he has a heart murmur, and I'm like, you could have never been in the army. You could have never been a sergeant with a heart murmur. Okay, one of those meds is making your heart screwed up, and I know this because
Guarantee it.
I never ever had a heart murmur, but through the course of drugs, I had a heart murmur.
I'm going to tell you a story. My stepmother, she was on like 11 or 12 different medications. I mean, my daddy was paying $500 a month or so, or they were paying $500 a month or so for medications. And that woman died from kidney failure, and she was still on those medications when she died. They kill you with these medications. That's what they're designed to do. Kill you
Exactly.
slowly. Kill you slowly.
Lou, if we could only accomplish one thing tonight, it would be hopefully there's somebody 50 or 60 and they're on 16 and 19 meds. They need to go to their doctor and say, let's start at the basics. What's my really worst problems? Because for the most part, the meds that they're giving you are because of the side effects of another med that you've already been taking. And usually that med
None of
is
that.
prescribed for you
Yeah, it's
within
not
2
natural.
to 3 months
None of the
after
medications
that
are
med.
if you think about your body is natural. God made your body natural. What are you going to put in it? You're going to put in unnatural things? Yeah, it's all a scam. It's all a lie.
I
So
believe it.
yeah, it is. Oh honey, I about died.
Same here.
But yeah, it's all a lie. Big pharma is a lie. They brainwashed people for many hundred years or more to take their garbage. That's why they're so rich now.
Well,
That's
exactly.
why they're mandating this stuff. They're mandating, make you take it.
There's no money in the cure, but there is money in treating the symptoms. And until people realize that, now I'm not a doctor, and yes, certain things you do, blood pressure, a bad heart, you do need those drugs. But when they pile on, Parkinson's was never a thing in the 70s. Parkinson's came out, what, the 90s, 2000? Well, you have to look at what drugs they started giving people when all these issues started.
Well,
So,
they started with the fluoride. That's when it started with the fluoride, and then they
well,
started
not only
this other
fluoride,
stuff.
'cause, I mean, back in Jersey, for most of my life, I've been on well water. I didn't live in big cities. I didn't have city water. So when I watch my parents go through things, my mother, her lips would turn purple. Her body made too much blood. Whenever she donated blood, her lips went back to a beautiful color. And I was like, Mama, once a month, just go to the hospital and donate blood. Don't tell them crap. And my mom just had to run her mouth. Oh, I take high blood pressure, man. Yeah, and they wouldn't take her blood. But when she went to the doctors and he took 17 tubes of blood, well, I don't know. The one she just her red blood cells, she made too many or something. But she had that issue and nobody had a cure except me, back back in the 1800s. I think they used to do bloodletting for certain things. Trust me, I was ready to like slice my mama and say, just bleed a little for me, mama. You know what I mean? You'll feel fine. I get why they did it, but most of these medications are not necessary. And then the other medications are because of side effects. And then they make up a pretend freaking disease like Parkinson's. And the thing is that it's all from medications that people took. Well, Parkinson's is kind of aluminum and stuff in the brain or whatever. But there's a lot of things. Um, you just, I mean, it's crazy. They just want everybody in the world to take all the medications they can push into you, and then they want to say,
That's what
they
they
want to
want.
say,
That's what they're after.
oh
You
well,
die young. It's just not the medicine. It's the food, water, and the air, and
oh, I agree.
the radiation.
No,
It's everything. It's everything.
here in North Carolina, oddly, 2 weeks, no skywriting, no trails, no nothing. We've had beautiful, beautiful blue skies. So oddly, and I have to look into this because, there's been pollen and even, it's North Carolina, it got warm. We had some pollen around and I was sneezing and runny nose, and so I've been blowing. Well, on each side of my nose, now I had a flu that lasted over 3 weeks, blew my nose like crazy. Never had a sore on the side of my nose. All of a sudden, they stop all the chems in the sky, right? So not only do I get these sores all around my nose, but Kev gets them. And I'm thinking to myself, but they stopped chemming the skies. What's up with this, right? So somebody actually said to me, really, man, you got sores all around your nose? I'm like, oh man, we're sneezing, everything. I just figured it was allergies. But what are the chances that he ends up with this and I end up? Somebody was like, that's the signs of radiation poisoning.
Could
And I'm
be.
thinking, are these chems in the sky to neutralize any radiation we might be getting? I don't know, man. I haven't seen them in
No, it's
weeks.
not to neutralize it. When your body takes in these aluminums, what happens when you put aluminum in a microwave? It explodes. Well, the same thing's happening to you in your body and your cells when you're around the radiation. You have aluminum in your body. It's exploding those little cells in your brain, those little all over your body, and our lungs are taking a beating.
Well, it just seems odd that my skies are clear and all of a sudden we got sores around our nose because we've been blowing. And, he had tissues. I didn't have any tissues. I used Scott toilet paper on my nose, and it was only one day. And I'm like, I wonder if more people are having this issue. If so, please say something because it's just weird. Clear skies, and so have they been combating something in the sky that we don't know about?
No, they're not going to help keep us healthy. No, they're not going to do that. What I did notice, I thought they had stopped spraying, but I noticed they're spraying further up and it's floating down and it's dissipating and it's spreading out further.
What
The
state?
farther they spray up, if they're spraying really high, this stuff comes down, and later on in the day, the sky will look real white.
White
You won't see
silver.
the lines, but the sky will look real white.
What state are you in?
Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee.
Yeah, see, this is North Carolina. We've had nothing, and somebody else confirmed with me they're in another state. Now, I don't know if maybe the factories are closed and these people can't get to work to make the chemicals to spray in the sky. Come on, I'm in North Carolina. There's Fort
Yeah,
Bragg.
you're not far from me.
Right, so there's all these military bases, and I don't even hear planes. There's nothing in our sky. It's the bluest of blue, beautiful, except for the rainy days. I actually see real clouds chugging
Today we
along.
had real clouds. Yes, beautiful puffy clouds.
Yes, yes, right. So I'm thinking, I don't know, man, me sitting home and going, okay, so I'm old. Like, I'm not going out to the bars. I didn't do that stuff anyway. Me, basically, if I go, I only leave once a week, maybe twice a week, and it's to get Hun's meds, right? Nobody's punishing me. I'm doing exactly what I did, and I'm just looking at people going, when you politicalize a freaking virus, and you got people saying you didn't do enough. Oh, why did you do that? You know what I mean? And then you got people. Come on, we got doctors saying, "Oh yeah, man, if you got hit by a train and they found that you had COVID in your system, they're marking you as dead of COVID." I'm sorry, I got a problem with this. Get it right. Why are there so many conflicting stories? And until you can get it right, I'm not going to wear a bra over my face, right? I'm going to wear my bra around my boobs where it belongs.
Honey,
Not
it ain't
wearing
good for
any.
your lungs. You're holding in that moisture. You need to
I
let
heard
that
that.
moisture out of your body, because if you have all that moisture in your body, you're going to end up getting a infection in your lungs.
Bacterial infection. Yeah, I heard that. Those masks, they have to be changed every 3 to 4
Don't wear
hours. So,
don't wear them. They're not good for you.
but
They
I
want
go
to. They
on
want to hear
different
this.
panels. Sure.
They want to hear this, but we could talk when there's empty spots. You know what I mean? If there's no talking about this, protesters flood Capitol in Arizona.
Yeah, let's hear it, Bob.
The same thing happened in California as well. But I haven't seen this one, so I don't know.
Hey, George, talking to the governor. You know, open Arizona, stop the tyranny.
This is JWTV, by the way.
Actually, at the
Hello,
state capitol
Trinity.
building, lots of people over here. Excuse me. Say no to Bill Gates. No toxic vaccine. Bill Gates can go to hell. Here we go.
Nice.
Would everybody be 6 feet apart with the mask so they couldn't arrest you or do anything? You would still be abiding by the law.
Look at this. That's what I'm talking about. Looks like they blocked the doors off on this side. What's going on? Why they blocked the doors off over here?
It's just a no entry right here.
No entry. Ooh, your boy open and carrying. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta stop this damn tyranny, man. You on your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
I'm JWTV. What's your name on YouTube?
Tempe against police violence.
Tempe against police violence? Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to look you up. That's you? Okay, cool.
That's cool. Meets another YouTuber.
I'll look you up. So we got more people out here. We got people that's basically got YouTube channels out here. This is like first phase step. Of course, y'all know it's gonna take a lot more to stop the tyranny. But this is the first line phase. I also been thinking like, what's the next big situation that they would try to launch? Of course, I see people got happy. They're like, oh, like you have to take the medical tyranny under health martial law, basically. They want you to take all the medical tyranny and to be traced and tracked with communist Chinese type social tracking systems, except for we're going to use it in a health form. They're using it in a health form, not specifically like the social communist Chinese score, but it's the same thing, the social communist, the social Chinese score. But here we are out here right now, fighting back against the tyranny. I did see ID 2020. They're already trying to launch that as well. That's something else we got to push back against. Let's see what they're saying back in here now. But we will not comply. We're not going to social distance. We're not going to be scared. We're not going to sit home like slaves. We're not going to listen to the sheep who says, "Oh my God, you're killing people." Nobody is dying here. And for the fact of the matter, we had Ebola come across the border. Remember, they was bringing in the migrants from the border, but it's not even about that right now. It's about that they don't care about diseases. So all the stuff they was pushing in, all the stuff they was weaponizing, the mosquitoes, the GMO mosquitoes, they're weaponizing your food, poisoning your water. They don't care about viruses and diseases. They bring it. This is a death code, basically. So we have to stop acting like there's some.
What do you think about this rising up?
We can't let our freedoms be taken like that.
Tuesday in Raleigh, North Carolina, I didn't know. Had I
and I already know the news gonna cover it like a political event, but it's not that. This is everybody coming together against tyranny.
Raleigh, they just like honked their horns and clogged up the.
Excuse me.
So after that, everybody is actually gathering with their masks, saying,
All right,
"We don't care about this stinking virus. We want our life back." More people will die of tyranny or lack of medications or than they will ever die of this virus. And the government can't hand out common sense. You know what I mean? The thing is, if you're elderly or you have a compromised immune system, you and your family have to stay home. The other people shouldn't have to suffer for that. So what do we got? Maybe 2% that are elderly and disabled, even 5%. You don't lock the whole nation down because that's like because 1%'s gay. We all gotta freaking wear rainbows on our ass, right? Yeah, it didn't work that way. You gotta have common sense. If you're not well, don't go out. We can literally open Walmarts because they've already done it here. They open our Walmart between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. for the elders.
I said ignore social. You can say whatever you want, but you will not get the truck. So basically in there, he was saying ignore social distancing and also that following constitutional rights that they should be following. So that's basically what they were just saying in there. So again, it's not just about a Democrat thing. It's not just about a Republican thing. It's about a global government dictatorship to a one-party state. Don't it look like we're starting to see what a one-party state look like? It's exactly what we got to push back against. It's going to definitely take more than this, of course. This is the start. This is the start right now. Every single day is.
Okay, because I have another one. That was Arizona. This one here is
Bob,
California.
you know who a really good live stream is if you can get it? Oh, what the heck's it called now? No, I can't think of it. Guy does live streams all the time. I want to say YouBoob or something, but I got all the recordings for all that mess in the Bahamas.
You can email it to me or text it to me when you. I'll check out anyone. I'm always learning. I'm learning a lot too. You know.
Oh.
As we go in these rabbit holes.
This guy always has live streams. Let me look. Because I was.
All right, I'm gonna check some of this out. Californians are rising up against the tyrants.
Across the country are getting restless. And when people get restless and they start demanding their rights, sometimes eyes start opening. This is in San Diego, believe it or not.
Keys saying J-Dub.
Now let's go to another news segment.
Rallies defying social distancing orders are being planned all across the country. News 8's Elizabeth Sanchez tells us about one of the so-called freedom rallies planned for downtown San Diego this weekend.
The rally is supposed to take place here at the Hall of Justice tomorrow afternoon.
Yep.
They want pressure on the government to open things back up.
Open up California now, Newsom, now, right now.
The frustration from these protesters is being heard loud and clear.
We want to work. Open up.
I mean, just like we saw in Ohio, just like we saw in Michigan, people are, they're turning their faces toward government and begging for government to do things. And we know that if you keep on doing what you've been doing, you'll keep getting what you've been getting. But the takeaway here is that people are getting restless. They're in the streets disobeying direct California orders. They're disobeying the law. They're disobeying social distancing laws. They're disobeying stay-at-home orders. They're disobeying the edicts of politicians. So this is a start. It's a start in Michigan. It's a start in
Sorry.
It's okay.
Rallies like this one in Orange County are being staged across the country. Some people are fed up with the stay-at-home orders and dismissing social distancing guidelines.
And let me just remind you,
GLOOMTUBE, Gloom Tube. And that guy
social
does
engineers
like
love it.
all
They're
the lies.
narcissistic. They want that attention. They want to see the slaves take to the streets, or they want to see the slaves on the lawn of their plantation.
It was so close to YouTube. But yeah, it's GloomTube.
Gathering
and
them or begging for less
it's up to
stripes
that
on their
man,
back.
Bob, because
Social
sometimes,
engineers
I
and
mean,
government
he'll have,
psychopaths
like,
love this kind of behavior because
the
it just
audio
solidifies the fact.
on, you know, the scanners, and then he might show you two different views. He's got some ins on all,
People in
like,
the street
live
or the
cam
state houses
happenings.
are the masters.
Some are Trump supporters, anti-vaccine advocates, and those believing in conspiracies. But others, like Encinitas resident Krista Curtis,
Just send it to me. I'll check them out.
It's time.
Continuing
If you
to
can.
close down the only freedoms and the only outlets that we have is just making people
10 hours
more
of feed. Hold on.
It's making them push back.
I'll get you a
Curtis
link.
has organized her own event on social media for Sunday. She
look it
says
up.
she's already had a number of
Easier.
people saying they'll join.
Everybody is had it. We've been doing this for a month. We have very slow numbers.
But the county says it's not the government trying to show its might. They say the state, and especially San Diego County, has had success in flattening the curve because of the measures taken.
We don't want to undo all of the progress that's been made. We don't want to throw away all of the sacrifices.
That's BS. No progress has been made because this has all been predicated on a great big lie. What it would be awesome for these crowds in the streets to be able to do is educate themselves and find out that the Johns Hopkins fear porn map number is 100% inaccurate. It's false. They fix the numbers to try to foment fear in the people so that they can foist, you know, vaccine certificates, test certifications, stay-at-home orders, shelter in place.
Mhm.
Wear your mask, wear your gloves, don't go to the supermarket, close your business. It's BS, guys.
And we don't want to end up in a bad situation.
If you're worried and if you're at risk or you're a person with a compromised immune system, then please stay home.
County officials acknowledge how difficult.
That is common sense.
All right, we'll stop sharing that one too. I'll drop the links into the chat if you want to check out the rest of them. I have plenty to show.
If you want to drop that in chat there, Bob, I couldn't. But anyway, so other people, I mean, if they sub to that, you know,
Yep.
usually has 2, 3, sometimes 4 different views in the scanner going. Really, I'm telling you, because, you know, I'm on the East Coast, we get hurricanes. And when that guy goes live, I mean, he's got all kinds of stuff going. And I even know where the tornadoes, how far or how close they are to me. So, GloomTube, I mean, and trust me, people, if you're not a very strong person and you get in that chat room, they will tear you up. And they hate boomers. I mean, you know. But for the most part, like, they'll joke around with stuff. Who streets? Ah, streets. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is kind of comical. Don't take anything if you go into that chat room. Don't take anything, you know, personal. It's a rough chat room. That's what I'm saying.
Mm. All right, I dropped both links to those videos I was watching. One in Arizona, one in California.
You get that link in the back channel there on StreamYard?
Yep, I'm getting it now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop it into the chat.
Out in chat, but you might want to subscribe to that guy, and anything. I mean, usually as soon as it pops off, he's on it. So really good channel to sub to.
Murphy, what chat room was you talking about?
Oh, GloomTube. Some of they're very, very rough. I mean, for the most part, okay, I sat there and watched a 5 mile an hour freaking cop chase in a car, right? So people they'll goof off. You know what I mean? You can't take anything to real heart, but sometimes the people in there get really, really rough. Boomers and this and that. And I'm like, hey, you need to kiss a boomer because this internet you're on, we created it. And you know what? If the internet goes away, you're going to need people like me to teach you how to grow a garden so you don't starve to death because all you know how to do is Google crap. I mean, I do. I jump right back on these people, but sometimes that chat room is very rough. I wouldn't jump in. I'd see what's being said first. However, the content's really good.
I've never heard of that. What's it called? Something tube?
Gloom.
Gloom
GLOOM.
tube?
Gloomy, like gloom.
Gloom.
Tube.
Gloom tube.
Right. So they show like protests, they can, and they'll show like maybe 2, 3, 4 different views, and then they have a scanner going. And information wise, great to watch. I'd enlarge the screen and ignore the chat room because it can get pretty rough. Sometimes I get a little miffed, and I hold a wrench in so many rooms, and rooms where there's a lot of people that disagree with Trump. And my big thing is, what was your alternative? And most of the people that are going to bellyache about Trump don't vote anyway. So it's like, run for office or sit down and shut up. You have no absolute reason to beef about the way the world is being run. If it works out so great in your brain, run for office. Make that change. Don't just sit here and say, oh, well, it took Trump so long to call it. Really? Like, the man knows medicine? Okay. He saw there was a problem. He turned around. He cut off flights or made them go through certain things. And at that point, he was called a xenophobe, a racist. Where was the WHO? Even when the WHO called it a pandemic, what did they say? Oh, a mask's not going to matter. Don't worry about a mask. Yep, mask isn't going to save you. Well, I don't know. If I'm sick and you're not sick, that's 2 barriers. My sickness has to pass. It has to pass through mine and yours. Do we need to know that we got to change these things every 3 hours? Yes, we do. I can see the downside, but the WHO told us the masks aren't going to keep us safe. Just wash our hands like good little boys and girls and stay home. Well, if I had a deck, DECK, to suck, I would offer them for the first cherry on it because it makes no sense. And I have to say, this is political. They tried the Russian delusion. They tried this, that, the other. And the same day that Pelosi slow walked that impeachment to the Senate was the very first day that this virus made its appearance from a person that was from China. And in the beginning, see, the WHO, if we're giving them all this money, why don't they have masks? Why don't they have all this stuff stockpiled where they can say, hey man, you gave us billions of dollars throughout the last few years. Let me at least give your politicians and the people that, are milking the cows. Let's keep the food industry going. Here we got no. What does the WHO say? Oh yeah, masks aren't going to help. Just go home, stay home, wash your hands. What? You got $32 billion from us, and that's the best you got. I'd defund them too. And the CDC, I mean, you look back at all these people, I mean, they're all tied to Gates. Gates is tied to the Democratic
I
Party.
mean,
I'm sorry.
they're all paid off by these filthy rich people.
He
Mandate
said
these.
vote for Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, you know what? We would have, at least we would know there's the bad guy and the cute little mouse that's running for its life. You know what I mean? I would vote for Tom and Jerry, and a few times I actually voted for Mickey Mouse. I didn't like either candidate. Okay, I'm independent. I'm not for either party.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, you know, Trump's taken a pounding on this. And when a virus becomes politicalized, you have to ask yourself, what's really going on here? Trump's only a president. That man put people to work. He made the economy good. He's a businessman. That's what he does. The people of the WHO and the CDC, they were paid millions upon millions to tell him what's up. Meanwhile, the 6 weeks that China didn't let anybody know about anything, they were buying from every country all the N95 masks, all the PPE equipment. They were buying all that shit. They bought time. They didn't tell the rest of the world, not just Trump, the rest of the world, what was really going on. There's one country, I forget the name of it. There's several countries that are trying to sue China now. One such country, $40 trillion. And if everybody's worried about, oh my God, Trump just put a $6.5 trillion in debt, if you don't think he's going to hand China that bill, well, you're mistaken. And furthermore, old de Blasio and Como over in there in New York, when we had 6,000 ventilators, and they said, we need 4,000. And all of a sudden, mysteriously, that whole warehouse showed up with all that crap in it. But if he only had 6,000 and New York wanted 4,000, what about the rest of America there in New York? I don't know. You guys are a little full of yourself, right? So they were trying to make him look like a butthead. Now all of a sudden, he's got factories producing. And I don't even believe in this.
Honey, those ventilators are a kill grid. They're paying the hospital. They're paying the hospitals thousands of dollars for each person they get on
$39,000.
That's kill shot. It's for
$39,000.
Right, I'm gonna play some of this one. This one's New Jersey lockdown protest.
Which, when they take that ventilator out, it screws up your lungs. That ventilator is like the last shot, not just for 39 grand.
Yeah, it's a death shot.
Good.
It's all about the money, baby.
All right, so, all right, this is gonna be tough. What?
Each case of COVID, 19,000. Pop a ventilator down someone's throat. I don't know. They're 89. They're dying anyway. Let's just throw it down their throat, and when we rip it out, we'll rip out half of their lung. How do I do this? Because my
Time
hand
to
has
stand up for your freedom.
And
they're telling you when you can leave, who you can stay with, how many people can be around you. You're gonna allow that? It's absolutely absurd. You want to take it over for a second?
No, you're doing good. I like it.
Sir, you want to join us to stand up for some freedom? Oh, you don't like freedom, huh? Yeah, you're a good sheep? Well, then you're willing to trade a little bit of safety for a little bit of liberty, aren't you? That means you deserve neither. Yeah, he's retarded. Hold on.
Not many people there, but at least they're trying.
For a moment, stand up for freedom and liberty. You can read the chat.
They're criminals. You're with us? Nice. Enough is enough.
Join us.
Driving our
We have to stand up for freedom. right here. Even a few moments, even if you want more people, you will attract more. Don't be afraid. Shit. Yeah. Don't worry, man. Everyone's asking join us. People, if you value your freedom, join us.
The other side of the sign. Check it out.
Show some spirit. Join us if you value freedom. You're living in a police state. The police are now telling you what you can do, when you can do it, how many people you can do it with. You are a slave. Wake up. Nobody's here. I'm exercising. I'm healthy. Wake up, please, people. Join us out on the street and fight for your freedom. What is wrong with you? All of you! You should be ashamed of yourselves! Wake up! Freedom to be the government is now telling you! They're telling you when you can leave! What you can do! How many people can be in your house! This is insanity! Wake up! I agree with you. Now I like your best. Come on! Join us, sir! If you value your freedom, please spend 15 minutes with us. Show the seat. Dave, you're great. Please, if you're listening to this, join us. We need more on the streets. We outnumber them. The government is not your friend. They're ruining you. Meanwhile, you stay in your cars alone with a mask on. Please, we're cowering in fear. Let the fear go. Let the fear go, people. Join us now. Woo!
All right. I dropped that one in the chat too. That was like over 2 hours. Another. That was New Jersey. Anything to say about that, Lou or Murphy?
We got a long way to go, darling.
Oh yeah.
If that's only people out there protesting, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, that was just a couple trying to go out there and get something started up.
Yeah, we need to. I got this stuff on my car. You should see my car.
This is a respiratory therapist's perspective on alleged pandemic. This is from Darlene. I haven't seen this one. We'll check some of it out.
Good evening, YouTube. This is our future, and the power's with the people. Just want to
Not
let you
usually
know,
with doctors.
I've been doing this for 21 years. I've been kind of all over the place doing this. I wanted to show you our equipment room here.
I said I'm a Jersey girl, and
so
you know
we want
what?
to talk about
Just in case, because I'm right outside of Raleigh.
And
I'm gonna
first
have
thing I
signs
want to say is,
made.
does it look
So if
like
I
there's a
happen upon
ventilator?
one of these, I'm gonna jump out and protest.
There's not. As a matter of fact, we're running less ventilators right now than we would normally run.
What are you going to protest?
People are just staying home. They're not having elective surgery.
Well,
I want to talk about the
let
numbers.
us out.
And the
We haven't
criteria
been bad.
goes into,
I don't want to be
what a
grounded
patient
no more.
is, or a patient under investigation, what's also called a PUI. Basically, right now, it has been the last couple of months when they locked us down, is that any patient that came in with a respiratory problem was labeled COVID. Now, that doesn't matter if it's you got stage 4 lung cancer and pancreatitis and heart disease and liver failure and everything else. You're still, because you come in with breathing problems, you're labeled a COVID patient. Now, we have one lady that could do the testing at first that would go, those tests went to the CDC. Only one person was qualified to test that for the whole place. So several of these patients under investigations were never tested, and maybe they died or whatever. Then they would die of COVID and not of stage 4 lung cancer or these things. That this is clear that this is what's come out. Every single patient that needs one of our pieces of equipment here, any of this, if they need any of this stuff, okay, then they are a rule out COVID. And these tests have taken as long as 2 or 3 weeks to get back. We're finally getting what they claim. They've been claiming this for a month, but we're finally getting in-house testing. That's going to change the game. And I think that's what's going on at most places. And what that also means is that now you're going to see the numbers either go up or go down. And I would suspect we're going to see them spike up and then spike down real quick. And this is the reason for the number of deaths. So you have to recognize that if every single patient is under COVID investigation and dies, then that goes into a COVID death. And they're showing the numbers like a football game to scare you. They're showing you loading bodies into a tractor trailer to scare you. I've never in my career ever seen bodies loaded into a tractor trailer. It just doesn't happen. I wonder if those were even bodies. I really don't believe it. All of this stuff is fake. Okay. Look at our ventilators. And let's talk about ventilators and why there would be a shortage of ventilators. Well, this is non-invasive ventilation here, CPAP or BiPAP. This is a mask that gets strapped on you, and we can help you breathe with that. We're not allowed to use those. Okay. We're finally opening up to where we can use them a little bit, but for the most part, since COVID came out, they said absolutely not. That's going to cause the virus to spread all over the place by spraying aerosols everywhere, and so we can't use it. You have to let the patient crash and go straight to a ventilator. Okay. Traditionally, that's not the way we would treat a patient. We also have aerosolized medications, bronchodilators. We're not allowed to use either. Everything that we would traditionally do, we're not allowed to do. Every patient that comes in, no matter what their history, is labeled a COVID under investigation. So if that patient dies, that becomes a COVID death. Okay. So there's a lot of weird things going on when it comes to the testing itself. I've been looking at this for about a month now, but you can also look for yourself. They were open about it on CBS News the other night. They're not testing for a virus. Like if you get sick, you go to the hospital. Traditionally, you get tested for flu A and B. Flu A, by the way, is H1N1, the one that killed everybody in 2008. They'll test you for RSV. Those are actual viruses that they will test you for. This COVID test is different. They're testing for an RNA sequence from a reaction to the virus. And look this up. Please look it up. They're not testing for a virus. There's not one test that tests for a virus. Okay. Then they put it in a PCR. It's a PCR test, which means it amplifies it. So if there's any one little shred of that RNA sequence from a damaged cell in your lungs or in your nasal passage, you're going to test positive. Now, that can come from cancer, that can come from radiation, that can come from several things. So, and then you hear all this talk on the news about antibody therapy and all this other kind of stuff, people wanting to donate plasma, everything else, but they're not talking about the virus itself. They're not testing for the virus itself, and that's a big, big issue because that makes you say, well, is this as infectious as they're telling us it is? Because if it was as infectious as they're telling us it is, these would all be in use and everybody would be dying, and we're not seeing that. Okay. This is unbelievable. Every bit of this has been created. Okay, if you cannot use the non-invasive ventilation and have to go straight to the ventilator, that creates a ventilator shortage. But you also want to ask, why is Ford and GM in the business of making ventilators when we have plenty of companies that already make ventilators? You know, what kind of ventilator is it? What does it do? Who's going to train us on those ventilators? And, you know, how's it going to be tested? And then what is the cost per ventilator that the United States is paying Ford and GM for these products that really aren't obviously needed? So all this talk you hear on the news by the governors and everybody else, we're having shortages of ventilators. It's not true. It's not true. Okay. So how about healthcare workers? Yeah, we're getting 1 or 2 healthcare workers are coming up positive. And, you know, that would be expected, but I would actually expect a lot more healthcare workers to get sick and come up positive. And we've had some extreme contamination issues from patients that didn't show any symptoms, wasn't a patient under investigation, and then all of a sudden came up positive. And none of those healthcare workers came up positive, got sick, carried a fever, or anything else. Just to show you real quick, here's my PPE that I have to wear. Sorry. Here's my PPE that I have to wear. There's an N95 mask in here and a face shield. And of course, we got some gowns and stuff, but we're going wearing this for 5 shifts minimum before we can get a new one. All right. So I'm contaminating myself every time I put this N95 mask in the field in this bag. It's contaminating. It's contaminating over and over and over again. And then I'm putting the mask on. Okay, I'm still here. I'm not sick, and nobody else is either, with the exception of 1 or 2. If you look at the areas that these people are in, where the hot spots are, like such in Georgia's Albany and Atlanta, you really have to say, well, why are all these places happening in these condensed areas? Well, I truly believe this is something else that's causing this. All these patients have comorbidities. They're all older, the ones that are, you know, in life-threatening situations. And the mortality rate is really not that low. So if you actually look at what's going on compared to H1N1, H1N1 was a million times more scary than the COVID-19. When it comes to vaccination,
A million times more scary.
You don't vaccinate yourself really for a sinus infection. It's just not going to work.
Absolutely.
You can't vaccinate yourself for every little human element that there is. You know, people are going to get sick. What traditionally happens with viruses such as this, if this is a virus, and I'm not so sure it is, but you're going to have a real spike, such as in SARS, Zika, H1N1. You're going to have a spike, and then it's going to lose its efficacy, and it's going to drop, and the mortality rate's going to drop. I mean, the people that get really sick is going to drop, you know, so you have this initial little bang.
He knows what he's talking about.
The virus normally does. I'm not completely convinced this is a virus. I've been doing this a long time.
He's right. It's not a virus.
Do research, but the equipment should speak for itself. Does this warrant shutting down the country? Does this warrant $6 to $10 trillion in economic stimulus just for this country?
Bing, 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 bing. Winner, winner, winner. Box of chicken.
Place. I mean, does this warrant the trillions lost? Does this warrant locking everything up? Beaches, you know, hiking trails, tennis courts, the bars, restaurants, pool halls, schools. Does this warrant this? I really don't think it does. Not even close. So y'all need to be asking some really hard questions here, and questioning your government, and questioning the people in charge, and also questioning your doctors, because the doctors believe this stuff just as much as everybody else does, but they're not looking at the real information. All they're doing is they're told something, and hey, guess what? They got lives, they got jobs, they got everything else you got plus some. They don't care. I mean, they do care, but they're not going to go look it up. They're not going to look up exactly what this test is. They're not going to look up that, hey, why aren't we getting these infection rates? You know, they look up the little things that they're told to look up, and that's it, just like anybody else would. Okay, so, you know, these questions really
Google it.
And then for the Trump supporters out there, I'm going to ask you something. Think about this for a minute. We're doing the same thing they're doing in France. We're doing the same thing they're doing in Italy. We're doing the same thing they're doing in the UK. So does that mean Trump's really in charge of this whole thing? Because I really don't think he is. I think he's being told to do what he's doing, and that's the way it is. I mean, this is a deep state Illuminati stuff, and this is the real deal, and they're shutting the world down. Okay, y'all people really need to understand this. The world.
Bing, bing, bing. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner again.
Our kids and grandkids in severe debt that will never be paid off. And if you think of how many taxes you're paying now, can you imagine what our children and our grandchildren are going to have to pay for this scam? So please look up, do your homework, ask questions, look at our equipment room, ask, why can't we use this if we're not seeing the infections? You know, why can't we use this non-invasive equipment? Why are we having auto manufacturers make ventilators? Who's testing the ventilators? What kind of ventilators? Price per ventilator? All these things. The economic stimulus package. You know, is this going to be another corporate bailout where they, you know, give themselves $1 million bonuses while we starve? I bet you it will be. So this is a real dangerous time we're coming into. When it comes to the vaccination, I promise you.
He's making a lot of sense there.
Yep.
Well, you know what? Something that he said that's very relevant and evident is look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. All you got to do is look at the numbers. Don't Google it. Google's going to lie to you.
Yeah,
But I'm
Google's.
telling you, look at the numbers. They got people going out of here having heart attacks, but they're blaming it on COVID. They died of COVID, the other people said. And I'm like, sure they did. Their heart attack was caused from COVID-19. Sure it was. You really believe that, people? I ask them. When they tell me that, I'm like, do you really believe that person that had a heart attack was caused by COVID? Come on. For real. I mean, I'm in a nursing home. I see people die here every day. And
I just dropped
they're trying
the
to
link
tell
to
me,
that video.
oh, God. People working here are trying to tell me. There's one guy that wraps himself up. He looks like this guy here every night. He comes in, he's got this face mask on and a mask on his face and a hoodie and covers himself all up. Yeah, just like that guy. This guy is so freaking paranoid that he looks like freaking Darth Vader here every night. And I'm like, you think that is really going to help you? And he's like, well, I'm not sick yet. And I said, and neither am I. And I don't have anything on my face except oxygen, and I have lung trouble. But anyway, I'll digress. Wow.
Yep. Well, oxygen kills germs and stuff too, right?
And Murphy?
It does.
Murphy? Oh, yeah. Oxygen kills tons of germs. It's pure oxygen. I'm getting pumped pure oxygen, and it helps me out. Murphy, I hate to say this, honey, but, you know, you were saying, I said, you know what? You said that armed civil disobedience is the last ditch effort. Well, I tell you what, my honest opinion, and I've been in the military, is civil disobedience by armed threat is the only thing that's going to save this country. The only thing that is going to save this country is revolution. Period. And if you don't believe that, if you truly don't believe that, that's fine. I don't care. But you know what? War, civil war in this country is the only thing that's going to stop this threat. And that is by getting, ousting, and destroying the enemy at the source.
That old people's home and start a shooting, buddy. You lead it, right?
I've begged people to come and pick my ass up. I have begged people to come and pick me up. I'm ready to die right now.
No, let's not go there. Not trying to push any revolution.
Anybody that wants to come and pick me up, come and pick me up. I'll rip this oxygen off my face, and I will go with you, and we'll go to D.C., and I'll push the button on it. Believe
I
me,
still say it's the last
I'll
option.
pull the trigger. I am quick. Watch me.
So,
You know what?
the
It is the last option. It's the only option.
right, but we're not there yet. And,
It'll
we need
be
to see some arrests.
it'll be the people that go along with this that destroy
We're
America.
past there.
Well, Bern, I don't believe so. I am still sitting back and watching.
You don't have to.
little
Like I say, we all have an opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and opinions are like me. I'm an asshole. Everybody's got one. But you know what? My opinion doesn't mean my opinion is wrong. I have talked with other people, many other people, and I have come to the same conclusion with everybody else that I know. Being that I am ex-military, I know that armed civil disobedience is the only cure to this problem.
Okay,
Period.
well, here's the thing. They're so far, besides me not being able to go to Chili's and have that strawberry daiquiri, I'm not suffering. When they come at me with a vaccine with a chip in it, then I'm going to rebel. And I'm going to rebel in a way that I'm not going to be so cute about. And I think a lot of people will. And I hear a lot of people like from the Netherlands. I have a really good friend. Like, he was like, "Oh, I can't believe the people in Virginia, all them people, and they didn't shoot the place up." Well, that's not always the answer. Sometimes you have to just sit back and wait. And my man,
That wasn't the right that was not the right answer at that moment, because there was too many military sitting right on top of those people. They had 30-millimeter cannons setting up on the roofs. That was a very wrong time, because they would have rattled them with depleted uranium rounds, and there would have been nobody left alive in the yard.
what position did you hold in the military?
Yeah.
Were you just a gunner or something like that? Because my man he's retired.
I was a combat medic.
Okay, so you were a medic. You seen the dead people. My man he's retired, 14-year sergeant. He got dropped off.
I was not.
You gonna let me finish? My man shot up the people that you patched up. Okay. He actually has more value in life than probably you do. You just think, let's just throw some super glue on it and let's get to the next one. Life is very valuable. You don't start killing people because you disagree with them. You try to talk it out. Killing is the very last option. See what I'm saying?
I got 116 registered kills as well.
Well, I wouldn't brag about that, right?
I have 116 registered kills, if that makes any difference to you. I mean, do you want me to talk about every one of those? I can tell you about killing.
No,
combat medics don't just patch people up. I'm just saying, we don't just patch people up. We pull the trigger too.
Okay.
But I don't really want to go there.
The military,
I've seen plenty of death. I've seen plenty of dead bodies rotting in the street. But anyway, I get out of here. I'm done.
Exactly what they want us to do. They want us divided, and that's exactly what's going on with us right now.
I have never served in the military, but I take every life as a beautiful living thing. I apologize.
Well, they don't. They're out to kill us. They are out to kill us. They don't take life precious like we do. They are out to
right, but that's them. And See, the thing is that a lot of patriots, we knew something was coming. We weren't sure what. We didn't know if it was a civil war. We've taken 2 years to stockpile ammo and food. And we've been sitting and watching. And when you just want to jump it and say, everybody needs to die. Look, I would love to drag Hillary and the rest of them out by their feet with a piece of paracord and set them up in a town square somewhere and let them be judged by the people. But I just don't think now is quite the time. I think we need to sit back. We need to see, government-wise, are they going to be arrested? I just don't
think... do nothing. If we sit back and do nothing, we're just as guilty as those people wearing the mask and going along with this.
So Lou,
We
what's your
definitely got to keep exposing.
That's what I think, Bob. I think we need to expose, because the more people that the right people in the right mind get on their side, that's the less people that have to die. If a civil war broke out, you got some libtards that are thinking that Nancy Pelosi is the freaking Mother Teresa. Okay, until Nancy Pelosi and the likes of her are exposed, it's just like the more people we get to buy extra cans of chicken, that's one less person that's going to come to my door that I'm going to have to dispose of because they're hungry. And mostly y'all people in the city, y'all screwed. If the food stops coming, if the
No, we
truckers
ain't, darling. You don't seem to understand. The people in the city are going to be on the front lines. They'll be out there making war.
Oh, well, Lou, I agree. And here's the thing.
You got to think about, okay, what does it take to fight an army? An army. You got people with guns, that's an army. People out there, you're going to be making it. No, they're going to come pick you off one at a time. People don't understand.
Do you know how easy
it takes an army to fight an army?
Just
you
me,
ain't
little Phoebe. Do you know how much chaos I could cause in a city? I don't know. I could screw up all the main routes where the truckers can't get in within 3 days because we're a just-in-time service. No truckers could get in. No food would go there, and the people would go wild. I'm out in the country. You know what I'm considered? The cleanup crew. After everybody fights each other and kills each other over food because the deliveries aren't made in the cities, which most cities are libtards. Sorry. There's good people out there. I know it. But it would be that easy. I wouldn't even have to fire a shot. All I would have to do is put a couple flares off and stop off the road, and the deliveries would stop. Right? So I have the mind. I do. I'm like one of those.
You ain't stopping no
dangerous.
semi truck. You ain't stopping no semi truck. You'd have to take out bridges.
Oh, they would stop for flares in the road. I could throw my little
All
freaking
right.
Nissan, my little freaking Jap car right across the road and throw some flares. They would stop. They ain't going past that. Or I don't know,
Let's see.
we could freaking take a jackhammer and screw up the roads, and you know what I mean? Just put some little yellow signs, road closed. Like they're gonna go against that, right? Soon as you stop off all supply into any major city, and it's 3 to 5 days, people aren't stocked up for 6 months of food or a month. Most of them are week to week, and by now, many of them don't
Well, that's
even
why
have
we've been
that.
preaching for years, trying to get people to stock up on everything.
I know, right?
We knew something was coming.
The seed, yeah, exactly. I mean, I saw the fires before Paradise, and then the floods, and then of course I read the
dirty guys.
DHS message. Have 2 to 6 months to go into an active war because you got a hair across your ass is
That's
just
right,
not
geez.
a smart thing to do. You have to have a plan. I don't know, like I need 2,500 cans of chicken to feed me in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? I need so many seeds to grow crops.
You know what people need? People need guns and they need ammunition.
Well, it's just not about gun, honey. It's not just about guns
about
and ammunition. It's a plan. You
If
got to
you
have
ain't got no
food.
guns and ammunition, you ain't gonna make it.
But you got to have food and water. If you don't have food, you can live 3 days without a bullet. You can't live 3 days without water. You need to have your supplies first. You have to have a plan. Yes, you need to be stocked up on ammo and stuff like that, but you can't go half-ass cocked and go shooting up things because you just don't like what's going on. You have to have a plan.
Well, of course not.
You have to have food. You have to have water. So if anybody thinks that patriots don't have their eyes wide open and we're not just waiting, we're just not waiting because I'm stocked. I'm fully stocked and I'm ready to go. I'm 54 and I ain't dying on my knees, not even with a blowjob, okay? I'm dying on my feet. I've never
Right.
served in the Army. God bless everybody that has. But I value life. I would much rather help my neighbor stock up on some food and water than them come banging on my door at really bad times and my hun have to waste them. You see what I'm saying? That's how much we value life. And Vern, thank you so much for your
Well, if you
service.
value life, you would be feeding your neighbors. If somebody was hungry and they needed food, you value life.
Everyone in chat is saying enough of this, enough. So I'm gonna play this video.
And darling, trust me, I've stocked up on enough tomato paste and pasta, and I'm growing a garden big enough. We only have 13 houses back here. So, yes, this is farmland. And
Is
across the road, they grow tobacco. So, yes, we will take care of our own. But it's that person that comes from Raleigh
Yeah.
and shows up at my door that didn't prepare. They're the ones that are going to be really sorry.
exactly.
I just
I'm gonna
don't
play
think.
this is dropped by Keys for Truth. He says he makes some point here. I haven't watched it, so I don't know. But it's about COVID 19th of April. No mask, no service. See, this is what we're going to be going up against, and it's going to spread everywhere. You're not going to be able to go anywhere without a mask on for the cold. Anyway, here we go.
I gotta go and grab a gallon of milk at the supermarket.
You saw this Camaro?
Honey, I'm leaving. Wish me luck. What, Bo? You never seen me like this before? Here. Are you afraid of me?
Smoke time.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, yeah. Gotta go.
Where's his goggles?
Everything's normal. It's just another day in the office. Or out in the office. I don't know. I mean, if I had a store, I'd probably be a little nervous. Come on, they don't deliver mail on Sunday.
You can't go in a store if you don't have a mask on. Here, you have to have a mask or you're not allowed in.
It's Sunday. Who delivers mail on Sunday? Well, anyway, if you didn't brush your teeth correctly, you're not going to like wearing this mask too often. You know, the way things have changed in this world, it's pretty crazy. Who would have thought that you had to get dressed up like Halloween? Who are you for Halloween? I don't know, a blind sheep. Who are you? Huh? Come on, Justin, Michael. I can't talk to you right now. It's too early. I'm gonna have to decline that call. Sorry. Look, this guy's he's directly in my way. I don't really appreciate it. I don't appreciate it there, Mr. Mailman. See, I'm just going to show you an example of what a stalking mailman can do if he parks directly in your way. Thanks. I mean, I sure can't get used to this. Can you imagine? I'm out of breath already, and I'm not even running. Oh, Walmart we go.
Twitter when you're trying to stay alive and from gas attack.
Yeah, why would you wear it? Can you hear me? I don't know if you can. I'm just wondering, why would you wear it inside of your vehicle if, yeah, you're inside your vehicle. Just saying.
That's very similar to the stuff we wore when we were getting Scud missiles launched at us.
Now, today is not the requirement to actually wear this thing, but because tonight is the requirement, tonight I got to get this out of the way. I'm going to need to go to Walmart. I just want to see if they want to let me in. I mean, I wouldn't let me in. Not at all. Hell no. Excuse me, we're not looking for that kind of mask. But you said a mask or a covering, did you not? You don't want me to bring a wolf covering, do you? Yeah. This is too much. But I know there's some people that are offended because I don't, because I'm not blind. You could be offended by my lack of blindness. And, if people die, let the dead bury the dead. People die all the time, every day, all day long. For an eternity, it'll never stop. What are they dying of? Well, accidents.
Hey,
heart
Bob,
disease,
I'm on timeout. Your mod
respiratory
disagreed with
problems,
me.
kidney
I guess she
failure.
doesn't know I'm
You're
actually on the
timed out.
panel.
Those types of things.
Yeah,
People
she
dying
told
from
me
that.
Yeah,
to shut up and tend my
somebody
garden.
wrenched me too.
What?
Somebody put a wrench to me too, Bob. Was it you?
Yeah, basically,
It
she.
said I was wrenched by a moderator or the owner of the channel.
Yeah,
All I
no
said
need
was
for.
keys for truth.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Marcy told me to shut up and tend my garden.
Oh well, when you're cursing and stuff like that in a message, I can understand it being removed.
No, no,
I said
no. I know you weren't, but he was cursing. I saw that one get removed. That's all right, because we don't want to have that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And we don't need arguing.
I said,
But most.
I said keys for truth. Thank
and it was
you.
removed.
And I got the wrench put to me.
Are you afraid you're going to
Yeah,
catch something?
you got some good mods there, Bob. Most
Yeah,
of
you
the
got the mods are
channels
getting a
that
little
I
freaking
mod for,
wing happy.
we don't ban anyone. I don't even know why that message, because, well, basically, if my message isn't there, then I'm probably kicked off your channel.
No, you're not kicked off the channel.
Oh, and Marcia, yes, I did call you rude. But I don't have a wrench, and I didn't slam you into a corner either. I said, yes, you're a very rude mod. You told me to go
There's
tend
no
my
need to be
garden.
rude, but
I don't know.
But a lot of
Bob,
a lot of people here.
Bob,
I don't know
are
who.
you
I don't know
running?
who
Are
put a
you
wrench
running
to me.
Disneyland? Come on, man. Look, go to Trump supporters chat. Marsha, stick it up your little behind, okay? That little blue wrench. Go ooh. I can say this and you can't ban me. Bob, you can kick me out though.
I'm not gonna kick you out, but the thing is that
But look
I
how
think
your
all of
mod's
us
acting.
here.
Bob, very unprofessional. That mod is like, oh, go to your Trump supporters chat. I'm sorry. Hey, Marcia, did you vote in 2016? If you didn't, sit down and shut up. You have no room to bellyache. If you got
See,
no
that's the
solution
problem.
for the problem, sit down and shut up.
Now, that's the problem because none of us here actually support Trump because we think he is a puppet. He is being run and told what to do. He's not
What
going to
was the
save us in any
Is the
way.
puppet of the
form.
elites.
We're watching everything unfold in front of us. All of our rights are being taken
Tom
away:
and
our
Jerry.
food, our water, our air, everything.
Okay.
And you see what
Every
you know what I mean. So
Bob,
none of
let
us
me enlighten
here
you.
want to hear anything about Trump's going to save us from this or he's going to do that because
No.
we're not here for Trump. He's not here for us.
He's
He is a
Okay.
puppet.
the one that
But
takes.
you are here
So,
for the
so
truth, right?
that's where the
There were
conflicts
two
is starting to get
I
alternatives.
literally voted Tom and Jerry.
Right, but there were two
I
alternatives.
literally voted Tom and
It
Jerry.
was Hillary or Trump. Would it be better with Hillary in charge? All
No,
we
you
got
could
is
vote.
Trump.
You could vote a write-in yourself.
And
They're
what?
both
No,
the
you can
same.
write in.
Trump would be
You can
president
vote for
now?
whoever you
No,
want.
Trump would still
Then the
be
thing of it
president.
is, how
Vote
many of
still
that
counts.
think that
Vote
they
still
are
counts. I can write it in and
selected?
it still counts.
They are bred into their
Yep,
position.
they
They
are.
are born
I
and
can tell you
raised
that
and
for
bred
now, for
into their
real.
position.
They're all a
They
bunch
know
of
they're going to be the president, and they know what date and everything. You know, they have it all
Or they buy
pre-planned.
it.
I have
Or
voted
they
every
buy it.
year since I registered at
Just like Trump
18, and I will
bought the
continue to
presidency.
vote. And here's the thing: if you're under lockdown and they want to take your tonsils out and tickle your poop the next time you fart, it's because of your state. What Trump did, he said he was giving power back to the people, which meant he gave power back to each and every state. Each and every state can say, you're locked down forever, or we're going to let you up. So everybody that doesn't want to vote, every little
No,
vote
they
in
can't.
your county, the Board of Elections, the freaking judges, all of those freaking things are important. If you don't vote, and then all of a sudden you get pummeled by a bunch of libtards and your county is freaking taking on more immigrants than freaking helping vets, well, you are part of the problem. I was part of the problem. I was brought up, all there was the freaking primaries and the actual voting, right?
All right.
There's more than that.
I'm,
We've been
I want to
asleep.
get back to my channel here and enough of this pro president, pro or non. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah, well,
besides
sorry,
the
I
point.
didn't
all
like
this
that.
garbage.
We're in deep doo-doo here.
It
We
don't
have
matter.
major problems ahead of us.
We're in a war right now. We're in a war. You gotta understand.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
and I was
be
trying to.
banned from
See
your
the thing.
channel
The
for
thing
your
that
podcast
the
show.
thing that Murphy doesn't understand is she doesn't
You're not going to be banned, Murphy. But
understand
I mean,
we are at war.
Definitely don't
You know,
like me.
Trump said it himself. He is a wartime president. He is at war against all the people. And until anybody understands they have to pick up a gun and shoot Trump to get out of this mess, you're not going to get out of nothing. And you know what? You can think what you want, Murphy. You can talk what you want about me. I've had 116 registered kills, and I've patched up a lot of men. Yes, but since I fought
thought
for
you
my
only had
country, and I don't talk shit. So I'm out of here. Bye.
Ooh, I must be really good at pissing people off tonight. Sorry, Vern. It's just not about killing in my eyes. I think that there's a better way to deal with things.
well, we have the National Guard fully deployed nationwide. We have the Army deployed nationwide. We have
the draft.
Trump handed over all power to FEMA,
I want to
and
leave and I
FEMA
can't.
has more power than a president right now. And we know what FEMA is all about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, his presidential seal is not even on his podium anymore.
And remember,
We got some problems here. And
today,
this is arguing about voting and stuff is way past that. Way past that.
But today, the people I know that were in the military have gotten letters. They're going to make them go into the draft. There's a draft happening right now. Right now. It's a war.
Well, I mean, I actually
And the
did a
draft
video,
will be here
guys.
for America. They're
weeks
going to be
back,
here.
and
They're
I
not
said-
being deployed. These people are getting put back into the armies, the armed forces for us. to come and get us. So
All right.
I did a video
We're gonna-
about a month ago, and I said, look where the National Guard is. And I pointed out that they were all coming out on our coastal states, then the borders, southern border, northern border. All the hospitals are emptying out. You know what this is saying to me? We are expecting to get attacked. This is a defense move. People are in position to defend our country. Now, whether it's because we're going to arrest,
they're coming after us. Sorry. Peace.
Whether
Yeah.
it's because
The whole chat is even saying we're here. I don't know. This is getting out of hand.
I can be loud.
No, it's just, you know, we're arguing over some nonsense here. We have more
I'm not
important things
arguing
going
at
on.
all. I'm expressing my opinion, but what I'm saying is we're going after Maduro, okay, which is a major drug dealer, which we have drug dealers on the southern. We got drugs coming in all over the place.
Those drug dealers are just people that are getting in the drug dealers' ways. The pharma
Well,
way.
Maduro is producing the drugs to sell whatever. But the way that our National Guard is positioned and the Army is, you know, they're just like their outfits are just like the National Guard. We're positioned in a defensive thing. We're calling our people home to protect America. Why is that?
No, they're not. They're
not
going
about
to going door to door. You didn't hear Bob's other. He's got people that he knows. They're coming door to door to our door to vaccinate us, to make us take the test, to take our guns.
Hey, Lou, you know anybody that had that knock on the door yet? You hear about it? Or, you know, is that just some hype that you're hyped up about that you heard?
That's what they did, these other disasters. Hello, Jenny. You know, like Katrina, Hurricane Sandy, everywhere there's a disaster, that's what they do. They do the gun grab and force you out of your home. They split families up. But I want to get back to my show. I got like 30 articles all lined up already.
Cool down.
And I haven't got to play a single video.
I have an opinion too. We're at war. But I'll be back on later when I cool off. Cheers, everybody. Sorry I got hateful. Sorry, Murphy. Many blessings to everyone.
It's all good.
Let's not be
good.
divided. Let's come together. That's why we're here. Sorry. Much love, Bob.
Much love. All right. I want to get back to this video. I don't know. We missed the point, I guess he was trying to get across.
Now, why would you wear it? Can you hear me? I don't know if you can. I'm just wondering, why would you wear it inside of your vehicle if, you're inside your vehicle? Just saying. Now, today is not the requirement to actually wear this thing, but because tonight is the requirement, tonight I got to get this out of the way. I'm going to need to go to Walmart. I just want to see if they want to let me in. I mean, I wouldn't let me in. Not at all. Hell no. Excuse me, we're not looking for that kind of mask. But you said a mask or a covering, did you not? You don't want me to bring a wolf covering, do you? Yeah. This is too much. But I know there's some people that are offended because I don't, because I'm not blind. You could be offended by my lack of blindness. And, if people die, let the dead bury the dead. People die all the time, every day, all day long. For an eternity, it'll never stop. What are they dying of? Well, accidents, heart disease, respiratory problems, kidney failure, those types of things. People are dying from that for real. But for some reason, as people die more of the coronavirus, then less people are dying of other diseases. All of a sudden. Little fishy, huh? That's my neighbor. He's also a gang stalker. He lives by me. And for some reason, he is always around me. But I could just be paranoid, like the paranoia I have wearing this mask. Think about it. You want to call me paranoid? How about you? How about the one that's wearing the mask? Huh? Are you afraid you're going to catch something? Of course you are. Well, so be it. Many will be offended in these days. Family members will turn against family members. Is this better? I mean, should I wear this or this? I don't think this one. I think I look more, like I'll just blend right in with the sheep. I'm so insensitive, right? Hey, maybe I am. Or you might think, you're going to hell. You to hell. And basket. My whole career kind of started at Walmart here. This one up here that I'm going.
I don't know. I think that guy needs one of them BMX bikes under him.
Back in November. I'm not even sure. I just want to go into Walmart looking like a. Other than that, I really don't need anything at Walmart. Now maybe I'll get a bag of chips or something. Maybe. Oh man, what a day! It's a beautiful day out today. Sunday, 10:57 a.m. It's the 19th, by the way. COVID-19. Guess what? On the 19th of April, the COVID. It's the second phase. Second phase is you ain't coming to hell in our store unless you look like you're going to rob us. We're not letting you in the store, sir. Sorry. You need to look like you're going to rob us first. Then we shall let you in. This should be pretty interesting, huh? I bet you can't wait. I can't wait either. Let's blend in with the sheeple here. Oh, boy. I know, I look like an idiot, don't I? He's like, yeah, you do.
Okay, I'll end it for now. That was Robin said. He puts out some good videos. That one was kind of, that was just about the mask, having to wear it when you go out shopping. They just started doing that here too. Everything was all fine, no problems, but then now you can't be in a store unless you have a mask on. Everyone all right? Wow.
Vern, don't be afraid of me. If you really want me to leave the panel, I will, dear. And you can talk about all the bloody people you patched up and how we should just shoot up the world. I don't believe that that's the thing to do. I believe in being diplomatic. I believe in trying to work things out and see where they go. It's not go time for me unless somebody tries to hold me down and stick a chip down my throat. And that's my opinion. I'm not trying to be snarky or rude or. Toby, do you want me to tell you the story about the was it the three bad wolves? How one went and built a freaking shit shack, and then another one built a shack out of, I don't know, twigs, and one built a brick house. I mean, Toby, what do you want for content? Come on up on the panel. Marcia, you too. You guys hold a wrench. Please come up on panel. We could talk about little unicorns farting rainbows.
Someone just
Whatever
tried to
you
come up
want.
on a
I'm
panel. It was Richard
well
Borba.
versed in so many things. I'm like the most hated person on the panel ever, Bob. I don't know how I did it. I guess it was, I don't know, did you vote in 2016?
It's the Trump thing. No, we're way down that rabbit hole. The whole we're under English maritime law. That's why we got the gold fringe around our flag. I mean, what is our government? We're under another country's rule. So what actually are they?
The Amazing
They're
Drop
puppets.
actually he did a piece where if you walk into a federal courtroom, basically you're treated like cattle. And the judge will come in and out 3 times, and there are specific things that you have to say. Because under maritime law, that's all we actually are, is cattle. You are correct.
Yeah. And that's what everybody, we're just, I don't know. We're on a different page on that subject for sure.
Well, I will tell you what I've been diving into is these foundations. I don't, well, obviously no one's with Trump, but they're probably not about Q, but I don't even think I heard it on Q because, I don't ride that. You know what I mean? Do I peek in? Yeah, I do. We all need hope. You know what I mean? I don't know. If people can't
Hello,
stay home
Keys.
in their own house for 45 days, there's something wrong.
How you doing, Bob?
Hi, Keys.
How you
I'm
doing,
doing
Murphy?
Keys.
So, but these foundations. So
Thanks, Keys.
Not a problem.
Hillary's CIA name was Evergreen, and a couple days ago, it kind of passed my eyes that this new vax is supposed to be something from an evergreen. Now, when you look into evergreen, well, gold leaf, I think, is the thing here in North Carolina. So it's like a nonprofit foundation. However, in a nonprofit, you have the Speaker of the House that is appointing people in there, our governor appointing people. So I'm starting to dive down the whole foundation thing, and I'm going to start connect names. Now, the Close Up Foundation, there's 57 of our senators that sit on that board, and they also get federal funds. And, you know, one of the changes I would like to meet or make is because I don't like the system. I don't like the way it runs. I'm not a kiss ass. I'm not all for the system. But there's one thing about belly aching about everything and then doing something for change. So what I think would be appropriate is like every church, every foundation, they need a 5% tax. Why a 5% tax? Because if you have a tax, they can be audited. And for the most part, these things are just slush funds.
Hey, Bob. So, what kind of links do you got to show us tonight? Let's move on and let's check out what we got going on here.
Okay.
I don't want to hear about politics.
How about welcome to the New World Order? It was planned out long ago.
It's your show. Take it.
I'll do this letter to the future first. It's a shorter one from the Corbett report. Oh. And this link was sent from Giggles to my email. Thank you, Giggles, if you're here.
Where is Giggles?
I don't know. Must be chilling.
This is James Corbett, CorbettReport.com. I've been told by a number of subscribers that last weekend's subscriber newsletter editorial was perhaps the most important thing, and they have asked me to share this more widely online and in origin of this editorial. The only problem being that this is explicitly an epistle, literally written pen and paper, so it is not meant for this format, but I will do so, although I am loath to make a video version of this. I will do so, if only to increase the possibility that this digital message in a bottle will wash upon the shores of someone out there with ears to hear. If you would prefer to read the text of this letter rather than have it read to you, please follow the link in the show notes to the actual text itself. So this is a letter to the future dated April 11th, 2020. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. World War I conspirator, Edward Gray. I do not write these words for my contemporaries.
Now
We are the damned.
timed out.
It is our lot now to watch as the lamp of liberty is extinguished.
I didn't time you out.
Bear witness to the final flickering of the flame of freedom. No, I don't write these words for my peers. I write them for those yet to come.
Bob,
the inhabitants of that future dystopia whose birth pangs we are experiencing.
Freedom of speech channel.
All right,
or
Bob,
is
hold
that
on a
bunch of
second. Pause the
fucking
video.
Little romper room bitches playing in a sandbox that
All
don't
right,
like what I'm
hold
saying.
on,
I'm
hold
sitting
on,
your
Murphy.
panel and I can't write in a chat room.
Murphy, listen for a second, okay? When you came up on this panel tonight, Bob was trying to show what we do here, playing videos, and you know what you were doing the whole time? Talking. The whole time you were talking, and that is disrespectful. So when Bob's doing something here, turn your mic off. How's that sound?
I have. Did you not hear that? Like
I don't want to hear anymore, okay?
I've got a speaker in one ear and it's behind a pillow. My headset's broken. I can very well get off the channel and leave the channel. No big difference to me. I have my own channel. I can bitch about life. But when
Well,
I'm
maybe that's a
sitting
good
on
idea.
a panel and I'm sitting here in a chat room and
Yeah,
someone
but you're
doesn't
just,
like what
you're
I'm saying, I'm not
continuing.
cursing,
That's all you
I'm
do
not
is
being
continue the
disrespectful.
bullshit. That's all you're doing. You're disrupting everyone here. That's all you're doing. So maybe you should go to your own channel, right?
Hey, Bob, man, I'll call you sometime. Your channel's really weak with your little mods. If I can't, I didn't insult anybody. You go back and you read your stuff.
We're just not into the politic thing because it's all nonsense.
And
We see what-
arguing.
and arguing, yeah. I mean,
This place is usually calm, but you have been talking up here when there's videos playing, when Bob's reading. You've been doing it. I've been watching you and listening. So maybe you should go. I know if this was my channel, you'd be done.
yeah, it's just it. I don't want to block anybody. You know that.
I know that. But be respectful.
No.
Thing.
Right,
Be
everybody.
respectful to
You may
Bob.
not like, you may not like what I have to say.
But I don't want to hear any more of it. We don't, none of us in here want to hear any more of what you have to say.
What would you like to hear? Because I'm
I don't want to
well-versed in a
hear
lot of things.
anything. Bob is trying to play a video. Don't you understand that? Turn your mic off. Just be respectful. Why can't you do that? Now, go ahead, Bob.
Okay.
This
We're
is
past
your
the
house.
politic thing. We're all right. I'm just gonna play the video. This night is crazy.
Humanity who might, through some miracle I can't even imagine, come across this electronic message in a bottle. I know that it's almost hopeless, that the chance of these words surviving the coming internet purge are slim at best, that even if, against all odds, this message does wash up on your digital shores, the chance of these words being understood by you is even slimmer. Not because you don't understand English, but because you no longer use these words I'm writing. Freedom, humanity, individual. Still, I am here to record the end of an era, so I will press on in the hope against hope that someone, somewhere in that future digital dark age, will have eyes to see and ears to hear. The darkness is descending. Let there be no mistake. We all know this. We know what it means when 17 million Americans, a full 10% of the workforce, are added to the unemployment rolls in a mere 3 weeks. When they're joined by millions more newly unemployed ex-workers all around the globe. When modern-day bread lines stretch for miles in the heart of America's once proud cities. When the phony baloney fiat funny money debt rises to over 24 trillion and the Fed's Sovietization of the economy is complete. We know what it means when police start shooting people dead for not wearing a mask. When drones police quarantines from the sky and robots police lockdowns on the ground. When governments admit to tracking every movement of every citizen and begin internal checkpoints where digital immunity passports determine who may pass and who must stay in their home. We know what it means when billionaires start telling us that only their new experimental mRNA vaccines will be able to release us from this nightmare. when they threaten to mark us with invisible ink tattoos to ID the vaccinated, when they tell us that we will not be able to buy or sell or participate in the economy until we can prove our immunity. It means that the Corona world order has arrived. Oh, sure, some will still deny it, but they are only fooling themselves. They're afraid to admit that it's true. Many are still under the old conditioning that told them to bleat conspiracy theorist at anyone questioning authority. We have a name for that kind: sheep, or sometimes sheeple. The masses in our day are kept in the pen by jackbooted sheepdogs of the police state, and led along by the political puppets who act as their shepherds. Occasionally, a wise old-timer in the flock cottons onto the game, but the shepherd has only ever fleeced the flock, so he resigns himself to his fate. Why struggle? It's mostly pointless. Never did the sheeple suspect that someday the shepherds would lead them to the slaughter. It is a term of derision, of course, sheeple. But I like to think that it doesn't just speak to our stupidity. It speaks to a naivety, an innocence. We are trusting and gentle creatures by nature, peaceable, cooperative. That is nothing to be scorned. If it weren't for the predators in our midst, our failings would be counted as virtues. But I'm not here to say that. I'm here to say this. Resist, struggle, fight. You are not cogs in a machine, despite what the shepherds of your day may be telling you. You are free and beautiful human beings. You are not born under the authority of another. You choose how to live your life, not some bureaucrat, not some police robot, not some immunity checkpoint algorithm or QR code. You do not need permission to buy or to sell or to assemble or to speak your mind or to leave your home. You are not an asymptomatic carrier of whatever virus your misleaders are telling you to be afraid of. You do not have to shelter in place because someone in a white lab coat told you to. I want you to understand that once upon a time, the government didn't have the right to know where you were, who you were meeting with, what you were purchasing, and what you were doing 24/7. Hell, the government didn't even have the ability to do that. I need you to know that there was a time when you could leave your house when you wanted, buy and sell as you saw fit, meet your neighbors, rally, protest, party, live as free human beings were meant to live. What am I saying? These words, this language, it makes no sense to you, does it? These concepts don't exist in your time, do they? You go where you are told to go. You stay home when you are told to stay home. You shut up when you are told to shut up. You think what you are told to think. You don't think what you are told to not think. I can't blame you after all. You're trusting and naive and peaceful, like a sheep. But oh, how I weep for what you have become. I tried to avert it. Please believe me, I really tried. But the lamp of liberty is being extinguished, and I am bearing witness. I don't know if history is something you study anymore, but in case it is not, UK Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey made his observation about the lamps going out all over Europe at the end of the so-called 12 days. According to the mainstream history books of our age, that was the period during the summer of 1914 that the British government was said to be trying to avert a world war. We are asked to believe that this prescient remark proved Grey to be a sage diplomat who was racked with grief over the pain and suffering that he sensed was about to be unleashed upon the world. But this is history by the winners of the worst kind. In truth, Grey was himself one of the conspirators who were actively working to bring about the First World War. What's more, the source of this quotation is in fact Grey himself. It was first recorded in Grey's own post-war memoir. Any tears he may have shed over the snuffing out of those lamps were crocodile tears, to be sure. One can well imagine that the history books of your era will record that Bill Gates made a similarly portentous remark at the onset of this corona crisis. Gazing out the window of his $127.5 million, 66,000 square foot Xanadu 2.0 mansion in Washington state, the then epicenter of the US outbreak, Gates's post-coronavirus memoir will no doubt tell us that he remarked to an underling, "The lights are going out all across the globe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime." But his memoir will no doubt fail to inform us that he was smirking as he said it. To my children, or my children's children, or whatever remnants of once free humanity happens to unearth these words in that God-forsaken future we are all goose-stepping into, I'm sorry. I failed you. We all failed you. But remember this: as long as the blood of your forebears flows through your veins, the lamp of human freedom shall not be extinguished forever. Let it shine, dear sheep. Let it shine.
I want to thank you, Giggles. I don't know if you're here. I didn't see you. And I'm going to drop the link to that in the chat. How is everybody in chat? Everyone all right?
Hey, Bob, when you get a second, show the folks that robot in the grocery store.
Will you drop the link?
Yeah, I dropped it earlier. Did you get it? I sent you 3 from Robin.
I only had that one.
Really?
Do you have the link?
Yeah, I'll get it. Hang on.
And I just want to say that Vernon wasn't being attacked. Vernon, you're not being attacked. You just got to be careful what you say on here. You got to remember you're on live stream, and you know you can't say certain things. And I'm not trying to be a promoter of any kind of stuff like that because I don't need any problems like that. I mean, the least of the problem would be taking the channel down, you know. But much worse than that, you talk stuff like that. You gotta be smart about it. Yeah, he's definitely a straight shooter, which is good. It's good being a straight shooter, but he shoots off the cannon. And you just can't do that on live. Okay, I got the link for that, Keys.
Okay. Did Vernon go to bed?
Is that the only one? I think it's still in there.
No, there's that one, and then there was part 2 of that other one where he actually went in the store with that get-up on. That's all right. Just check that one out I just sent you. Everybody knows his channel, I think.
Just hold on a second.
Bob, I got some links in the back channel for you.
All right.
Breaking news.
Okay.
Some crap about Kim Ung-yu at whatever. Penguin Man.
Is he gonna survive?
Two different sources are saying like he's brain dead. So I don't know. I mean, do you consider that alive?
I don't know.
It might be for him. I don't know what kind of brain he had when he was standing up and walking, but of course I'm gonna find that suspicious too. Little Rocket Man was shooting stuff off a week ago, and now all of a sudden he's incapacitated. That don't sound right.
This part 2 keys?
Part 2 of the mask is in the chat.
Oh.
Toby said he wanted to see that.
All right, well, I'll go grab it real quick. Okay.
So the phone cut off as soon as I asked that guy if I look like an idiot. Are they laughing at me? I look like an idiot, but I don't care. Nobody really wants to look at me. Right? She was laughing her ass off. Oh boy. Yeah. Very and blocking off sections. There we go. You know what? There's a long line. All of a sudden, $2.
Insert cash.
Pay another way, yeah. Soon you will have to pay another way. They say, we don't accept cash.
Shopping at Walmart.
Hold on, I have a mask. Hold it right there, I have a mask. I have the right to walk across the street. Oh, there you have it. I mean, I didn't have to go in with a mask on, okay? I did buy something. And people were afraid to look at me. Anybody that did look at me, they laughed very hard. Oh, man. They look pretty spiffy today, huh? That's right. Oh, well. What are you going to do? You got to blend in like everybody else. Well, thank you.
Unbelievable. What the hell is going on in the chat? It's unbelievable tonight. What is going on? Yeah, seems Marcia was abusing it, so I just took it away. She could be mad at me, I guess. Whatever. I can't be having this nonsense in the chat. Removing messages just because you're upset with someone. I can understand being upset because you don't agree on something. Well, I don't agree either. We never have any trouble here ever like this, Murphy. You know, just all this nonsense that we were talking about before started this whole thing. Everybody should just calm down, take a deep breath, go back to normal. Oh, it's not 420 anymore. That's done.
Dude, I totally apologize. There was a point in time where people could come on your panel and just talk about different views. And, you know, hey, I know a lot about unicorns farting rainbows.
No,
I mean,
we don't talk about
it
unicorns
don't
and rainbows
matter.
here at all. But it keeps leading back to the same thing, to the same thing, and to the same thing, and we just don't do the politics. I never did. People could talk about politics, but I've always said it's a world stage of controlled puppets dividing and distracting the masses while they're pushing all their agendas. You know, and that's what triggered everybody, because everybody else agrees. You know, and it's not me forcing my belief on anyone. Just that we just don't go to politics. I mean, you go there, you send them a letter that you don't agree. It's not going to get you anywhere. We're in serious trouble right now. We're beyond that. You know,
But how do we fix it?
we're way beyond fixing it.
We can all say how wrong it's going, but how do we fix it? I mean, it's great to know what the problem is, but
And that's where
collectively, if we all
we
sit
definitely need
down
millions of us everywhere. You know, we see these rallies and stuff, people standing up, you know, but you only see like 50 or 100 people. We need millions and millions. And you see other countries do it. You know what I mean? Not here. But that's not what I'm all about either, because I'm not trying to promote anything like that or any kind of violence. You know what I mean? But
fixing it doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be through violence. I
right,
mean,
I agree.
There has to
But
be an intelligent way to fix what's going on, and
right,
unfortunately, we're stuck in a
it's just
political reverb.
and it's
Everything
just
is
like
made
all those
political.
tanks that we've seen, all those tanks and tanks and tanks are
Well, you
not going
can't
to
kill
kill
a
a
virus with a
coronavirus.
tank.
You know, that's violence.
But still, why did all these tanks come? You can't kill a virus with a tank. You can't fight a virus with an army. It makes no
Exactly.
sense.
That's more things we should be focused on. Why are all these tanks being set up? Why is the National Guard in every state being set up, an army? And we got ships on the east and west coast. Is that for the soldiers that are going to get wounded?
Like I said, I've never been in the military, but a month ago, you know, I might have even been on your panel, and I'm like, actually, I talked to you on the phone. I'm like, dude, we got the National Guard on the coasts, on the borders. It looks really defensive. I mean, why would you empty all the hospitals? Unless, I don't know, maybe you're expecting casualties. Where do you get casualties? From a war? Why do you have field hospitals? That's a war term. The president is a war. I've never heard this over a virus. It's not adding up. How do we fix it? Well, you know, I don't know. Government can't dilly out common sense. Literally, we have to be smart enough. I don't know. My 67-year-old man needs to stay home. I need to go to Chili's and have a strawberry daiquiri. See? um, if I had a child that had an immune problem, that child would stay home. I think the kids need to still stay out of school. But this can't be about a virus. The numbers aren't adding up, and I've been on this stuff since the 22nd of January. So we got to figure out what is going on. What does this mean? What are we in for? Because you know we got to prepare. We're just the people, you know. I wish there was some truth.
I'm back, Bob.
Welcome back. I'm going to play this next one just a second. Seems like we got other channels that like to mirror us while we're having our sessions and talk about us on their panel while doing so. Nice, huh? Roll them.
How you doing, man?
This is effective as of right now?
Not right now. I think it's tonight at 8 technically, so you can still come in the store and get whatever you want.
Okay.
I just gotta let you know that the department or whatever is requiring people to wear one. So.
No, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I know it's by 8 o'clock. I was checking to see.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Countdown. Gotta follow the lines. I mean, they're literally requiring you to look like a bank robber in order to enter into the store. Yeah, look at this.
This is going to show the robot right there.
Excuse me. Tell me they didn't gang stalk me. Robot AI booth. I wonder if I was allowed to not do that. Marty. His name's Marty.
Order 52 is ready for pickup at your convenience. Thank you.
This is the only aisle that you can go in either direction.
This guy's really. What's he staring at me? What the fuck do you want? Beat it, Marty. Stalker. How's it feel? I was here first.
Flee when it belts up.
Thank you.
Crazy. Coming to an area near you.
How you doing, Mark, Erica, Jenny, Toby, Murphy, Vibes of Truth, Darlene, Tango Liberty, Born a Racer, Free from Doctrine. Where'd Marcia go? Anne. Just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Hello.
How you doing, Bob?
I'm doing.
Was that crazy
I'm
or
doing.
what?
That is crazy.
You know, floor cleaners, they don't clean the floors when there's customers in there. Plus that thing can't hold water. You know?
Yep.
It's all started a long time ago. Kelly Kibo. Where's Richard? I know you're lurking. There he is. What are you doing, dude? Geronimo. Now you see what's going on, Bob. You got people recording your live stream.
Famous, huh?
You know, it's like you just take a look around what's going on in our, just our country with how people are behaving and those that work for the government.
Yep.
What they're doing to people. And then they go home and they have a nap and then they go back to work and they do the same thing again. Those that are spraying chemicals and, you know, many things. We have a huge people problem here. That's how I see it.
Unbelievable. What a night. Oh. Sorry about that, everyone in chat.
Well, thank you, Mr. McAfee, for letting me know that you didn't find any viruses on my computer.
He is in there. Look at him.
Okay, Richard.
Still busy, Richard?
You all right, Marcia? Everybody okay now? I tell you what, the bar is open, free drinks on the house. But you can't drive home.
Wow.
Don't let it get to you, Bob.
It's not. It's just, wow.
I know.
Have a good one, Mark. You take care there.
I might have one myself.
Thinking about it. That was some crazy shit. I'm just getting their links that I already showed.
I always stand right next to you, Bob.
Appreciate that, Keys.
Geronimo. You know something?
Yeah. Come on up, Geronimo.
Yeah.
That's what we need, some Geronimo.
Yeah, come on, Geronimo. You really want to know what I think? I think that the sad part, Geronimo, is that people just speaking of our country alone, because they trust in the system so much, they're going to get in line, they're going to comply, and they don't have a clue. And it's sad, but they've been given every opportunity to see what is going on by, I always make a joke about that from Paul Harvey, our Father who art in Washington. That's how people are with celebrities, which that, you know, that's who Trump is. He's a celebrity, the apprentice. And they use celebrities to push their agendas because people love celebrities. That's how I see it. Yep. Athletes, everything. They work for the man.
Hmm.
Yeah, WWE. I remember my dad taking me to that when I was like 14 years old. I'm like, really? This is fake, man. Everything is rigged. All sports are rigged. Everything. You know, UFC, you know, there's, well, you know what I'm saying. They're making it unfair, saying that that one's a woman and no, it isn't. See? When I was in school, we learned a lot of cool things, you know, how to grow food and cook food and automotive shop and wood shop. And they don't have that anymore. They just want to throw the children a laptop. You know, there he is. What's up?
Hello,
How you doing?
friends.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Bob. I appreciate that. How are you? I see you got
Hanging
some
in
good
there.
rest. I
I
noticed
did.
that right away. My dame, she was oh, pardon me, Keys. I just want to tell Bob this though. My dame was really concerned about you. She said, "What if they nabbed him up? You know, like, you know, Creedy came with his black bag." I said,
I
"No, man,
know.
he's tired. He just needs, you know, he's got a lot of stuff going on in his head, and you know, trying to run this thing. It's a lot of work, just a mental. I mean, gymnastics alone, and whoo.
Takes a lot
So,
away.
oh yeah, draining. You know, I
Yeah.
can't. Yeah. So I'm glad to see that you know, your face looks good, color. You know, like you got some
Yep.
serious, like baby skin again now, man.
Yep. Feel a
You
lot
know,
better.
Keys, hey brother. You know, I've been thinking about what you were saying. The part I caught about you know, just the lack of skills, and how I'm sure you would agree that that relates to you know, an independent thought, independent form, an independent attitude. But seeing as how, you know, these protests are a good thing, but you know, it's kind of a strikeout really to me. I'm not knocking it, but I hear, what I'm really hearing is turn the machines back on, turn the machines back on. And they're in for a big disappointment when like that lady in Idiocracy was banging on that Carl's Jr. thing and nothing come out but an empty box. I'm sorry, but oh man,
Bones, it's when you see when I seen that everybody waving the Trump signs and the hats and stuff, that's what throws me in the other direction, because that tells me that they still don't get it.
No, they don't.
And it's sad.
Yeah, you almost think for a moment that they're paid agent provocateurs to support Trump, but they're not. They're just really that thick. And it's unfortunate, as I've expressed before, what my wife had declared when Trump had taken office, that yeah, that was it. Freedom was a thing of the past. Now we're fighting for our lives. So I see, I just see when I saw those guys down there, I know that's the Phoenix Valley and everything. And I know that, all the Arizonans I know, they're awake in a huge way. And, they knew that just the, in my area, all the way from St. John's to Payson, and places well, east and west of Flagstaff, they know that the weight of government put the truly awake and aware of everything from the hustle that Trump is to the hustle that this virus is. They know they're in a position where they have to wait it out and endure it, because the number of the cattle is just, I mean, unreal. And the ones that are, passionate enough, or, realizing that, if they don't get back to work, they're going to kill their wife or something. Their motives are still choking on the smoke of hopium in this whole political process, which is just completely insanely absurd. I mean, how thick or how deep in the pit of denial do you have to be to realize that the entire body of the U.S. government and all 17 of its recognized agencies are at war with the American people, kit and caboodle. I mean, everything is an insult. I mean, everything from the chem to the food to, I cannot name a clean spot on the table that isn't splashed with government vomit, and the crowd of these political supporters over there on the table just licking it up like as if it was sweet cream. I mean, hey, this is not about politics or religion. This is about survival. This is about guerrilla gardening. This is about sharpening each other's swords, not beating our forks into plowshares. We're at war here. Not a war that we wanted at all. I would rather be at peace and tending to my farm and my critters, having children. But no, I got to deal with these eggheads. You want to keep their heads half submerged in the sand because it suits them. They think through this hocus pocus charade, this pathetic, unbelievably visible kabuki theater that's just, somebody needs their head rang. No, this is not a time for all that hoo-ha at all. That's just distraction, and make you wonder, man, is this somebody just littering our fertile soil here that we're gathered around with landmines and shit? It's like, come on, man, grow up. When did anybody ever trust in government or what Keyes was referring to as these celebrity clowns from the ugly, nasty, devious, demoralized, unethical, wretched rats in DC to them freaks and adrenochrome junkies selling their slop on the movie screens. No, man. I mean, people have been submerged so long in this filth that they either can't live without it or they apologize for it, or they think we can negotiate with this leprosy of politics and religion. Man, that to me is liberty is I'll have none of that. Thank you very much. The golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If they can't act right, then teach them how you're going to be treated. That's what liberty is. It's not compromising with, look what we've gotten. Look at this freak show with these robots and stuff. I mean, come on. I ain't having none of that. But we're past all that too. Now we're just down to almost to the place of brute survival. And I was going to pose this question to Keyes and then rest my neck for a minute. How do you see this famine that we all know is coming affecting the landscape in general, in part, in whole? In your opinion, sir?
When you were talking about cattle, the first thing that came to my mind, and when you have a ranch and you have quite a few head of cattle, you brand them and you tag them, which is part of what they are trying to do in a different way, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And they, like today, I watched a little bit of the coronavirus task force, and I heard that man say, he called it the plague, and he was referring to 1918, which is why I made that video the other day. And I believe they are trying to pull off the same stunt that they did 102 years ago from the beginning, 1918, and it went to 1920. Now, I have a strong suspicion that they genocided a lot of people back then. And, it's just my theory and my way of thinking that they're probably going to do the same thing again, whether it be, through vaccinations, war, or, both. I don't know. Yeah. But it doesn't look good to me. I mean, they're destroying everything, the landscape, like you said. And people keep believing, well, I just heard that they're going to reopen the restaurant and this and that and all this other stuff. They're not going to do nothing.
No, they're not.
Until they achieve whatever it is that they're doing, That's what it looks like to me.
Well, when you have, these people have a grip on the mass of the American population, and being that America is key to the New World Order, like in toto. If I were them, I would not let that grip go at any cost. And so the little bit of hope and cheese that they're dragging through the streets to keep people off balance You know, the virus has just been very effective at a purely psychological level. I mean, even though, you know, we see it for what it is, to them, because they have such a grip on the minds of the American public, to them, it's like a master stroke. Because if they've got them and they can keep them, then in their minds, strategically taking out, you know, any resistance to them, uh, whether it'll be easy or not, you know, is anybody's guess. But the fact that they'll be able to concentrate themselves apart from all that they've already vaccinated, and those poor people have no idea. But oh man, and what's really frustrating is that our enemies have so many ways to assault us. I mean, without any resistance from anywhere, from the military, from Congress, the Senate. I mean, you know, governors. I don't know, man. I mean, when I look at them, it's not like I have any hope or any faith in any of them. The governors that I do see in America that are, you know, trying to ride the fence are doing it, you know, purely out of a political instinct until they can't any longer. Yeah, they'll tuck tail and run when it gets bad. But you know, there's so many. But what you were saying, Keys, that you don't know what they're going to do. Is it going to be war? Is it going to be famine? Is it going to be a combination? Considering the times that we're in, and considering that almost at any point right now, anything that they do would be likened unto a coup de grace. I mean, effortless. You know, they could take us out with a stone if they wanted to. I mean, they really could. They could do some serious, serious damage from all points of the compass. But even though I do feel that they could do that, I cannot speak as to why they hesitate. Maybe it could be for any reason. Maybe they enjoy it. You know, at that demonic level, or they just don't feel entirely ready yet. You know, there's so much going on, you know, beyond them keeping us focused on what we're focused on. You know, is trying to navigate through the immediacy of what we're experiencing with these clowns, that we really, you know, we've lost sight of what's going on. We can't see beyond this. I mean, it is truly a web that is tightening. I mean, the spiders are even on us. We're not exempt. You know, there's a cocoon is being built around us too for the kill. That should be very evident. So although, you know, I just wonder at the initial wave, if getting everybody vaccinated in America, you know, is their aim, which it seems to be. Keys, even though there's a lot of cattle in this country, I don't think that it would be that easy, just because I think that when the American people, like the people that wear the Trump hats and all that stuff, and still think that they have rights or whatever, I think that when something, you know, I think it's going to take serious pain for these. I don't know that people are just going to accept it just without first doing some serious damage toward the government first. Because when I was looking at the way that those Arizonans did, like those boys in Kentucky did. You know, they didn't ask and stand around politely. They just stormed inside, you know, the building. You know, they're not going to play that. So if that's already a ready feature of the cattle to behave in such a way because they're feeling the pressure of you know, having no money, of being cooped up, you know, just a complete disruption in their lives. What will they do? We've seen the food lines developing. We all know that the food is all being destroyed by design. I mean, I almost want to guarantee that a frozen hell is going to take over this country come winter, especially when it comes to food. I mean, and the fuel. Okay, that's wandering off, and that's wandering off here.
But you're right when you wander off. You know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, brother.
Because
I still go back when I weigh the percentages again and again and again in my mind, and I see these videos that Bob is showing us. I'm still, you know, leaning heavily toward, if you can get away from those cities, or make sure that, you know, that you're confident where you are or what you have available to you. I would certainly keep, you know, my boots by the front door.
Keep them on.
You know, yeah, keep them on. You know, this I literally, it's been nice when I've slept with my boots on. Yeah, I know. Oh man. But I think that if that can be taken care of first among us, like we all, you know, and if we can all help each other to you know, attain that level of confidence, but not with any, you know, false sense of dispellation. No, if we can help each other achieve that, that's great. But if we can have that peace of mind that, hey, we've done all we can do to prepare ourselves against this ugliness. I think that's a great premise to work from. You know, and then being able to. Well, I'm not saying I'm not, you know, trying to establish a format or anything of approach. I'm just saying that I would feel much better personally if I knew everybody that, you know, is my friends in here and stuff, is okay. You know, like they got the thumb, like, yeah, I'm okay. I got my rocking chair, you know, my jug of moonshine and my shotgun. I'm fine, or whatever. You know, as long as people are confident that, you know, they've done what they can and they are doing what they can do. I don't know. I think that's a good thing to address, so that we all kind of do our own checklist, not like, you know, preppers do, because our thing is heavy on the spiritual end of it too, because we ain't gonna make it without the spiritual anyhow. None of us would. But nevertheless, you know, it's good to, you know, make sure that we've got the oil for our lamps, and you know, we've got a trench that you know, we can fall into, and you know, at least, you know, be confident that, you know, that we've done all that we can do, you know, because it does, like Keith said, it looks bad. It does. It does.
I agree.
Yipper.
And there's some other military channels that I have looked at, but I don't trust that source of information either about,
no,
you know, them going over to China. But in my mind, I can see them going over there and starting something, and then China coming over here. I mean, there's so many psyops. It's crazy, because we don't know the truth.
I've given a lot of thought to China as far as combat goes, And, I think about the rape of Nanking, and I think about, their successes, even from the Qin dynasty onward, that they're very good at killing their own people and killing, but, to me, I don't know, I'm not really concerned about the Chinese as far as like a ground force or a mechanized force. I don't really think that. I just look at China's history and their wartime endeavors were pretty disgusting to me. More like butchers. Yeah. So I don't know. I know they got the numbers and, to really do a lot of damage, but I still see them more as a mop-up crew. And the reason I do is because nobody really likes the Chinese anywhere in the world. I've, watched their discussions with their diplomats, with other foreign diplomats like from France and Germany, America. And I can tell by the body language, and because everything they're talking about is all lies, anyways. I don't listen to any of that, uh, just as background noise. But I pay attention to the way that they engage each other. And if anything, China would, if we can, kind of subcontextually, flesh them out in the regard to them being in America. I see them only as maybe being able to attain a fiefdom. The reason is because the Queen of England intends to set up shop in Canada because the city of London is going to go under one way or the other, whether underwater or under fire. But this is not the first time that these royal houses have moved thousands of miles away from their original digs to continue on their paradicism. And like I said, I know that's why Ginger Boy is there. I know that's why Trump sealed a deal to make Canada, United States, and Mexico a single union, ironclad, not like Bush's and the Clintons' first go at that. When the American, the way that the economy and everything was set up then, it wasn't even feasible, but they had put that into works through their NAFTA hustle. So see, the stage is already set for a fiefdom. So China, may have more access to mineral resources. That's why they want to get us off the reservations, Navajo, Hopi, Apache. They want to just, finish off their genocide to get at what's underneath us. So I can see China, in its participation, being able to, extract resources. But as far as being an invasion, as far as being a conqueror, nah, there's too many greedy people that want a piece of America. In this, they'll parcel out America. The beast will parcel out America like for favors. Like a kind of a return to olden times. You got a king and a queen, you got vassal states and houses and lords and all that hoo-ha, which is pretty much like that now anyway. But yeah, because America, remember, is a great whore. And, this whore going to get paid, and they're going to get what they paid for. A chance to be with the whore for a while. So, yeah, it's very messy. So, no, I think that, nobody's going to touch America. America's going to be the ones to do the damage to itself. I know that sounds far-fetched, I guess, but this has been something that's happened throughout history. Everything from the burning of the Reichstag to the burning of Rome under Nero. I mean, come on. The burning of America under Trump. Why not? Just a different kind of fire in order to break America, to get it in line with the New World Order, no matter how many they got to kill. And it doesn't necessarily have to be nukes. I mean, like I say, they got a vast array of death machines to come at us with, and they will if they have to. But Vernon, Vernon, I know was speaking through a lot of pain and a lot of frustration. But essentially, his assertion has merit, because that's the way that all slaves have broken the yoke of the masters, whether it was Spartacus or whomever. The only way these people will never tell you, they'll have you killing each other, for their amusement or whatever. But anyway, I just know that Vernon was in a lot of pain. So I just want everybody to kind of know that sometimes pain really magnifies, what you're focused on, and his, is not on, puppy dogs and cotton candy, But
I agree.
Anyway, so
And
I'm
I
gonna
understand. I understand Vernon because of what he's been through.
Yeah.
And I also understand because of my family members, same thing. But we can't fix this thing by, I did that a long time ago, making phone calls to state representatives. They don't represent me or anyone else.
No.
They don't listen because they are paid to continue doing what they're supposed to do, and if they don't, then they're out of there, and they'll put somebody in there that will finish the job.
Oh yeah.
That's how I see it. And we can't, do this 1,000,000-man march thing or 5 million, or what are they going to do? Look out the window and laugh? Yep, that's what they're going to do. They laugh every single day at the public. For people that keep their trust in them, and when you watch them and listen to them, they're lying to you all the time, and I catch them every single day. And like Toby said, if it worked before, why not do it again?
That's right.
And that's what I feel, especially what he said today on TV. He called it the plague, which he was referring to 1918.
Well, Keys, you said that, I immediately thought about, once again, the array of devices or, whatever they want to do. It would not surprise me, not to rattle anybody's cage or anything, but I was talking with my wife about this earlier in the day, and we thought, for whatever reason, maybe just to, propound, or, to, it's like they've started something that they got to finish. So I could see them unleashing some military grade, something really nasty, just to say,
something to start it.
Yeah, it just that's the messed up thing, you see, is that we're at their mercy that way. It's the cat and mouse, man, and it sucks. It sucks, but this is why I say, it's you know, when our king said, "Hey, you know, come out of her, my people," I mean, you know, it's. I just feel that, you know, we have some time, but not a whole lot. And watching the cattle is probably more important than anything else, because oh man.
Notice
Yeah,
how they
I don't think any of us, you know, enjoy, you know, being in this this suspense mode, you know, this you know, this hostile intermission, if you will. But it I can hear it on the big channels, you know, that I've listened to a couple today, and I think they're starting to take more of a kind of a, I don't know, a kind of a Socratic approach to, you know, what they're talking about every day of late. You know, the big name guys. I don't want to talk about that, but they all seem to be suggesting like a, well, a what now scenario. You know, it's and not a little bit of, you know, demeaning finger pointing and clubbing a little bit. You know, that's kind of messed up. But um, I I think it's time that, you know, people are going to have to really get honest with themselves. And what Toby was referring to, that, yeah, you know, if the script works, why change it? It's efficient, it's cost effective. You know, everybody knows the routine. Um, so at best, you know, we look at their story, you know, just from of late. We can just go right back to World War II, and we can see uh, the worst of what Europe experienced at that time, you know, with the genocide of all those people, and the barbarity and the cruelty, and, you know, all the medical messing around. That's just probably going to be a shadow of what people can expect in this country, because the evil is, I mean, when I look at the coronavirus panel, that Dr. Bix and that Faust, those two right there, I mean, I mean, am I the only, no, I'm not the only one that can see just the evil just oozing out of them. I mean, it's like they could, like black goo just pouring out of them, you know, like you need a infrared light to see the goo coming out. I mean, those are some foul creatures. And, you know, I think of what is their real motive, you know, qui bono, right? You know, who benefits? And I think of, oh man, somebody wants to eat humans. I don't know. It just looks really nasty from here out, man. When I look at those people on that, look at their faces, oh, those are some evil people. And they
no
know
compassion.
they're evil. Huh?
They have no compassion
Nothing. They're like
for.
insects.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing there when you look at them.
No.
You know, and I think what they're doing right now is they're trying to break people down big time. You know,
Yeah.
and you know, throwing food away and everything that they're doing. If it comes to that point and the folks aren't prepared and have, you know, food set aside and water and things of that nature, that's how they're gonna, you know, they'll go right to their arms, so to speak, for help. And that's what they want. Unfortunately, for some people, that's what's going to happen. And then other bad things are going to happen.
Oh yeah.
You know, this
You can see it.
biometric, you know, something that goes into your blood, you know, tracks you all the time. That's called cattle. The 5G things like that. You know, I've been out and about, and you know, when I go out, I look around to see if there's any different, you know, towers or things like that, and I haven't noticed anything, you know, at intersections. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, me neither.
So we all have seen, you know, I haven't seen the proof of what they're putting in the schools, if they are doing that to the hospitals, schools, stadiums, you name it, everything. I don't know. I wish I did.
Yeah, you know, I do the same thing, Keys. You know, if I need to travel a distance, let's say to, you know, pick up grain 50, 60 miles away or whatever, I don't see any evidence of that in any of the towns that I go to, you know, to supply our needs here or whatever. I don't see anything like that. And I'm very aware of all the towers in my area, and you know what they're pinging, and nothing. I mean, we barely have 4G up here where I am. And there's, like I say, there's been absolutely no additions, or, you know, like I've said, you know, there's some things that we you know, have not been able to affect, but some things we have. It's been a fight for us here, like as far as, you know, them wanting to frack, you know, just north of me a little bit, and we wouldn't allow that to happen under threat of, you know, going to arms. Um, Nobody made that a secret around here, so they said, okay, never mind. But and everybody here is very aware of the dangers of 5G, and you know, it wasn't too long ago in the valley there in Phoenix, when they tried setting up those license plate readers, that everybody said, yeah, okay, well, all the youngsters got out there and just smashed them to bits. Sometimes that's just what it takes, because they, you know, um, so that's why I asked you, you know, earlier, you know, in your opinion, about Arizonans specifically, being that, you know, you're one of them, I'm one of them, Haji's one of them, others here are one of us, as far as where we are. And like I say, you know, everywhere I go, except for, you know, these strange, you know, no disrespect to, you know, any good people in California, but these strange California types that kind of come through, with their odd, zombiness. Nobody here, I mean, everybody's fully aware of of what 5G is, and we wouldn't allow it anyway. They don't exist on any of the church steeples, or you know, any of the transmission pods at the railway stations or depots here. I don't see anything like that happening. So that's why I say, you know, and where we are, I mean, for a stretch of a couple or 100 miles along the White Mountain Range, nobody's allowing anyone to go hungry. Everybody's keeping their businesses, you know, mom and pop places alive. You know, abandoning, you know, Walmarts and stuff like that anyway. Everybody's, you know, teaching everybody how to grow gardens. That's why I say I think that there's going to be, places where not just a physical resistance of just doing the opposite of what government would have us do, but a spiritual resistance that's to some, people might, how do you say it, mock that, or whatever they do. But, Vernon knows about the spirit. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, I just think that, if like people in the Phoenix Valley may discover that they have friends to the north. I don't know. What I'm trying to, I don't want to go on and on about how much I love Arizona and Arizonans, even though I do, but I still see a difference between the caliber of passion and anger, because I know that all them Arizonans that stormed that building weren't just turn the machines back on kind of people. They were us. There were some of us in there too. Keys, what do you think?
Yeah, I do believe that. And what discourages me, like I said before, is when I see the hats and still supporting the very ones that are the problem here on this earth. It's a little discouraging, but I have to take it with a grain of salt, I guess, because they're still there for the right thing, even though they're confused about something else. Like this, learning about everything takes time for some people because they just don't know about it. And I don't know, it's so tough to see others. Like I talked to a gentleman here today that is going to be hitting the road and going back to Ohio. And I said, aren't you concerned with, you have to go through several states, you may have to quarantine. You do understand that, don't you? Yeah, I'm not worried about that. And I said, well, you might want to, take that into consideration and just give it a thought, because you never know what's going to take place out there on the road and where you're going and what is happening in some other state that we can't see. You know what I mean?
I agree. I mean, it's like what you and Toby had been discussing between yourselves. Why? Yeah, look, let me to enunciate your point, if I may. Yeah, this is the reason why I uh, I I haven't let my wife even go into town in over a year, because I've been where America is going. But like I've told you before, and Vernon understands it very well too, it's going to be worse than anything we've ever experienced. So it's like, I'm not stupid. Evil, anybody who said, especially now, it's really foolish to poo-poo. Oh, yeah, if I was going to travel, across the states, it certainly wouldn't be on no main highways or it. You have to really think about what you're doing, especially now. And you're right. You don't know what's out there right now. You don't.
Yep. They don't even know, that they're closing down highways, bridges, and they're doing these things a little here, a little there. But they don't, they expect the government to tell them these things. And they're not going to tell them. You have to dig. You have to look. You know, when I showed that little video about I-70 and 465 up there, that's pretty serious when you think about it. That's going to stop
That's
all
a main
goods,
artery.
fuel, food, everything. You know, and most people, they don't even think about those things. They just, I said this years ago, people think the stores will always be full of food. And there's always going to be gas, and that's not how it is. Unfortunately, because I call them the powers that shouldn't be. They got too big for their pants, and this should have happened a long time ago. If you understand what I'm saying, I know you do, but
I do. Unfortunately,
these people are very evil, and what really gets under my skin is that lieutenant general of U.S. Army Corps that was standing up there talking out of the side of his neck today. He's part of this plan, you know, that we're all still trying to piece together. But I did some research on him, and you know, for instance, he has been years of service, 1979 to present. Kind of like what we have going on in Congress and the White House. They've been around for too long, and that's the problem. Even though they're just pawns and puppets, still, when you have people like that in charge of our military, that's not good. Because they're being bought and paid for, and they will do whatever it takes.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Even if it's against their own people.
Oh, yeah. Especially.
I mean, the average Joe citizen that has a pilot's license for commercial aircraft that has got into the business of, you know, spraying chemicals to cause really bad weather and destroy people's homes. And that's like another slap in the face when Trump says, well, I'll go ahead and give you a loan to rebuild your home after we just destroyed it. Really? You know? I mean, we all know that they control the weather. It's so obvious, you know? Like Vietnam.
Yeah.
I mean, we were getting our ass kicked over there in Vietnam. That's a fact.
It's a fact. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, that's the problem. You know, too, that's, you know, I'll just touch on that very quickly, what you had brought up about, you know, I mean, it is always a possibility and sometimes seemingly a probability, like we could, you know, suffer an invasion from Red China, let's just say. You know, in a way, I kind of just, you know, it's like I was hoping that Hillary Clinton was going to become president because I knew that if that happened, the revolution was like guaranteed. I mean, at that point, right? Because you know to me that was it would have been the engine of a revolution that would have, you know, perhaps we wouldn't be. I'd rather be in the thick. Well, anyways, we wouldn't be where we are now. And it's the same thing. What you attest to. You're right. When I saw Obama so easily just decimate the ranks of any constitutionally minded or proficient or even American in the most inane of ways. I was kind of shocked that they just laid down and let this guy just tear them out a root and stem like that with, I mean, no resistance, no. When I saw that, I was like, wow, the military, whatever was left of it is gone now. And that was back then. What Trump inherited, if we can, I say that loosely, was a military built just for a New World Order takeover. I mean, how can they not be in on it? I mean, they know the crimes of this government. They're very aware of all the constitutional crimes, the federal crimes. I mean, that deserve death. But no, they're all in on it, which is I know it must be hard for some folk because that's kind of a scary. But when you look at the genocide of peoples from the beginning, yeah, it's usually a democide, or at the very least, it's a cooperation with those performing the genocides. It was no different, when America was in World War II and Ford Motor Company and all the rest of them. What was it? Shell Oil, you know what I mean? The Luftwaffe couldn't have been possible without, Shell Oil giving them the additives that they needed for their jet fuel or for their av fuel. Same thing with Ford Motor Company. All those Panzers had Ford motors in them, diesels. These people, they're something else. So, yeah. And that's, to me, is just like the most basic, most remedial of the American legacy since its inception, is doing a lot of dirty deeds for a lot of dirty people. And now, it's time to, get rid of the oxen. Look at how they got the oxen now. They got them all muzzled up, while they continue to tread out the grain for the government. And it's just an insult, man. It's a mockery. But yeah, I mean, just the basic horrors of history from the most recent past. I mean, what we're living right now. My goodness, man. And that's why, it stuns me that from no matter from where, whether it's from the United States military, someone, or if it's from, the patriot militia type, leadership or something, wherever it is, nobody's like really coming to the aid of the nation as a whole, as a body. They're all just kind of busy these people want to save the leg, these people want to save the arm. The division is like very successful. So
there it is, right there.
Yeah,
there it is. Something else he said the other day was, and we know that Virginia didn't do anything.
No.
But he said that he was going to liberate them, along with, I think he said Michigan and what other state, I can't remember right now, so don't quote me on that, but he will do whatever is necessary. And that's also another thing that's part of their agenda, is disarming America.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they've got ways that they can do it. And, one of the fun ways for them would be to let Americans starve and then turn on each other, expend all their ammunition and resources killing each other, and then go in with mop-up crews. That would probably be a whole lot of fun for them. because, like, these are sick, twisted people. And I can't see Americans, that have spent, tens of thousands of dollars on arms and ammunition and, all the accoutrement, the scopes and all that. No way are they going to give it up like that. I mean, and there's enough Americans out there right now that, in the current climate, especially, I mean, haven't we been seeing, cops getting lit up here and there just lately? I think here in Arizona, some cops went to somebody said, oh, there's people arguing in their house, and the cops went there and they got capped. And this happened twice just in Arizona. So people and these weren't patriots or, preppers or anything like that. These were just regular people that decided, nah, I think I'm just going to shoot first. And I was kind of surprised, being this is the Phoenix Valley and all, but, you can see when that starts happening and consecutively, just days apart, you can see a trend forming with the amount of pressure that's on people already. And because they're not making a big deal about it in the news like they normally do, tells me, one, they want to keep everybody focused on the hooty hoo virus. And two, they already know that the effects, the affectation of this pressure is going to have anyway. And I don't think they're gonna, they're not running with it like they normally would and start screaming gun control, because to do that too while everybody's in their homes and under pressure like this would probably put people at the breaking point, to where you would start hearing a whole lot more gunfire around your neighborhood, because somebody needs to bear this anger and this rage, and who better than the cops on the front line that have been, doing horrible things to the people of this country anyway. That's part of chaos too, and having fun with it. I mean, and it serves their purpose, and then when it really gets the cops, more martialized and more galvanized towards, H2H, hardened to humanity programming, and, they're the enemy. And, like Toby said, we're just seeing the same script, but with a little bit more English on it,
Yeah, I hear you. Geronimo, I'll be right back. I need a quick break.
Yes, sir. Me
I have
too.
to go to the head.
I was just going to say that. I'll be right back, Bob. Keys.
Way ahead of you. Uh-oh, Corona. Wow. Okay, well, everyone is taking a break. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully I don't have a mic open. Cool. Let's see. What? U.S. lockdowns coincide with rise in poisonings from cleaners. U.S. lockdowns coincide with rise of poisonings from cleaners. Everybody panicking, trying to disinfect and clean. New York. One toddler became dizzy, fell, hit her head after drinking from a large bottle of hand sanitizer. A woman had a scary coughing and wheezing fit while soaking her produce in a sink containing bleach, vinegar, and hot water. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. Reports of accidental poisonings from cleaners and disinfectants are up this year, and researchers believe it's related to the coronavirus epidemic. Such poisonings were up to about 20% in the first 3 months of this year, compared with the same period in 2018 and 2019, according to a report Monday from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Crazy, huh? Amazon owned Whole Foods is quietly tracking its employees with a heat map tool that ranks which stores are most at risk of unionizing. We wouldn't want that. Amazon-owned Whole Foods is tracking and scoring stores it deems at risk of unionizing, according to 5 people with knowledge of the effort and internal documents viewed by Business Insider. The scores are based on more than 24 metrics, including racial diversity, employee loyalty, tip line calls, and violations recorded by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. In response to this story, Whole Foods said, Whole Foods Market recognizes the rights of our team members to decide whether union representation is right for them. We agree with the overwhelming majority of our team members that a direct relationship with Whole Foods Market and its leadership, where team members have open lines of communication and every individual is empowered to share feedback directly with their team leaders, is best. Tracking active or potential unionization is a common practice among large companies, according to labor experts. And what do we have here? Looks like a rat. Rodentologist. Coronavirus causing cannibal rat armies to wage full-on war. They're mammals just like you and I, and so when you're really, really hungry, you're not going to act the same. The rodentologist said. Oh, you just can't make this stuff up. Let's see. As thousands of restaurants across the country closed down over the coronavirus pandemic and stopped discarding their leftovers outside, rats are becoming so starving that they are resorting to all-out battles and even cannibalism to survive, according to the rodentologist. In New York City, where many eateries line the streets but are no longer in operation, rats are waging war, eating each other, killing their young in order to fill their stomachs, according to an expert on the subject. So eventually there wouldn't be a rodent problem, would there? What happened, Toby? Yeah, you're the rat. It's just like we've seen in history of mankind, where people try to take over lands and they come in with militaries and armies to fight to the death, literally, for who's going to conquer that land. Bobby Corrigan, a rodentologist who specializes in urban vermin, said on NBC News. Wow, that's Quite a way to put it, huh? And that's what
Yeah,
happens. Is that like pre-programming?
yeah, really is. It really
Big
is.
time.
I mean, you know, it's the way that they, introduced cannibalism slowly into the programming through all the, the vampire movies and the vampire TV shows, and then the real world vampire cafes, a la Maria Abramovich types, and it's these people, in such the most innocuous of ways, how they introduced just the idea, not just of cannibalism, but that, wow, a person might think to themselves, it's acceptable now. Wow, I wonder what that must be like. And then the seed germinates, and it takes root at a psychological level where I could just imagine somebody, eating into a charred, thigh bone or something, saying to themselves at a psychological level that it's okay. It's like we were given permission. So, it's not like as if, however, people will reason out, something like that out in their mind when they're starving to death. Yeah, when I think just what I've read, in the book of Amos and Daniel and John the Revelator, and some of the horrors that they saw that they could not even bear to see. To me, when I think of that there would be no flesh left alive, were it not for the Creator putting a stop to it. I can't even imagine the scale. I kind of think in terms of the mood, I guess. Like when I watched the movie The Road, or like the Book of Eli. I see that period that man will descend into, that will be by design too. And I mean, they've been, doing that predictive programming like that for a long, long time. I mean, from way back, when Mad Max first, and then I think of the oil prices, the way that they dipped like that. I mean, bottomed out. That right there, the first thing I think of is, the engine of world economies have come to a complete halt. Outside of pumping out hot dogs and coffee. Wow. So it's like, yeah, war, but in a big way too. I think that this world war will be all about genocide. I think that every nation on the planet will, well, maybe given 2 or 3 or something, let's just say, but the major ones, they're going to genocide big time. They've got to. They've got to. They cannot run the risk of having billions of starving people, and especially Americans. No, they can't have it. They can't have it. So it'll be, not just so much a war of resources, but making sure that all these, if they have what they want, they get their part, but they know they got to sacrifice a lot of people, and they're not having a problem with that at all. I'm sure that, you know, they agree among themselves that it's like the right thing to do. Or they probably tell themselves that it's the humane thing to do. If we're going to, you know, to be generous. But, you know, because the way that they're deliberately crashing the world economy, the engine of the world, the way that they're deliberately destroying food to the point of the obvious contempt for us, telling us we can't buy seeds, we can't grow anything. I think the writing is very clear that politics, religion, wow, yeah, no, it's pretty grim. There's always the possibility, but I don't hold out hope for it. But there's always a possibility that it could turn the other way. You just never know. But it's not anything that, you know, that I'm counting on. That's for sure. But I know to be reasonable with myself, knowing that, you know, anything is possible, but it does not look good, and that's why, you know, I don't expect that if I, you know, let me say conservatively, when I just quickly categorize in my head all of the uh, ailments that America alone is suffering. And what Keys was talking about earlier about, you know, people really not having any skills of any kind or anything as it matters, and as it will matter. Nothing that they can market or nothing they can trade. Yeah, I would say that probably 300 million Americans will probably perish with war and famine and easily. I know that sounds pretty crazy, but they intend on global genocide. I mean, I don't know how, you know, I think that people like us can all see that, but, you know, it, you know, being able to accept it, and how do you respond to such a thing? So you have to kind of, in order to maintain your sanity or a sense of purpose or effectiveness, we have to kind of focus on the smaller things that are within our range. That's why I say, you know, when Yeshua said, come out of her, he meant it in a big way.
I'm back, just so you know.
Glad you're back, Keys.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Took a little bit longer. I had to go outside and get 5 gallons of water.
Yo.
It happens.
This is not winter time now, right? See, they're really pushing this 5G. The Whistle Out 5G Wireless Guide for Canada 2020. As of March 2020, 5G is available with one national carrier in Canada. Rogers has launched a 5G network and is accessible with Samsung Galaxy S20 5G smartphones. Older 4G networks are being upgraded and tested, and smartphones haven't been released and take advantage of the extra speed, but are not available here. Not yet. Extra is down here, I think. Is 5G available in Canada? It was 5G launched to consumer market in March 2020 on the Rogers wireless network. Other mobile carriers, including Bell and Telus, are currently upgrading their cell towers with new hardware and software that will make the transition between 4G and 5G appear seamless. A variety of smartphones with 5G capability exist in other markets, US, South Korea, China, etc., but only the Samsung Galaxy S20 5G models are supported in Canada. And I think down here, I think this one here is, well, the 5G enabled Android smartphones have been released from Samsung, LG, and Motorola with more than one way. Apple has, well, whatever. I'll drop the link to this. The several phones are capable. Anyway, definitely drop the link to this one again. Dun dun dun. You know what 5G is all about?
Well, you know, I've given that a lot of thought, and you know, my wife and I have had discussions about 5G and the way that the platforms for 5G are set up with cabling bundles as thick as a man's leg or as a small tree trunk being sunk into the earth. And I thought, wow, you know, when I think about, you know, the superstructure of this 5G, the way it's laid out, but yet somehow it's going to be interactive with or dependent upon, as far as being effective, through satellites. This Starlink, what's his name? Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. Here's a thought. I'm just throwing this out there. I understand that in the UK they've been torching a bunch of these towers. Yeah. Okay. I also think about scorched earth policy occurring in America, which in a way it already is, just, you know, through you know, just food alone, and you know, industry, what remains of it. What's the likelihood that 5G will really be meant for operations topside, when we know that a lot of these characters are already stashed away in their hidey holes, whether they're in their bunkers or their, you know, their mountain palaces or whatever, I don't know. But you know, there's no doubt in the queen, you know what I mean, that's always that's a dead giveaway right there. That snake don't want to leave her pit, but she has to. It's all that hoo-ha. Anyways, 5G, to me, I'm not saying that it is. I'm not contesting all the very intelligent people that know what they're talking about. Like Joe Imbriano, that guy's, you know, brilliant. You know, he's on his game 24/7. With that, I have no doubt that for me, I can trust what he says about, and the little bit of research that I have done on it. But when I think about what's a coming, I mean, who's going to be left for 5G to really be effective upon? To me, it seems like it's for something post Armageddon, or I don't know, because, you know, in the Bible it says that you know, these guys are going to run into their holes underneath the mountains and stuff, and, you know, to hide themselves. Well, when I look at the superstructure of this proposed 5G setup, I see it more like as if them trying to turn the Earth into a Death Star to repel something else. And they just got everybody running around. You know, yeah, they can zap some people and stuff like this, but will it really work? And when I see those limeys rising up and burning stuff down, I'm like, well, if the limeys are, you know, burning stuff down, the Americans might feel like they have to keep up, you know, save face. I don't know. I don't know. So I always try to see what they're always never showing us. And if people do get kind of caught up in the, you know, yeah, you see what it's intended for, and they tell you, they show you everything, because I know that all information comes from the icky, nasty sphincter of the CIA and Mockingbird, and I know that nothing comes out unless they allow it to, or you get, you know, you get a dose of double tap or something, right? So it's like, okay, they let these people believe this. They let them believe this. And yeah, okay. But I still look at the superstructure, and I know that they're digging in, and it ain't because they're worried about us. But that's my thought on 5G is just, you know, it's too easy. With, you know, they always do that. They always make it easy for you. I don't trust them.
Nope.
I don't trust the information. Not as it matters, because it doesn't make sense. With the outcome, the devastation, the death count that's gonna, you know, body slam this country, doesn't make any sense. There's something else they got. Something else. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me.
You know something? What they're doing, just because of people I know and family and stuff like that work at certain places, this is starting to cause a lot of problems for older folks in those places, if you know what I mean, Geronimo.
Yeah.
You know, where people can't, and Giggles, Toby, they know what I'm talking about, where you can't call, you can't go visit your family. And that's when, you know, that's when things need to be taken into people's own hands and put a stop to that kind of stuff. And okay, we're taking over, and yes, you can go see your family now. That's where this is going. You see what I mean? I mean, there's not like armed guards there, but I guess there needs to be armed guards there now, doesn't there? The public, so that family can go in and out.
You know, it really is, you know, when you're dealing with gangster politicians, to be nice, when you're dealing with a mafia, which, you know what I mean, not to besmirch by comparison, I mean, they make the mafia look, you know what I mean, like, you know, lordly. I don't know. But these people, when you have that kind of, you know, gangster mentality, you're put in a position to where, you know, look, I remember as a boy in Ireland. Okay. No, I don't want to go there. All I'm saying is that, yeah, it gets to a place where you literally have to be at arms to protect your family. People don't understand, tyranny yet in this country. They're still, dealing with them, playing tug of war with their toys and their economy and their money. They're still playing with them.
Okay, how about this, Geronimo? Our country, our people, my family, a lot of people's families that were in the military, I'm not going to say that they didn't know, some know, you know what I mean, what they went to these places to do, to serve tyranny to others. Now it's on our doorstep. See?
Mm-hmm.
See what I mean? Now it's here.
Yep.
That's pretty deep, but I just wanted to throw that in there real quick. I'm always
Well,
thinking.
That's I think about that too. I spend spend a portion of time thinking about, the outliers, the wild card. We agreed earlier that, a division has been a successful venture of theirs thus far, and looks near irretrievable. Yet, the spirit of men, my friend, sometimes, I know what you're saying. But
it's a hard one.
it is. It's, we have, for all intents and purposes, have been abandoned, like orphans, by all institutions, all branches of service, in this nation. So it's, when that, I think if people should at some at some time arrive at that understanding, that might, cause them to start looking toward one another, in the way that they kind of are now, but uh, it just depends on the spirit of the people wherever you are. People will gather, you know what I mean, to turn back on the machines. Other people will gather to, to make sure that, they have enough food to eat. But, for there to be one galvanizing, manifestation of a spirit among enough people to where it became something of a dynamo, or I don't know, Keys. I just know that this nation is you can see that we're surrounded inside and out. I mean, when I think of the the enemies of this nation and it being the centerpiece, for the NWO. I mean, as far as, completing their Ouroboros, as it were. It's gonna, being that we're abandoned. I mean, and we're looking to each other. There has to be some kind of a galvanizing feature. There has to be something that creates, a single mind, apart from the politics and the religion and all the other stuff that's just, it's useless. Um,
It's going to
You know,
take everybody in this country.
it is, and
You know,
it's such a I don't know what it would, you know, if people that do truly have, you know, significant and substantial voices on these channels, you know, not us, of course, you know, but I don't know how they can't, you know, have their own kind of powwow or their own kind of rendezvous, you know, where they say, hey, shouldn't we at some point just throw caution to the wind and assume to try to foment some kind of uh, antidote, if you will, to this, you know, great evil that's, I mean, getting ready to just sink its fangs into us. But that seems to be, you know, a very contentious prospect, because I know they've all had to have thought about it. I mean, how could they not? You know, because as a man tries to figure out how to solve a problem, in the spirit of this age and the kind of general concurrence among all these you know, media chiefs, you'd think that they would have at some point said, hey, you know, and but then all the things come up, I guess. I just think like that. That's just how I think. Like that's what I would do, you know, if it were me. But all of a sudden things get complicated. You know, it's like, oh, we can't do that because, well, then why even bother if you know that you've arrived at that place where you have to take personal responsibility for your family and your community and your country. Um, if you've already gotten there, then what's the holdup, Chief? Why all the continuing to, you know, drag these dead bodies into my house for me to look at? It's like, how many of these things I got to keep looking at before we realize that, you know, we're not going to have enough room to move around with all these dead bodies these social media guys keep dragging in for us to inspect. I'm tired of looking at dead things, but that's just me personally. So, you know, I don't know, apart from a real grassroots effort by people that should be concerned about, you know, just allowing, you know, these atrocities to build to a place of absolute hell. Guerrilla gardening. That's all I know to do. Guerrilla gardening. Try to eat, survive, because you can't fight if you're hungry anyway. You can't resist if you're starving. You won't. And that's just a biological, a physiological fact.
I just dropped a link in the chat. You might want to check out. Oop. Keys. This is from Hodge. It's UN jobs, duty stations, cities. You know, you got all different parts of the world here. You got Nigeria, Yemen, Ghana, but we have several here from different places, United States.
what is it showing for United States as far as occupation?
Well, each one is Alabine, Texas. They have 3 openings and all different parts. There's different amount of open. One place that like just California has 1 opening, or Kansas has 1. Arlington, United States has 11. Arlington, United States has 85. I don't know. Try the California one. This is 1.
Virginia, huh? Mm-hmm.
Union Pacific. Make up to $2,378 a week. Administrative Associate, Human Resources. So I mean, there's a lot of information here. Maybe you can find something. I mean, look at all these different places. Yeah, there's a big list here. Yeah, Santa Monica, United States, Santa Barbara. Yeah, Shanghai, China, all different places. But I just dropped a link in the chat if you want to grab it up. And thanks, Hodge. I'm going to keep this one myself.
Thanks, Hodge.
Yeah, I'll save that to the desktop.
Seeing what he was talking about with this carousel. I did watch what you're talking about today, Hodge. I seen your comment in there.
Does Hodge have a video?
No, this is from
Chat.
No, it's what he's talking about. Carousel light. I think Bruco put that out. Not sure what to. I'm still tossing that around in my back of my mind. That's like what you were talking about earlier, Geronimo, was that commander who was, I started working on it and I let it go because some of the information where he was shot and killed here in Phoenix. And 2 other officers, I think they were both female, were also wounded. And just, magically, did an interview, and it was like, I didn't see nothing, wrong with these individuals. But I did find it strange what I did research about that commander. Him being 56 years old and everything else that's going on right now could be a coincidence, but I was doing so many of those videos investigating, and I kind of went round and round a little bit with one of those big YouTube channel names because I do understand there's a lot of tyranny with law enforcement towards the people. We see that every day, but I see things when they really blow it out of proportion. Take a longer look at it. 3 in particular that have happened over the past, 3 years here in the valley that just had, what they're doing out there in the streets. It's because it's part of their agenda.
Yes.
See what I mean?
Yes. See, Keith, when you read the chat to that, I am automatically think, well, math, and then I think formula, and I think timing. It was like so well scripted or so well engineered to these guys are good. If we're working on that premise of which I think you're suggesting, and I was, as you were speaking, I was thinking about that one cop who had killed that guy in that hotel room or in that hallway, which is really sad to watch. Or I remember those cops ripping that family apart out of their car, which was a big deal, big trauma to the children. I think they settled out of court for some pretty big money, if memory serves me correctly. But nevertheless, the propensity for violence as the first response by law enforcement agents of the state, not only is it over the top to any reasonable human being. I mean, people like to, people like to believe that they are officers of the peace. I know that they exist. I know them personally, but not in this instance, not in these cases. And I'm sure that those peace officers are truly just constitutionally minded people, to the extent that they know how to be. They're just decent people. In a way, they're kind of like us. I'm not, here or there with them. I got big issues with them, anyways. Just the premise that they're operating under a captured flag to begin with. But nevertheless, the programming almost seems like what did that cop have written on the rifle of his AR-15? It was something really H2H, the Terminator, or I gotcha, or something like. I can't remember what it was.
I know the one you're talking about where they tased that man and he was with his wife and kids and someone else in the car. That was that they did that for sure.
Yeah, that was like.
There's 3 other ones. One was not too far from where I'm at. Well, actually, all 3 of them, not very far away. And I watched, the FBI footage of the body cam over and over and over. And I found so many holes,
Mm-hmm.
And them with their numerology, it was all over it. And there's 3 auditors that run around here in the valley where they showed up, and I actually watched one live, and then I watched the other one live also, and I was, I used to moderate for them, and I said, hey, do you actually see what's going on here? And guess what? It never went in the newspaper, nothing, because the police department monitors their channels too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they let themselves be known in the chat too. You know who they are. But at that one particular scene, they had, I mean, you know how they pull out that big commanding unit, the big motorhome thing with the camera, all that stuff, you know what I mean? SWAT. And they said this man, he was shooting his firearm in his house and then went outside and was discharging his firearm. And I was watching all of this live take place, and they finally got him to come out of the house. He laid on the ground, and they fired 5 non-lethal rounds, whether it was bean bags, rubber bullets, I don't know, because it was at a distance, and it was at nighttime. And after they discharged 5 rounds into that man, he got up and walked back in the house. And I'm like, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that one never made the news and never went, because I think they knew they were busted.
Yeah, screwed up.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I even emailed that guy and I said, look, I talked to him on the phone. I said, you guys need to pay attention of what you're looking at out there. But I don't think that they really can see. They don't have the eyes to see the psyop that is happening in front of them. or it's just about money. You know, it's either one or it's both. Whatever makes a story, you know, and we'll just go with that.
Well, you know, I think that I think that there's well, for me, there's definitely a spiritual element involved. And what I mean is, um, earlier Hodge had asked me to watch the video of some folks that apparently are not too far from me. And in this video, this dame was making reference to, the chakras, and she was saying that, a lot of people can't get past the gut. They can't get past the lust and the greed to ever breach, into the heart and the mind and the throat and the mind, love and truth and those kinds of things. So, when having been evil myself at one time in my life, evil with a purpose, not to make it like that's okay or anything, but I understand that mentality where that what you're doing is wrong. There's no doubt about that. It and you live with it. What you're doing is wrong. But when you have a consensus of folk around you that agree that in their capacity it's okay to do that, they've given themselves permission to do these, and they know they're doing it wrong. They know that what they're doing is wrong. But like I said, it's the lust and the greed is the only thing that they have, and to them, this is like they too are programmed, not just by what they're allowed to do, what they're uh, paid to do, bribed to do, whatever. That's like their conditioning tells them that that's the pinnacle of really their existence in that capacity. That they tell themselves, well, we commit these crimes, we break the law because in order to protect, the government or protect the law, they figure that's fire fighting fire, or even though it's all a twisted, they're all order followers. However, they choose to paint themselves as anything other than that. But when you are struggling with your conscience day to day, doing the foul stuff that they're doing, there's no way that they can uh, somehow something good can come from it. So they contend themselves with it's just an ongoing battle, and they get to a place where they just shut down consciously and just focus on it as a routine, and that's where you get your they really develop in them a hardened to humanity type of conditioning, which does make them, it does separate them from the people that they are supposed to be serving and protecting. I don't expect that from them, never have, never will, but I know that that's the paradigm that people are still caught up in somehow. I don't know how, but that's coming to an end, and I can see that developing, even if it is engineered, and that stuff is, I see the engineering in what Keyes was making reference to, but it will go beyond that. That's where the finer the finer features of chaos come into play, is that when people are just warring on each other, whether it's citizens against cops, cops against everybody, or what have you, it will, become an organic feature. I don't know how long that'll last, but yeah, because I saw also, I think it was Hodge uploaded a video where he showed these cops. There were like about 8 or 10 of them that went into these projects, I think in Detroit or Chicago, I can't remember, but nevertheless, they went in there trying to get them to do that social distancing thing. And that was a joke because these cops left in a hurry because they could see that they were about ready to get ripped apart. They could feel that. So, yeah, there's the engineered stuff to get the engine fired up. But then it'll just take on a life of its own, especially with the hunger and the homelessness that's going to, they'll probably send them to FEMA camps, when they start coming after people to pay for their mortgages and their cars, and they can't, and where's my check? It's in the mail, where it's going to be a big mess here in just a minute. And I mean, how fast time is moving. I mean, we all notice it, that it's like common sense tells us, nah, it can't be moving that fast, but it is. It's like double time. So here in a minute, and that's even, and I don't even know that we're going to be able to talk to one another here. That's always a thing that's in my mind. When I turn this thing on to check the carnage level or whatever.
Yep, they've been doing it for a long time, and I made this statement. I'm not going to throw those certain words out there, but where they have been conducting these drills at these schools, churches, malls, veteran homes, and those of us that can see the truth, we know that it was a drill.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point or another, they're going to flip that around to where they're probably actually doing it. And then everybody's minds are already engineered thinking that it was false. See what I mean?
Yes.
That, it's just a thought in my head. Like, I mean, what they're doing right now, where, folks in the, nursing homes and assisted living centers, and it just goes on and on, the veterans homes. We don't know anything. We don't know what they're doing, but we do know that they're falsifying death records with this COVID-19 nonsense. I mean, that comes straight out of CDC, their website. And and the other videos we've seen where people are testifying to that fact. It's very disturbing to think that these people are out there running around, doing this. And check this out. And there's, how in Congress or the White House, whatever, there's, oh wow, look, we found a whistleblower. No, they didn't. There's not even one. There's not even one whistleblower that will talk about anything else that's going on here in our country, let alone anywhere else. None. Can you believe that?
I don't. to me, the whistleblowers, they're all actors to me.
Yep.
You know, it's funny because all they do is participate. You know, to me, they're just a gear in the machine of the conditioning. Look, just as an example, excuse me. When I see what was his name, God, I can't remember this guy's name, but he always shows up. He was a former CIA op guy who has a little spot on RT, and you know he's talking. You know they discuss CIA operations in other countries or whatever, foreign policy, all this stuff on RT with this guy. And I'm thinking, I mean, these guys are so in the open with their, their ability to propagandize people that, I mean, who in their right minds thinks that the CIA ever stopped being the CIA? And I mean, when I look at this character, I don't know if you know what I'm referring to. I can't remember his name. But it's not like I watch them constantly because I don't.
Gunderson?
No, not Ted Gunderson. I think Ted Gunderson was probably the real deal.
Okay.
He was the one guy that, of course, there were guys like, don't get me wrong, like Bill Cooper, Ted Gunderson, Philip Schneider, and I'm going to throw July 4th Patriot Staff Sergeant Christopher Dwyer in there because he earned his stripes.
Right.
No, some of these guys, no, without a doubt, they were the real McCoy. I mean, I could find nothing. I could find no stain on them at all of deceit. I couldn't. I tried, but I couldn't. Those four in particular really stand out of my mind. But no, when I see that these guys get positions on media like William Binney, are you kidding me? I mean, this guy, was a spook for over, 38, 39 years, and they're going to let him discuss a policy, CIA policy on no way. But people get so accustomed, it's like I think of Heinrich Himmler, and Joseph Goebbels, which one was Joseph Goebbels. Yeah, he was the propaganda minister for the Third Reich. I mean, what do you need to know about government? What he said, you just keep telling people a lie over and over and over and over and over and over again, and they'll just, come to accept it. Everybody else does. Why not? So I see it, all of it. I see the people that are supposed to be representing everybody from a William Binney to a very shadowy and questionable David Goldberg types. I mean, that was just obvious to me. I mean, just like, come on. And you're right. All of these drills, I saw it more as everybody was thinking, oh, they're coming for the guns. They're coming. No, they just want you to think that because they know they couldn't do it successfully the way that they, open. No, they can't. It's just to set the tone between us and them. See, the useless leaders, they exist only because they're able to amass the volunteers and the sycophants that they do. Without us, or as many as they can gaff up, they're as good as dead. So it's important, you know what I mean, for them, especially in this nation, to set the tone between, and you see the cops. That's another psychological entry that shows you the cops that have that American flag with the blue line going through it. See, the tone is set for a very nasty. This would be something that Abraham Lincoln would have just frothed at the mouth to see happen, the kind of civil massacre that would take place in this country. Sick creatures. But nevertheless, I always knew it to be well, at least I always thought it to be in my own head that no, this is just a buildup to getting these Americans to kill each other and to to have their little stars and their little patches and their gear and their us versus them. Now it's not the thin blue line keeping the peace between good and evil. Now it's they've chosen their side and to stained. It's like that blue line is like a urine stripe across that flag, psychologically speaking, anyways. That they've disassociated themselves with America as a nation. Now it's something to be conquered. Now it's something to be tamed. Something to be controlled and regulated, and they've successfully gotten all law enforcement agencies to succumb to that conditioning, apart from a few rogues or even renegades, these antiquated constitutional sheriffs. Not to be disrespectful, but holding on to that thing is like that's smoking hopium too. That thing is gone. We're beyond that. But they'll keep using that as to keep people believing that yeah, you and your Constitution, okay. Tell me that I'll feed you that Constitution when you're starving to death. No. America to the bankers and the lawyers and the corporatists and the Zionistas and all them other peoples, they look at America as the last frontier to be conquered, the remainder of the Wild West, or what's wild in America, and it can still, you know what I mean, cut its teeth on iron. No. They want to make a show of this, man. This is going to be this is going to be they're rubbing their hands over America like, oh, they just can't wait to just see all their orchestration, their massacres, oh yeah, they're really looking forward to this, and that's the thing that people have a hard time either acknowledging or grasping or coming to terms with, is that you really don't understand the people that rule over you. If you did, well, maybe.
Yep, and they don't know. So they just look at talking heads. They truly don't understand those that are above the actors on television.
No,
they don't.
I mean, how much time do they even stop to really think about that? I mean, really invest time just into thinking about what is behind them. Yeah.
Like, I never voted ever in my life.
No, me neither, Keith.
And I seen all these things when I was younger, and I'm like, this stuff is retarded. Yeah. Why would people go vote? It's like nothing ever changes. Never. They election time, they come up and they promise this and that, and guess what? They don't do nothing. They do the exact opposite of what they're told to do. I was getting really excited earlier when somebody was talking about voting in this chat, and I was like, really? Jesus.
Man, please,
it's like,
right?
Just go outside and hit yourself in the head with a hammer and then think about that for a second. I mean,
no, you're right. It's a political, wash, rinse, repeat. And Yeah, I mean, a child can understand it. I mean, I did as a child. I understood how pointless it all was. Um, and I couldn't understand it either. Even as a child, I couldn't understand it. Why would anybody want to be told what to do by those people? I never understood that, even as a kid. I just didn't get it. What was the who were these people? The government. What do they contribute at all to anything? Uh, it stuns me. That's why it's like I look at all the heavy controlled opposition. Starting with after Bill Cooper being assassinated. Wow, I never imagined that men could be led so easily.
Misled.
Yeah, misled so
Yeah.
easily with the truth.
You know what you said earlier. If Hillary would have taken the reins, so to speak,
yeah,
all of this would have happened a long time ago. Whatever, you know what I mean?
yeah.
That was
But they
that
knew.
was why in 2016 I started looking and I was like, wait a minute, I don't like what I'm seeing here. These people are really going to do something bad. That's when I really started looking, because I never cared about politics, never watched it on TV but then when I heard what they were going to do, that's when I started investigating them, so to speak.
Well, I had always, as far as the modern equivalent of politics goes, you're right. To me, it was complete and total, not worth my time. But coming from, Plato's Republic, you know what I mean, pretty much established how Western government would rule ultimately. Um, as Plato said that man is incapable of ruling himself. He should be ruled by kings and queens. I mean, as much as Sun Tzu's Art of War is touted as being as much of a military Bible, if you will, as it is, so is Plato's Republic for the officer class and upwards, up into the political structure. So when I look at modern politics, all I see is just a very grotesque representation of that political ideology and agenda, which is just a continuance of governments, just a perpetuation of itself. Whatever they can get away with. And wow, they get away with anything. I mean, there's nothing. There is nothing is a crime any longer. It's everything is. I don't. It's like, yeah. I mean, so when I look at let's say police chiefs or sheriffs, and I know for a fact that they are very aware of the outrageous and outlandish and fiendish and sinister crimes of their political masters or their political bosses or their the people holding the purse strings. how they do not unite under a banner towards, it's like it really shows you just how not just divided, but how willfully evil, to say the least, permissive of all these high-end criminals, be they cannibals or human traffickers or like the CIA being the the drug pusher of the entire Western world in Europe, just alone. And I look at these guys and I look at them and I think, you fraud, you spineless, you stuffed shirt. Like, how dare you pull somebody over and try to extort them for some money and call them a criminal when you know very well that the people that should be, what's your excuse, right? So, it's like America is like, my God. I mean, America has known its spells of corruption and some pretty bad stuff. But just for the last, just since, Trump was, pushed in front of that captured flag, just another puppet in front of another flag. The corruption, the full scale, a juggernaut of political and financial crime. It's like a crime wave, man. Wow. And we're told to just, wait for the check or something. And the Americans are complicit in it too, ignorant or not. It's just unreal. So, yeah, I just see the stage being set for just this phenomenal destruction in this country. And I think that, they're so sick that they may, stop us from communicating with each other. But these people are so sick that they will still allow us to see what's going on for the pure pleasure of it. Like, yeah, look at us, we're as an example, we keep getting letters in our mailbox about, we have to, if we don't switch over to this 5G phone stuff and everything, that they're going to turn us off. And they've been yelling at us for months about this. And we tell them, yeah, okay, so. And now they're begging us to get 5G and tell us they're going to give us, 60% off on a nice new phone and this and that. And we just laugh at them, because either way, we know that, we have to part from this thing one way or the other, because, we have to. Shoot, just for personal, reasons. But yeah, they'll do that because, it's still part of the conditioning, and they will continue to show people like us, how hopeless it is. See how hopeless it all is. Look at all this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh yeah. They got nothing but time and money, man, to do this. They got nothing else to do ever. They don't have to wash the dishes. They don't have to do the laundry. They don't gotta take the kids shopping for shoes. They don't have to do anything, man. All they got to do is, as soon as they, their scaly eyes peel open in the morning. If they ever sleep, they probably just hang from the ceiling.
That's funny. Like they hang them from their toenails.
Because they all look like bats. You know what I mean?
That's funny. Yeah, there's some pretty gnarly looking critters.
They are, man, and they're
Yeah.
getting uglier every day, man.
Yeah. The color of them. It's the color of them, especially that. What's her name? Bricks or
Bricks or
whatever her name is.
That
Man.
thing reminds me of she reminds me of the female version of Gollum, a Schmeagle. You know what I mean? Fresh. You know. Oh yeah.
You know, I just want to go back to, I don't know, 1980 or something. You know, it was different then. But then, I mean, it kind of was, but there was still tyranny, but not like it is now.
Oh no.
You know what I mean?
No. No, I remember kids, underage kids, where I happen to live here in America, where I was. These kids were, driving around in their, 68 convertible Impala, with a 6-pack of beer, and the cop knows that they're drinking and pulls them over and says, "Hey guys, can you know what I mean? Can you, go somewhere else?" And I mean, it was a totally right. I know what you mean. It was, when I think about that particular time, wow, to the now, to where jaywalking will get you executed. You know what
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean?
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoo. No, I remember in the early 80s, I had read this book called The Underground Empire. And back then, no major publishing house, no publishing house would touch it. So this was done by an underground press. Now I understand you can get it online, but back then, it was hard to come by. And I think it was like in 1983 or something, I read it. And it was discussing all the drug operations with the CIA and the feds, and on into the Congress and the Senate. I mean, it was far-reaching, worldwide. When they were first really opening up the heroin trade and the cocaine trade, in the Western world, really pumped. And I was like, wow, I mean, I was aware of what government was at a very young age. And when I had read that book, I looked around me at the people that I knew, and they were so far removed from anything that if I had told them, or say, hey, you need to read this or something like that, I might have been elected to be burned at the stake for being completely insane for believing in such things. The American government, what? So, I've been aware of these things for too long, and had too much experience for too long. Oh, man. I myself never thought, to be honest with you, even though I was very aware at a young age, and was well versed firsthand with my own experiences with a tyranny, I never thought that America could ever be reduced to this. I never, I don't think, just, it's almost inconceivable. It's like waking up into a twilight zone every day. When I look inside this box, it's like, this cannot be. I must be dreaming. I mean, when you take us back to 1980, to the present moment, wow, what happened?
Yeah, I wish there was someplace else for us all to go. But
I
that's
agree,
not,
brother.
but that's not the answer.
It's not.
Nope.
But I do hear you. I mean, yeah, that's.
I still been looking at land, you know, up north.
I tell you, you know, the Four Corners is going to play a part in this thing.
How do you mean, Geronimo?
Well, I'm just thinking of my words, how to say this.
You should have seen that piece of land I was looking at 2 years ago out there in St. John's.
Yeah, St. John's. Yeah, that's a good area. A lot of good people out there.
Man, it was 40 acres. 40 acres. But then I started doing some further research, and then I started mapping the area and seeing what was near there.
Mm-hmm.
And talking to some other people, they were fracking out there, natural gas, you know, and how other people had problems with, well, destroying their water well, you know. That's what was taking place, and I was like, no. I had to change my mind on that, but 40 acres, it was such a good price, you know.
You know, Keith, I'm not saying this that was actually stopped before any contamination could get to the water table. Because they tried, like I said, before that they tried to do that here, but we weren't going to allow it, and we didn't. They got chased off with their tail between their legs, and what they told Navajo County anyways, and I do believe Apache County too, was that essentially they said we'll be back. Probably I didn't like the way that they said that, but for the present moment, politics aside and everything, the DNR in Arizona is, I gotta say, I don't know how much you've looked into how Arizonans have really been fending off our water being polluted. Brother, I can pull water out of my well all day long, never filtered, and it's perfect. It never any deposits on any of my fixtures. I mean, it's perfect, and we intend to keep it that way. I don't know how long that'll last, and I don't think that they really want to do that. I think that when we look at the fracking industry, they're about ready if they haven't all already gone kaput anyway. They never had any of their own money to operate with, nothing. All they were was just a front company for derivatives investors. I mean, the whole thing was shady, shaky. And especially now with oil bottomed out like it has, that's the last thing that they're going to invest any money into, or forget about that. That I can say, at least I will speak to the confidence that I have where I see the industry going. Fracking is not anything that we're concerned about. we chased off the the parasites that tried to, but no, they won't be back. They'd like to think they are. I just don't. I can't see it logistically, financially. They don't have any of their own personal money invested into what they were doing. Not a dime. Not a dime.
Well, when I was looking on Google Earth, Geronimo, as the crow flies, so to speak, that plant out there was probably about 6 to 7 miles, and I was like, man, I don't know about this, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, you've been up there for a while and knowing what you're saying, it's different. But it did really get my attention. I was like, you know how much it costs to drill a well? It can get pretty spendy.
It can.
You know, depending on how deep you got to go.
Yeah, around here, it's deep. One of our deepest wells is 600 and like 627 feet. So yeah, we get the coldest, cleanest water ever. And that, me telling you that doesn't put our water at risk either, believe me. But I just know that the reason I was speaking to the four corners earlier when I say that it's going to play a role in what is going to happen to this country is not a bad thing. It is going to be a refuge. I can see it. And it also stands in line with our own oral history, me being a half breed and all, but nevertheless, I, you know, Hopi prophecy and the extended sub prophecies that are connected to us that are really truly only known among our own. They are very much joined at the hip in a lot of ways with Revelation. A lot of people don't know that that natives of Turtle Island before it became America was known by Yeshua. They knew who he was. There's so much that people don't know, and that's the way it is. But we know. It's not that because we want it to be so. It's not because we hope it to be so. It's just something that not only has it been told to us and proven itself even right now to be so, but the things that we're all seeing around us happening just with the land itself, we know. It's like, okay, this is going to sound really crazy, I know, but when we look at our trees, our pines, our juniper, our and everything, our our foliage, everything from juniper to or sage to salt grass to all different flora. It has, and I don't know how this is. I will not even try to suggest what it is, but somehow it has been able to resist the monstrous chemical spraying that they've done over us. It's like it never even happened. Like the land and the life around us for hundreds of thousands of square miles of that I've seen so far is just going against what's happening. It's like it's just bursting with life and just blooming. I mean, the last couple of weeks, I haven't seen so many red hawks able to live in close proximity with each other because of the bounty of hares and other prairie dogs and wood rats and everything bursting out of the soil. My wife and I have watched in the evenings as plasma have erupted to the north of us, or to the west of us, looking towards Flagstaff and even a bit north. And those we know, at least we contend here, that those are emanations of the Vermilion Cliffs. I don't know if you're familiar with the Vermilion Cliffs at all, the Vermilion dwellings. Keys?
Not offhand, I don't.
Yeah. Well, see, maybe I'm kind of taking us, into this other place, but there's a lot of people that have been experiencing a pull to this area, and then there are many who are being pushed out of here. It's a strange thing to watch because I'm seeing spirit stuff at work that I know that most of these people don't even know what's going on or why they're being moved to do what they're doing. That too is another feature of this whole this great unveiling. It's revealing a lot. Okay, I'm sorry, man. I was just drifting off, and because we got into talking about the four corners and stuff like that, and yeah, there's and there's
Hey,
something
AB.
else, huh?
I was just saying hello to AB and Bob.
Howdy, AB.
Morning, sunshine.
Wow.
I hope you're having a better hair day.
My hair is beautiful all the time, brother. So check this out. This just happened to me, and I done got a little edgy with folks. So I'm going to get my trailer, and it's 3-something, whatever. It's like early. And I come up, they hadn't built this roundabout, it's kind of strange, close to my daughter's school. It's a roundabout. So I come to this roundabout and I see this scooter, right? He's coming up this other little street. And he is a person of color. And he's on a scooter and he's got a backpack. And he's flagging me. This just happened like 5 minutes ago. Now, I don't stop for nobody on no scooter, no matter what color they are, especially the way things are right now. We're all supposed to be at home, everything else. So I just keep on driving. Well, Stroker on the scooter, he follows me up the convenience store, pulls in behind me, and I muted my phone. I done quick drawed. Y'all know what I mean. He walked up the truck, and I waved my piece, and he walked on. I don't need no problems at 3:30 in the morning with nobody. That's a great way to start the morning. Get your adrenaline going.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Breaker.
Copy that.
Yeah, over and out, Roger.
I understand.
Is it me or we got some?
Well,
I got out and looked at my truck and we got some strange stars. It looks a little different. Something's not right this morning.
I've been watching the cargo moving around the country, and there is a lot of law enforcement activity at those train yards, because I think people are, might be getting desperate for food and things like that. I've seen it several times in the past couple weeks here.
Keys, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw state troopers or even National Guard beginning to set up outposts at major fuel stations. You know, I think it's gonna get like that. You know,
Yep.
oil may be bottoming out, but that doesn't mean anybody's gonna have money to move around. Yeah, it's gonna get. I can see them because continuance of government means securing resources. You know. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I listen to y'all talk about fracking and stuff. I did work in oil field for a while, and I understand. The frac, they're probably done for a while, man. It's the oil field is a Ponzi scheme. Okay, this is what I learned about it. Oil field is a Ponzi scheme. One company gets some leases, which is the locations, the actual wells, and then they sell it. And, it's oil business is crazy. Yeah, they're gonna be in trouble for a while. Oh, sorry, Mr. Police Officer. I didn't mean to scare you. Anyway, no, it's oil, food. You're talking about food. Let's see. I woke up, Kim Jong-un supposedly, and that's what I read when I got up this morning. Look at my news. Kim Jong-un may be in dead coma, may not be at all. Food, the chicken plant, one of them over here, and it made television, tried to sell chicken, you know, to normal Joe out here on the road. Had a 7-mile line of front to back cars, and not only once, but twice they were shut down. Second time they were fined $10,000. Food, man, just food. Let's just show up, just get old normal chicken from the chicken plant, and they couldn't even do that. But, you know, we're supposed to be opening back up. We're going to, so I go, thank God, I've been needing, my hair did. They're going to open up barbershops and gyms and stuff by Friday. And I've been really needing to go see my hairdresser. I'm like a dumbass. I drove off and left my wallet in my pickup truck. I said, I got to turn around and get my wallet. I got a lot of crap to do. I can't be leaving my wallet. It's a no-no. Oh. So other than that, yeah. Things are going to get interesting, like I said last night. Buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch, I said man, I'm going to feel like a damn fool if I put my wallet in my bag. Sign of getting old, man. Can't remember crap. 5 minutes ago, and I forgot about it.
Time to start sleeping with the boots on, AB?
Shoot, man. Yeah, something like that. I start sleeping with them in my head. Oh. Man, now I'm pissed. I thought what in the hell? I'm losing my marbles.
Well, hey, gentlemen. It's not because Fabby Old came on or anything, but
you hurt my feelings, Bones.
Nah, I love you, man. I do. I love you. You're a good guy. But it's like 1 o'clock here, and I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to check out here. But I want to let you know that Keys, I have a lot of respect. You got a really sharp mind, and you know, I want to say that about Hodge too. I know that happened around us, and man, he took to it like a duck to water. What that tells me is that I like you guys. You guys are people that don't lie to yourselves. And that's one of the things that's going to be very, very critical moving forward, is maintaining that facility. of continuing to accept these harder truths that are gonna tsunami us. So hey, gentlemen, thank you very much for for bringing this stream back from the hell that it went into. That was that was awesome.
Whoa, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Geronimo, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Man,
know,
man, just made me
I
want
don't
to
have any fear in my body anywhere.
Gentlemen, I am out. Thank you very much. I learned a lot this evening, and I'm glad to know that the spirit in this stream is just irrepressible.
Thanks,
And
Geronimo.
that's an awesome thing. Keys, Bob, AB, and all
Yes,
you guys.
sir.
You guys have a good evening.
You too. Enjoy talking to you, Geronimo.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Same here.
Have a positive day.
Thank you, brother. You too.
Don't work too hard tomorrow.
Today.
Man, did y'all after I got off last night? Did y'all do something bad?
No, we didn't do anything bad. It was just
okay.
The topic went way off to where we don't even go because it's all nonsense.
I didn't create that. Did I? Did I do something bad?
No. It was just a couple of couple of fleas,
Nickum-poops.
No big deal.
Oh man.
When you were talking about that earlier, sleeping with your boots on, and Geronimo was talking about Mad Max earlier, how you got to sleep and stuff. I thought about when he had that passenger in his car in Mad Max, and the dog had the stick in his mouth with the wire hooked to the trigger on that shotgun. And as they were going down the road, the dog seen a rabbit running. I thought that was kind of nice.
And that dog was one of my most loved breeds of dogs. I told my wife I feel lonely. I need to get me another one. She told me no damn puppies. Yeah, blue heeler, man. They're a different breed of dog. Man, that really screwed me up. And my wallet was laying in the damn passenger floorboard. I feel like a damn fool this morning. Oh man, yeah, I'm slipping. We're gonna have to do something about that. I'm gonna take some ginkgo biloba or something. I don't know.
Maybe you should put a chain on it.
Yeah, I've been asked about this. Man, you don't look, you've been driving trucks a long time. You don't. And I used to back in the days, creased up, kind of like military. But now, when I spent time in the oil field, dude, and I had to wear all that heavy damn, oh Lord, fire resist, FR stuff, and big heavy steel toe boots. When I got kind of like the military, my dad told me when he got out of the military, he let a goatee, grow because you couldn't do that. And it was kind of rebellious. And so when I got out, like this morning, now I got my hoodie on, my shorts, and I keep good footwear. And I've probably got these shoes, probably cost, they're waterproof and all that, and they feel good on the feet. I probably spent $150 on these shoes. But if those wheels don't feel good, you can't move if the wheels don't feel good. You got to have some good feet, especially when you get older, to be able to move. Anyway, I'm rambling on. I'm trying to get myself. I didn't sleep very long. I got off of y'all last night. I probably slept 4 hours. I got a long day today. Freight
Yeah.
started picking back up a little bit, but rates are still down. Hang on me. I might mute myself for a second.
You all right, Bob?
Yep.
About time to pull the plug, right?
Yep.
Sorry, it was such a. Yeah. But it's better.
Yes. I agree.
Y'all make me once this is over, I'm gonna have to go back and thank you, ma'am. Go back and rewind and see what. I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious now. Curiosity killed the cat.
Whole chat was upset. Everyone.
Huh?
Yeah.
I bet if I watch it, I won't be upset because don't much upset me.
AB's gonna be laughing. That's what he's gonna be doing if
Probably.
He does it. Yeah, I know you will.
I mean, I am. That's about where I'm at with just about all this right now.
I laugh every day, no matter what, AB.
Because you know everybody's protesting, they're doing this, doing that, and I'm just sitting there going.
Much love, Calico. You take care there.
You have a great day. Stay positive.
Yeah.
Night, Callie.
It's
yeah. A little bit for AB. He just hopped on. You know, we won't leave so quick. Just stay a little bit.
Nah, evening. Y'all are tired. Y'all been going all night. I got some much needed sleepy time. Y'all can do what y'all need to do. It's just yeah, I mean it's like he said, I'm getting humored. I mean, we're gonna protest, we're gonna and I'm like, my honest opinion, this is what's going on. It's been planned for a while, the ball's in motion, and there really ain't much. I don't know, man. I'm just like, don't mess with me. Just leave me alone. Don't come in my yard. Let's not get anything else. They're already messing with my money, man. And that's where I'm a little twisted. But, I just want to work. I want to get out here and do what I do best. Haul freight. Drive a truck. That's been dwindled away. I don't know. I don't know, man. Huh?
Stock up.
Stop. You know what? Somebody even said something. I was picked at. I've been working at this maybe 10 years. Saving stuff up, prepping, ammo, food, blah, blah, blah. And now, I mean, my son would always say some smart ass comments. This for da. Now I just look at him and laugh. What do you think about that?
Yep.
Y'all give me hell for doing this, but what do you think about it now? So, oh damn, I'm in here a lot. So I don't know. I put the wig, I put the hat on to make some folks laugh because, and I say things humorous, but at the end of the day, man, I know what time it is.
I hear you, AB.
Never cut your wig on my
ass. Somebody suggested, I said something about the hairdresser. Somebody suggested I go put the wig on, go in there and try to get some colors put on it. You know how there's some of these strange colors folks have got going on now on their hair.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that earlier. Probably.
I shouldn't be. I don't want to offend nobody.
Cut and color, maybe.
Yeah, they'd like that. But I gotta leave the hat on while they do it.
Take care, Ann. You have a good night too, or good morning.
Night, Ann.
Night.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch this. I want to see what everybody got all twisted about. Ruffled their feathers.
I didn't get twisted.
Yeah, I didn't get twisted either, but it's just enough was enough. And it just kept leading right back to the same thing every time, you know, and nonstop talking throughout the whole videos I was playing. I played 3 different videos and it just kept talking for nonstop.
Everybody's on. Oh, I said this, man. Everybody's getting a little edgy and stir crazy, and
No, it has nothing to do with that. I don't think so. It's just, you know, when that
on different pages.
Well, you know, when your bowl gets too full of, we'll just say it like it is, shit, it's time to take care of the business.
Sorry, I'm making noise while you're doing that. I'm not raking leaves, though. When your bowl gets too full, you put the lighter to it.
Well, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what I do anyways.
Yeah.
Enough is enough, you know? I can't go as far as Bob does. I just can't. It's just
Bob, I'll give it. I told Bob this. His temperament is just. I mean, because that's why I'll probably for long.
Once
I'll get
too
piss
long,
somebody off.
everybody in chat got too riled up. It took a while to get back to normal.
Yeah, you better be glad I was asleep because I'd probably riled him up more.
Just had to do a little cleaning, you know, nothing big.
Me and Bob had a funny conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
Person to person. He kind of. It was a pretty good one. I like that. Come on.
Yep.
But, you know.
It is what it is.
Make a long day out of it. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be huge. That's all I know.
Yep. So huge. Even beyond what we were even thinking, I'm sure.
Well, I've been saying that. And it's like one of my buddies that works in the oil field called me yesterday. He said, I can't effing wrap my mind around what's going on. I said, nobody can. And I've said this here with y'all. There's so many dots, and you'll never connect them. Because just 1 minute you think you got a hold of something, man, it's all whoosh.
Well, look how this pandemic just took us by surprise. Boom.
Remember what I told you yesterday, Bob? I said, look, they may open things back up, and then bang, oh, we're sick again. I started seeing that on somewhere. I can't remember where I was looking at, Zero Hedge or somewhere.
Second wave, right?
They opened things back up, and oh my God, it surged.
Yep.
See, I can't even really be talking about this in my house anymore. Yeah, I can't even be talking. My wife is so twisted about what's going down. And I just, man, I go in there and go to sleep. I don't sleep with my boots on. I don't really care. I don't.
I was kidding. I don't sleep with my boots on either.
That day might come, so don't.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt. You know?
This is true.
Because I would hate to be left without boots running around outside.
I thought about sleeping in.
Yeah, I put all the tire on when I go to bed. It's high. And like I said, it's gonna be, buckle up, put your damn seatbelt on, and I've even got I caught myself yesterday in this truck, and I don't do it in my personal vehicle. And I even caught myself riding around this truck, and it's really a big no-no without my seatbelt on.
Mm.
And I mean, it's starting to get to me to where I just if there's an X on the ground, I don't step on it.
That's bad luck.
Yeah.
Well, it's the outlaw part in me. It's damn you and your rules and regulations to a certain extent.
Yep.
There's certain rules and regulations I abide by. That's like always checking my gun. If I put my hand on it, always. I've taught my kids this. Your hand goes on a firearm, you make sure it's unloaded. That's how people get killed. There's certain things that I do that are a must. And certain things that my elected officials tell me I should do that I don't.
Well, AB, make sure you check out the robot video, and you'll probably get a good kick out of those couple videos. Or
I like it.
Or it might make you really upset. I don't know.
Oh, dude.
You better start standing on those X's because your social score is going to be very low.
And
my social score is already low.
And old Marty the robot, Marty the robot has cameras and sensors, and it's got the whole 9 yards on it, AB.
Man, you know what? I'm going to find Marty and give him a big old hug. I'm going to take a selfie with Marty. Somebody got twisted on me. I don't even know where it was, telling me that, I'm a truck driver. You should be worried about AI taking over my job. And I said, dude, I really don't give a damn. My days in this business the days of the owner-operator are almost gone. And I said, I don't worry about it. What about your kids? I said, I tried to keep my kid away from damn trucks. I don't want to pass it straight on because it's done. It's cooked. And I'm still able to, make a couple dollars here and there.
But you know something, AB? You'll still be working driving your truck because they're going to need somebody to pick up all that junk AI that they got running on the road soon.
Well, I had a picture of a truck that I wanted to build, and it was, kind of like that apocalypse bulldozer, Some people get mad at me. I'm like, go ahead and cut the damn lights off. Let's dance. I'm tired of the slow bleeding. I'm tired of the mind games. Let's get it on. It's party time, baby.
Yep. Cut the lights and let's go outside.
Wait till they get a load of me.
I'll put my night vision on.
With this way.
Yeah. Like I said, I like to laugh, cut up, try to make people smile. But at the end of the day, I know what time it is.
Yep.
It's TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. I'm not talking about the damn whatever that thing is, TikTok thing. I'm talking about the watch, man.
Yep. Time.
Yeah.
Something
But
that
anyway,
people didn't pay attention to a long, long time ago. Didn't have to.
Nope, time didn't mean much.
Nope.
It did, but it didn't.
Yep. All they did was look at the sky, and that's how they navigated. Didn't need no clock.
I don't know if I've ever told this story, but when I went and worked in the oil field in Oklahoma, they didn't have, there's road signs when you're out in the sticks. But it was all the directions were north, east, west, south, stuff like that. And, I had to reach back to being in Boy Scouts when I got out there because I went out there with intentions of, making money. And I bullshitted my way out. I've done this before. Which driving a truck ain't no problem. I was going out there and working the oil field, and I made my way. But they gave those directions, and I caught myself frustrated one night, and I stopped and took a deep breath, and I said, this is simple. Look at the stars, dummy. You'll know which direction you're going. So yeah, I had to navigate, you know, northeast, southwest by looking up the sky. Yeah, that's how I got along. Because yeah, that's how they gave directions, man. Wasn't go down the road, you know, Happy Trail Road or whatever you want to call it, road name. It wasn't none of that out there. Yeah, it's
Anybody else notice how far north that sun is setting, or the light, whatever it is? Have you noticed?
No.
I didn't yesterday. I mean, I know it's warmer to me. Then I go, you know, you're getting older, your skin's not as. But no, it's warmer certain days. I noticed that last summer when I was outside doing a lot of work. And I used to work in the sun every day. But no, I'll pay attention to that. I should be able to today because it looks like it's going to be clear skies.
I will too.
There's some strange shit going down. I know that. Don't know what it is. I know that human resonance is what's going on right now in this whole little craziness. I mean, I've kind of put that to the side, and I'm really trying to put a lot of effort into looking at what's going on with the planet, frequencies, stuff like that, because it's kind of baffling to me. Kind of baffling. So, how about before I get off here, man? How about let's check the numbers out. What we got for numbers? We got a great setup.
Okay, 155 and 56 is for today, or yesterday. I'm sorry.
Oh, I kept seeing 101. What's 101? Somebody had posted something, maybe my Fed book, or I can't remember where it was. 101. Trying to put my finger on that one.
And that was for the Lieutenant General of Army Corps of Engineers. Now I forgot his name.
Was that the guy that was on yesterday? Somebody made mention of that to me. Said there was, you know, a lot of military brass yesterday.
Yes. I don't have it pulled up on my screen right now, but I checked him out. He's been in there for too long. That's why he's not gonna play the deck the right way.
Uh-oh. Yeah, somebody made something about there was a creepy military guy on yesterday. I said, I'm glad you're watching. I said, I'm sick of watching it crap. But you have to watch it to kind of read between the lines. I know there was something said about, maybe Bob, maybe one of y'all knows, the NIH and something about PERPA, some kind of lettered entity, maybe with health or something. You don't notice that little troll up there with him anymore, do you? Or was he on there yesterday? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Spaghetti Man?
Yeah, little noodle dude.
Yeah, I think he's probably done for now.
Yeah, stick a fork in him.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Who in the hell is up this time of morning? Oh, a buddy of mine out in the oil field. He's all, you're all in oil. Where in the hell are you getting oil from? Where are you putting it? Oh, great. Well, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, click, click, boom.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard, are you talking about the light bulb is 2 months ahead of schedule?
Yep.
What schedule is that?
Now it says 100 seconds to midnight.
Oh. Kibo, that's pretty interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn it, man. I'm 15 minutes behind schedule.
Uh-oh. Well, you know how to work the books.
The books ain't. We got to work the speedometer.
Oh, yep, that's right. Speedo.
Yeah. That's one of the huge, and I've said this 100 times, positive about what's going on now. There ain't many people on the roads, man. I'm loving that. I'm loving it.
That makes things easier.
Yeah, it's I honestly, I think my wife took my blood pressure the other day, and like it's below normal for me. I mean, because I'm usually all jacked up anyway. I've had a lot of people say they can't believe, I'm nearly 50 years old and can't believe that I haven't had a heart or stroke yet, because I'm just naturally jacked up, living on the edge every day.
Yeah, Kibo. Let's see it. Put it in code, and then I'll figure it out.
Well, I'm kind of noticing I just probably jinxed myself. I'm seeing a lot of people moving. The last couple of days is kind of almost back to normal where I live. There's a lot of people on the roads. A lot more. It's not congested up. Yeah, y'all were talking at Four Corners, and I'm sorry. I'm going to stay right here in the South. I respect the folks that live out that area up north. Too damn cold for me. I mean, if I have to be, but I like where I live, man. I'm close to the mountains. I'm close to the ocean. I like it.
I don't like where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, you're out west, man, aren't you?
Well, yeah. I'd rather be up in the hills, though. Deep. And for me to get there, that's only about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I've been seeing him, but I actually heard yesterday this is a chicko that I used to, she was over an account that I handled for like 2 years, and she called me. She goes, yeah, my husband was talking to this one real estate agent's got this older lady, and, at first thought she was wacko, She's building her compound, basically, in Alabama, kind of up in the hills. She's got crates of food. One of them stories like they were making fun, but now they're looking at it going, hey, this lady's pretty damn smart. Hearing more and more stuff like that. Bug out area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, if y'all are tired, Bob, you can pull the damn plug. Finish me. Finish it.
Yep, time to pull it.
Appreciate you stopping in, AB, so we know what's going on over on your end.
I haven't seen, the only thing I get is the weird vibe from people, man. Not seeing anything other than less traffic and, X's on the damn ground and, stay 6 feet away. I laughed about it. Other than that, I haven't seen much of nothing.
We stay connected and inform each other of our areas, different things happening. Definitely want to
I stick to one thing. When things happen in the West, they start in California. I've seen this, you know, oil prices, regulations, whatever, and then they move from west to east. So I kind of rely on folks that I know out in that area.
Gotcha.
So, other than that, put your tutu on, your wig, get ready to rock and roll.
I'm good. Don't you come on tomorrow with the tutu.
That's pushing. You might catch me with the wig, but you ain't gonna catch him with the tutu. Unless we just have to. I might have to blend. You know, what is that thing? You kind of blend in your surroundings. Does that make sense?
Well, you know, if you went to California, it'd probably be different.
Right?
I was trying to be nice, you know. Yeah. Oh, some strange area. But hey, it is what it is. I shuck and jive.
I was just asking you, AB, what did you mention earlier on shipping for the West?
On what now? Shipping?
Yeah, what did you mention earlier on shipping for the West? You're saying it. Well, it starts there first, right? Then it works its way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's some. Just like regulations. Okay. California started with this diesel emissions fluid. That's what's on all these new diesel trucks. They made it, you know, where your truck had to be a certain age before you can come into California. There's a lot of things that I've seen just in the last few years. It's just regulations and gas prices, and you know, it starts out in California, then it slowly moves east. You know, things like that. That's, you know, we're kind of last in the line. Have been. Georgia's changing a lot. I mean, I don't even want to get started on it. The state has changed. I remember my dad said when the Olympics come, the state of Georgia was going to do a total transformation. And, you know, I was younger then, in 1996, and I thought Dad didn't know shit. Well, Dad knew more than I thought. There's a lot of things have changed here. That's where I mean with that, you know, going out there, I think they've made it to where, like, my old truck, she's 20 years old. I'm really not supposed to go into California. You can't idle out there. What they got, what they call CARB, and it's little snitches that write tickets if you're idling your truck in California. Let's say put them pony motors on the trucks for idling. So kind of where I'm going with that. Shipping, I don't know. I haven't really caught up on I think it's probably still way down low, your ports and stuff. I know I'm not seeing containers nowhere near as much as I used to going up down the road. The containers freak me out, especially after I watched that video of, you know, what military and other things can put inside those containers, and it's like a transformer, dude. Next thing you know, freaking missiles and guns pop out of them. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting thinking the other day, it's prime time for a possible red flag event, terrorist attack, something like that. But I think the eyes in the sky are watching pretty heavily. People don't realize it, but it's like DEFCON 1 right now, keeping up with everything that's going on. Phone conversations, and that's fine. I'm not a bad guy. I don't do anything wrong except maybe do a little outlaw trucking. I try to treat people fair. I'm
not a bad guy either. I don't care what anybody says about me.
I live that way too. I'll help anybody, just don't screw me over.
Yep.
Steal from me.
Yep.
I might have a wig on every now and then, but hey, you know what? That's it's all in fun and games, and I try to live with a little humor. But anyway, hey, y'all have a freaking awesome day, man.
You too, AB.
Yeah, you too, AB. You're just starting out.
Oh yeah, man. I got Phew, it's going to be huge today.
Maybe I'll get my 4 hours.
Yeah, Bob, you need to get more than that, man. That affects how you your appearance. I have to have my beauty sleep.
Yeah.
But anyway, y'all stay positive and grab that belt. Cinch it up a little tighter.
That's right. Buckle up.
Not
Keep
too
your boots
tight.
on. Keep your boots on while you're sleeping, Bob.
Yep.
Oh Lord. Yeah. Anyway, have an awesome day. Stay positive. Help a brother if he needs it. If not, it'll all work out because I'm
Stay
fixing to lose
safe.
signal.
Stay
Yeah,
safe
that's the
on
name
the
of the game.
road.
It's the name of the game, brother. I'm going
Yep.
home every day.
It's gonna get real weird out there. Like, you know what's up.
What time is it? Oh, it's party time, baby.
Yep.
Hey, y'all have a wonderful day. We'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. You take care, AB.
Take care.
Hello, Snafu. I'm just getting ready to end. What a day. Let's see what tonight brings.
Or today.
Mm-hmm.
Always got those numbers. 44. Yep. Or 45. I can see Bob looking at his computer.
Yeah.
Down in the right-hand corner looking at that clock.
No, actually, I wasn't even looking at the clock. I was looking at the messages.
Bob, thank you.
Very welcome.
Get some rest. Richard, Hodge, Kibo, AB, safe travels out there. Giggles, Snafu. The American one. I think I got everybody.
All the active.
All the active, and to all of you that are listening that aren't talking in the chat, I hope you got what you needed. And I'm not going to say any more. So there's that. Can put that on your typewriter, write a story, do what you got to do.
Yep.
Much respect, Bob.
Same here.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. We'll be at it again tonight. See what's going on.
Take care of yourselves, everyone. Take care, Bob.
We should have a better start this time. Yeah.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right, you too.
Take care, everybody. I'm out.
All right.
Hey, there's the kitty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good night.
Aww.
You said it's time. Good night, geese. And thank you. Thank you, everyone. Much love. Hope everyone has a good evening, good morning. Thanks, Hodge. appreciate it. Thanks everybody. Drop links. Hodgepodge, Kibo, Snaps, the American one, Richard Borbo, Kibo, Giggles, everyone. Y'all take care. And we'll try it again tonight. Thank you all. And Richard, thanks for all those links too. It's like half the stream got involved, so I didn't get to show them, but I got them out there. All right. Take care, everyone. And thanks again for the links and all. We'll see you tonight. Take care, Keys, Richard, Hodge, Kibo, everyone. Hopefully I don't miss any names. I don't want to, Good night, everyone.